Welcome back, legends. This is Harry Fix. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter what if stories and hidden magic. This video is self recorded and fully created in line with YouTube's latest policies. What if Harry reset his life at 11 and secretly chose Beauxbatons to escape Dumbledore's hidden plans? If you enjoy epic magical twists, subscribe to Harry Fix. Now, let the story begin.
The last light of August bled through the gap in the thin curtains, painting a single, dusty stripe across the narrow bed. It was a light that held no warmth, no promise. It simply illuminated the small prison cell that Harry Potter had called his bedroom for as long as he could remember. He lay on his back, staring at the ceiling, at the same hairline crack he'd traced with his eyes 1,000 times. It was the only geography of his world. The cupboard under the stairs had been replaced by Dudley's second bedroom, but the cage was the same. His stomach was a tight, cold knot. Not from hunger this time. From the echo of an owl's hoot that had sliced through the heavy silence of number 4, Privet Drive, earlier that day. A letter. Addressed to him. In emerald green ink. The color of a killing curse, he thought, though he didn't know why that comparison came to mind. It felt right. He'd seen his uncle's face, a mottled purple, as he'd snatched it from the mat. He'd heard the frantic whisperings behind the kitchen door, the sharp crackle of paper being torn, the hiss of fire as the evidence was destroyed. But the damage was done. The name had been spoken. Harry. The knot in his stomach tightened further. It was the second one this week. And the whispers had started again. Not the human kind, the kind that came from Aunt Petunia's tight lips as she scrubbed a pot that was already clean, or Uncle Vernon's angry mutterings about abnormalcy. No, these were deeper, older. They lived in the walls, in the way the wind didn't quite sound like wind as it rattled the windows, in the way the shadows in the corner of his room seemed to breathe. They whispered things he couldn't quite hear, secrets he couldn't quite grasp. He closed his eyes, and the whispers sharpened. Freak. That one was clear. It was his aunt's voice, his uncle's, Dudley's. It was the voice of the world. But then, softer, woven into the silence, another whisper. This one smelled of dust and old parchment, of polish and candle wax. The boy who lived. It wasn't a term of endearment. It felt like a title. A label on a cage he hadn't known he was in. A coldness, separate from the Dursleys, neglect, settled in his bones. It was a feeling of being watched. Not by the neighbors with their curtains twitching, but by something vast and old and terribly patient. Something that had plans for him. He sat up in bed, his glasses askew. The air in the room grew thick, heavy as water. The single stripe of fading sunlight seemed to solidify, becoming a tangible beam that connected his bed to the window. And in that beam, dust motes danced a frantic, desperate jig. They weren't just floating, they were forming shapes, circles within circles, a flicker of a phoenix, gone in an instant. An eye, blue and piercing, watching from a swirling galaxy of specks, then dissolving into nothing. Harry's breath caught in his throat. This wasn't new. Strange things had always happened around him. The school bully's tongue had once swelled to twice its size after he'd called Harry a freak. A pane of glass had vanished at the zoo, freeing a boa constrictor. But this felt different. This felt like a conversation. A warning. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to block it out. To be normal, to be the boy the Dursleys demanded he be. The whispers intensified, a chaotic chorus in his mind. His mother's eyes. The scar. The Dark Lord's equal. The last one was a blade of ice. It cut through the chaos and left a ringing silence in its wake. His hand flew to his forehead, fingers tracing the lightning bolt scar hidden beneath his overgrown fringe. It wasn't just a mark. It was a brand, and in that moment, for the first time, he felt the weight of it not as a deformity, but as a target. He didn't want to be anyone's equal. He didn't want to be the boy who lived. He just wanted to be Harry. A boy with a name that wasn't a headline, a life that wasn't a prophecy. The sound of heavy footsteps on the stairs shattered the moment. The dust motes fell, instantly lifeless. The whispers ceased, chased away by the mundane reality of Uncle Vernon's rage. The door was flung open, rattling on its hinges. Boy! Vernon Dursley boomed, his massive frame filling the doorway. His face was the color of a ripe beetroot, his tiny eyes glinting with a familiar, piggy malice. Get up. Harry swung his legs out of bed, his heart hammering against his ribs but his face carefully blank. He'd learned that lesson well. Show nothing. There's been another one, Vernon snarled, thrusting a crumpled piece of parchment towards him. It was singed at the edges. More of your freakishness. More lies. Harry took the letter. His fingers trembled slightly. The parchment was thick and creamy, unlike any paper he'd ever held. The emerald green ink seemed to shimmer in the fading light, even on the burnt scraps. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He read the few legible words, the blood roaring in his ears. It spoke of a place, a school. It spoke of him belonging there. It was a siren's call, so sweet and so terrifying. It's not a lie, Harry whispered, more to himself than to his uncle. Vernon's face purpled further. Not a lie. Not a lie. You're not going. Do you hear me? We were going to stamp it out of you. We've sworn it. No more of this freakish nonsense. You're not going to some school for freaks. He snatched the letter back and tore it in two, then in four, the sound unnaturally loud in the small room. That's the last of it, Vernon spat, throwing the pieces into the air where they fluttered down like wounded birds. And if we get another one, we'll be on the move again. We'll go so far they'll never find us. Now, get to your cupboard. The old command. The cupboard. Harry's fists clenched at his sides. The coldness in his bones, the feeling of being watched, the weight of the whispers, it all converged into a single, sharp point of defiance in his chest. This is my room, he said, his voice quiet but clear. It wasn't loud, but it cut through Vernon's bluster like a knife. You gave it to me. I'm not going back to the cupboard. For a second, pure, unadulterated shock flickered in Vernon's eyes. Then it was replaced by a storm of fury. He took a heavy step into the room, his shadow swallowing Harry whole. You'll do as you're told, boy. Harry didn't move. He stood his ground, his green eyes, so like his mother's, fixed on his uncle's. He didn't know where the courage came from, perhaps from the whispers, perhaps from the simple, desperate need to not be a doormat any longer. And then it happened. A low hum filled the air. It wasn't a sound, not really. It was a vibration, a pressure in the room. The lamp on the small bedside table flickered, its bulb flaring bright white before dying with a soft pop. The window pane rattled in its frame. The few pathetic posters Dudley had thrown out, which Harry had salvaged and stuck to his wall, peeled off and fluttered to the floor. Uncle Vernon stumbled back a step, his hand flying to his heart. His face went from purple to a waxy, terrified gray. Freak. He choked out, but the word had no power now. It was a whimper of fear, not a shout of anger. The hum faded. The room was silent again. Harry stood there, trembling, but not from cold. He had done that. He had made it happen. The power was real. And with that knowledge came a terrifying clarity. The first letter, the one from Hogwarts, had promised a world where he belonged. But the whispers, the feeling of being watched, the title, The Boy Who Lived, that world also had strings attached. Strings someone, somewhere, was already pulling. He looked at his uncle, cowering in the doorway. He looked at the scraps of the torn letter on the floor. And he knew, with a certainty that went beyond logic, that he could not let anyone, not the Dursleys, and not the unseen puppet master behind those watching eyes, decide his fate for him. He had to escape, but not to the world the letter offered. He had to find his own way out. The next few days were a blur of tension. Vernon, terrified by the display of magic, barely spoke to him, flinching whenever Harry entered a room. He'd come home from work with newspapers, frantically scanning the pages, and once Harry saw him on the telephone, his voice a low, frantic murmur, talking about dates and moving vans. They were going to run. But on the last day of August, when the air held the crisp promise of autumn, Harry was in the living room, tasked with polishing the already spotless television screen. The doorbell rang. The sound was a sharp, violent chime in the heavy silence. Vernon, Petunia, and Dudley were in the kitchen, engaged in a hushed, furious argument. They didn't seem to hear it. Harry's heart lurched. He moved towards the front door, his feet silent on the carpet. He opened it a crack. On the doorstep stood a giant of a man. He was so large his shoulders blocked out the view of the entire street. He had a wild, untamed mane of black hair and a beard that could have housed a family of birds. He was dressed in a long, purple overcoat that strained at its seams. In one huge hand, he held a squashed box, and in the other, a large umbrella. But it wasn't the umbrella that held Harry's gaze. It was the man's eyes. They were blue, twinkling, and kind. But they held the same ancient, patient weight as the whisper that had spoken of the phoenix. The man's gaze fell on Harry, and a wide, warm smile broke through the wilderness of his beard. "All right there, Harry," he rumbled. His voice was like the low growl of an engine. "I've been looking for you for a while. I'm Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. I've got a letter for you. A proper one, this time." He thrust the squashed box towards Harry. It was a cake, Harry realized, with "Happy Birthday Harry" written on it in green icing. His birthday. He'd forgotten it again. "Come in," Harry heard himself say, his voice strange to his own ears. He opened the door wider, his mind racing. This was it. This was the messenger from that other world. The world with the strings. Hagrid had to duck to get through the front door. He immediately filled the pristine, hateful hallway, making it look like a doll's house. The argument in the kitchen stopped abruptly. "Who's that?" came Petunia's sharp, shrill voice. Hagrid ignored her, his eyes fixed on Harry. He handed him an envelope. Not made of parchment this time, but of thick, creamy vellum. The address was written in emerald green ink. Mr. H. Potter. The smallest bedroom. 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Harry's fingers trembled as he broke the emerald wax seal bearing a coat of arms. A lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake surrounding a large letter, H. He pulled out the letter and read. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorc, CHF. Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confed, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. It was real. It was all real. But as he read the name at the top, Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, the whispers returned, louder than ever. They weren't from the walls this time. They came from the name itself. The greater good. The pawn. The sacrifice. Harry's head snapped up, his eyes meeting Hagrid's twinkling gaze. The giant man's smile was still warm, but Harry saw something flicker in those ancient eyes. An assessment. A weighing. Dumbledore, Harry said, the name strange on his tongue. He's the headmaster. The very one, Hagrid beamed. Greatest headmaster Hogwarts has ever had. Dumbledore's got your best interests at heart, Harry. Don't you worry about that. Best interests. The words echoed in Harry's mind, but the whispering voice gave them a sinister twist. His best interests. Not yours. The kitchen door burst open. Vernon Dursley stood there, a frying pan raised above his head. He stopped dead at the sight of Hagrid, his face cycling through a rainbow of terror. What are you doing in my house? He stammered. Hagrid looked down at him, his smile vanishing. I'm here to give Harry his letter, you great prune. The next few minutes were chaos. Vernon spluttered, Petunia shrieked, Dudley hid behind his mother. Hagrid, with a casual flick of his umbrella, gave Dudley a pig's tail and calmly sat down, squeezing himself onto the floral sofa. He told Harry about Hogwarts, about his parents, about the wizarding world. He told him he was a wizard. And in the torrent of information, Harry listened. He listened to the stories of his parents, brave and good. He listened to the tale of the Dark Lord, of the attack, of how he survived. He saw the raw, genuine grief in Hagrid's eyes when he spoke of Lily and James Potter. But he also listened for the strings. For the mentions of Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore was a friend of your parents, Harry, Hagrid said, his voice thick with emotion. He's the one who found you here, brought you to this house. He knew you'd be safe. Safe. Harry looked around the hallway, with its polished surfaces and cold silence. Safe from what? Wizards. Or for something else. Dumbledore left him here, on a doorstep, with a note. He didn't check on him. He didn't make sure he was fed, or loved, or happy. He just left him. The whispers had told him he was a pawn. And pawns were kept in the dark until they were needed. I have to go, Harry said, cutting off Hagrid's story about a giant squid. To get my things. The list. I need to get my school things. Hagrid's face lit up. That's the spirit, Harry. Diagon Alley tomorrow, then. I'll pick you up. 10 o'clock. Don't be late. After Hagrid had squeezed himself back out the door, leaving a stunned silence in his wake, Harry went to his room. He closed the door and leaned against it, his heart pounding. The whispers were silent now, as if they had said their piece. The choice was his. He looked at the letter again. At the list of books, the cauldron, the wand. He could almost feel the warmth of that world, the promise of friends, of a home. It was a powerful pull. But beneath it, colder and more insistent, was the pull of survival. He had heard enough from Hagrid. Heard how the whole wizarding world knew his name. Heard how they all expected things from him. Heard the reverence in Hagrid's voice when he spoke of Dumbledore, a reverence that felt like a leash. He wasn't going to Hogwarts to be their savior. He was going to find a way to be free. That night, long after the Dursleys had gone to bed, Harry crept downstairs. He went to the telephone in the hall. The number was in the back of an old, discarded diary of Aunt Petunia's, written in a spidery, elegant hand next to the word, emergency. He didn't know if it would work. He didn't know if it was even the right thing to do. But the whisper in the name, Beauxbatons, had felt different. Warmer, quieter, like a hidden path in a deep forest, rather than a golden road to a crowded city. He dialed the international number, his fingers shaking. It rang once, twice. A click. A woman's voice, melodic and accented, spoke in French. Allo. Harry took a deep breath. The fate of his life hung on the next few words. My name is Harry Potter, he said, his voice a low whisper into the dark, silent house. I need to know if it's too late to apply to Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. The silence on the other end of the line stretched so long Harry thought the connection had died. He gripped the plastic receiver harder, his knuckles white in the dim light filtering through the front door's frosted glass. The Dursleys' hall clock ticked loudly, each second a small hammer striking his chest. Allo. The voice came again, sharper now. Qui est l'appareil? I'm sorry, Harry whispered, his French appalling, scraped together from a single term of half-hearted lessons at primary school. I don't speak much French. Do you speak English? Another pause. Then, warmly accented English, the kind that curled around the edges of words like caramel, a little. Who is this, please? It is very late for telephone calls. Harry's eyes darted towards the stairs. Still dark, still silent. My name is Harry Potter. I need to know about Beauxbatons. About applying. I just got a letter from Hogwarts, but I want to know if there's another choice. The silence that followed was different. Charged. He could almost hear the woman on the other end processing the name, connecting dots that had been drawn long before his birth. Harry Potter, she repeated slowly. The Harry Potter. He flinched. Even here, 600 miles away, the name preceded him. I don't know what the means, he said, his voice tighter than he intended. I'm just Harry. I live with my aunt and uncle. They don't want me to go to Hogwarts. And I'm not sure I want to either. That was dangerously close to the truth. Too close. He could feel the whispers stirring at the edges of his mind, warning him, urging him to be careful. Why would you not wish to attend Hogwarts? The woman asked. There was no judgment in her voice, only genuine curiosity. It is a very fine school. Dumbledore is a very great wizard. Dumbledore. The name landed like a stone in still water, sending ripples of unease through Harry's chest. I don't know anyone there, he said, which was true, but not the whole truth. And everyone already knows my name. It's like walking into a room where everyone's been talking about you behind your back. I just want to start somewhere quiet. Somewhere I can be new. The words hung in the air between Surrey and wherever Beauxbatons was. France, he assumed. Somewhere with mountains, maybe. Or the sea. Somewhere far from whispering walls and watching eyes. You speak very wisely for one so young, Harry Potter, the woman said finally. Wisdom is not always comfortable. But Beauxbatons, we do not usually accept students after the Hogwarts letter has been sent. The arrangements are made years in advance. The lists are prepared. The places are limited. Harry's heart, which had dared to hope, began to sink. However, the woman continued, and Harry gripped the phone tighter, exceptions have been made. For extraordinary circumstances. And your circumstances, I think, are extraordinary. But I cannot decide this alone. I must speak with Madame Maxime. She is our headmistress. She will wish to meet you. Meet me. Harry's voice cracked. How? I'm stuck here. My uncle. He stopped, the words catching in his throat. He couldn't explain the bars of this cage to a stranger. Not yet. Where is here, Harry Potter? Little whinging. Surrey. It's near London. A soft laugh, like wind chimes. I know where Surrey is, little one. London is not so far from Paris, no. Not for those who know how to travel properly. Give me your address. If Madame Maxime agrees, someone will come. Before the Hogwarts term begins. Before you must make your choice. Harry's hand trembled as he recited number 4, Privet Drive. The woman repeated it back, her accent making the mundane street name sound almost beautiful. Wait, Harry said quickly, before she could hang up. Who are you? What's your name? I am Mademoiselle Delacour. I am the secretary of enrollment at Beauxbatons Academy. And you, Harry Potter, have given me a very interesting evening. Now go to bed. It is late. And keep this quiet, yes. These things, they are best handled delicately. The line went dead. Harry stood in the dark hallway for a long time, the dial tone humming in his ear like a promise. Then he carefully replaced the receiver and crept back up the stairs, his heart pounding a rhythm that felt dangerously close to hope. The next morning dawned gray and heavy, the kind of day that pressed against the windows and made the world feel small. Harry was awake before the sun, staring at the crack in the ceiling, replaying the phone call in his mind. Mademoiselle Delacour. Madame Maxime. Someone would come. Before term began. But Hogwarts term began on September the 1st. That was. Harry counted on his fingers, his stomach lurching. That was tomorrow. Tomorrow. The doorbell rang at exactly 10 o'clock, a thunderous sound that shook the house. Harry was already at the door, dressed in his largest clothes, Dudley's cast-offs that hung on his skinny frame like sacks. He opened it to find Hagrid beaming down at him, the giant man's excitement so palpable it seemed to warm the gray morning air. Ready, Harry. Hagrid boomed. Diagon Alley awaits. Harry stepped outside, closing the door on the silent, watching house. He didn't look back. The journey to London was like nothing Harry had ever experienced. Hagrid hailed a bus, a normal, double-decker bus, and they sat on the top deck. Hagrid folded into a seat meant for someone a third his size, his knees pressed against the seat in front. Passengers stared, then quickly looked away when Hagrid caught their eye. It's the leaky cauldron first, Hagrid explained as the bus lurched through London traffic. It's the gateway, see. Hidden from muggles, that's what we call non-magic folk like your aunt and uncle. You'll see all sorts today, Harry. You'll be amazed. Harry nodded, but his mind was elsewhere. He was watching the streets of London slide past, wondering if somewhere in this city, someone from Beauxbatons was already looking for him. It felt impossible. It felt like a dream he'd invented to escape the nightmare. The leaky cauldron was a dingy pub squeezed between a bookshop and a record store, invisible to the crowds of shoppers hurrying past. Hagrid led him through the door, and the warmth that washed over Harry had nothing to do with the crackling fire in the grate. It was the warmth of belonging, or the illusion of it. Every head in the pub turned. Whispered Ta de Ming Zi, his name, rippled through the dim room like wind through wheat. An old woman in a velvet hat clasped her hands to her chest. A barman with no hair at all hurried forward, wiping his hands on his apron. Bless my soul, the barman breathed. Harry Potter, what an honor. Harry forced a smile, but inside, the cold knot tightened. There it was again, the weight of expectation, the eyes that saw a symbol, not a person. Hagrid, oblivious, guided him through the back door into a small, walled courtyard. Now then, the giant said, raising his pink umbrella. You, count the bricks. 3 up, 2 across. He tapped the wall in a pattern Harry couldn't follow, and the bricks began to move. They shuddered, shifted, folded into themselves, and suddenly an archway opened onto the most extraordinary street Harry had ever imagined. Diagon Alley was a riot of color and sound. Owls hooted from cages stacked outside Elop's Owl Emporium. Cauldrons clanked and clattered outside a shop called Potage's Cauldron Shop. Witches and wizards in every shade of robe bustled along the cobbles, their conversations a cheerful buzz that wrapped around Harry like a blanket. But it wasn't the sights or sounds that struck him most. It was the smell. A mixture of parchment and potion ingredients, of baking and burning, of something sweet and something sharp. It smelled like magic. And beneath it all, beneath the wonder and the noise, Harry felt something else. A pull. A whisper that wasn't quite a whisper, drawing his gaze towards the far end of the alley, where the crowd thinned and the shops grew darker, more mysterious. Not yet, he told himself firmly. Not yet. Hagrid led him first to Gringotts, the wizard bank. It was a towering white marble building that made Harry feel very small indeed. The goblins who ran it were even less welcoming than the Dursleys, their long fingers and sharp teeth reminding Harry of the darker stories Uncle Vernon told about his kind. But when Hagrid presented a small key, and when the goblins led them deep into the earth on a rattling cart that plunged through caverns filled with treasure, Harry forgot to be afraid. They stopped outside a vault that hadn't been opened in a decade, and when the goblin turned the key, the door swung open to reveal mountains of gold. "Your parents' vault, Harry," Hagrid said softly. "Yours, now." Harry stared at the gold, at the silver, at the tiny bronze nuts. It was more money than he could imagine. It was a fortune. It was the price his parents had paid for dying, converted into coins. He filled a bag mechanically, his hands moving without his heart in them. The gold felt cold, impersonal. It wasn't his parents'. It was just stuff. The next stop was Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, a bright shop filled with mirrors and the soft rustle of fabric. A plump witch helped him down from a footstool after measuring his robes, and while he waited for Hagrid to finish his own business, another boy was lifted onto the neighboring footstool. He was pale, with a pointed face and the most bored expression Harry had ever seen. His robes were the finest quality, and his shoes, Harry noticed shoes, because his own were held together with tape, looked like they'd never touched anything but carpet. "Hogwarts, too?" the boy asked, his voice drawling and dismissive. "Yes," Harry said shortly. "My father's next door buying my books. Mother's looking at wands." The boy examined Harry with the lazy interest of a cat watching a mouse. "I do hope Hogwarts lives up to the reputation. All that history, all that tradition. Of course, some families are more traditional than others. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." He said it as if the name should mean something. Harry just nodded. "What's your name?" Draco asked, a slight frown creasing his pale forehead. "I didn't catch it." Harry opened his mouth to answer, but something stopped him. The weight of the name. The way Draco's eyes would probably light up with recognition, with calculation. He didn't want to be calculated. "Not here. Not yet. Hagrid's waiting," he said instead, stepping down from the footstool before Madame Malkin could finish. He walked out of the shop without looking back, leaving Draco Malfoy staring after him with narrowed eyes. Outside, the crowd seemed thicker, noisier. Harry leaned against the shop front, breathing deeply. Why did he do that? It wasn't like him to be rude. But the name was a trap. And he was beginning to realize that the only way to avoid traps was to stop walking into them. Hagrid found him a few minutes later, his arms full of books and parcels. "There you are, Harry. Got your robes, then. Good, good. Now for the best bit. Your wand." Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC, was a narrow, dusty shop that felt older than anything Harry had ever encountered. Thousands of narrow boxes lined the walls from floor to ceiling, and the air was thick with the smell of wood and magic and something else, something that made the hairs on Harry's arms stand up. Mr. Ollivander was an old man with pale, silvery eyes that seemed to look through Harry rather than at him. He remembered every wand he'd ever sold, and when he heard Harry's name, his eyes grew distant, thoughtful. "Yes," Mr. Ollivander murmured. "Yes, I wondered when I'd be seeing you, Harry Potter. You have your mother's eyes. It seems only yesterday she was in here herself, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charm work." He drifted along the shelves, pulling down boxes. "Your father favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power and excellent for transfiguration. Well, I say your father favored it, it's really the wand that chooses the wizard, of course." Harry tried wand after wand. He waved them, flicked them, swished them. Nothing happened. Or rather, things happened. Shelves rattled, windows shook, once a vase exploded, but nothing felt right. Nothing felt like him. Mr. Ollivander grew more and more intrigued. "I wonder," he whispered, disappearing into the back of the shop. He returned with a dusty box, his silvery eyes gleaming. "Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple." Harry took the wand. The moment his fingers closed around it, warmth flooded through him, spreading from his fingertips to his chest to every corner of his body. The tip of the wand glowed golden, and golden sparks rained down like fireworks, filling the dusty shop with light. "Oh, bravo!" Mr. Ollivander cried. Yes, yes. Curious. Very curious. What's curious? Harry asked, still dazzled by the sparks. Mr. Ollivander fixed him with those pale eyes. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather. Just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar. The world tilted. Harry stared at the wand in his hand, at the simple, elegant wood that had just become the most terrifying object he'd ever held. The Dark Lord's wand, Mr. Ollivander continued softly, did great things. Terrible, yes, but great. Harry wanted to drop the wand. He wanted to throw it across the shop and run. But he couldn't. It felt like part of him now. Like it belonged in his hand. He paid for the wand in silence, his mind churning. The Dark Lord's wand. The brother wand. The connection he hadn't asked for, hadn't wanted, but couldn't escape. Outside, Hagrid was waiting with a beaming smile. Got your wand, then. Brilliant. One last stop. Harry, an owl. Every wizard needs an owl. Harry let himself be led to Elops, let himself be shown a beautiful snowy owl with amber eyes that seemed to understand him in a way nothing else did. He bought her immediately, naming her Hedwig on impulse, and the weight of her cage in his hand felt like the first real thing he'd owned. But as they walked back through Diagon Alley, as the crowds parted around them and the whispers followed, Harry's mind was elsewhere. The brother wand. The connection to darkness. And Dumbledore, the great headmaster, the friend of his parents, who had left him on a doorstep and never looked back. Why? The question burned in his chest. Why leave him with people who hated him? Why let him grow up unloved, unfed, unwanted? Why wait 11 years to tell him who he was? The whispers had answers, but Harry didn't want to hear them. They stopped at Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor for a celebration, and Harry ate his sundae mechanically, the sweetness meaningless on his tongue. He watched the witches and wizards pass by, watched the children laughing, watched the parents holding hands, and felt more alone than he had in the cupboard under the stairs. Because in the cupboard, he'd known he was alone. Here, surrounded by his kind, he felt the loneliness more sharply. They all knew him, but none of them knew him. The real him. The boy who was scared and angry and desperate for someone to see past the scar. Penny for your thoughts? Hagrid asked, polishing off his fourth sundae. Harry shook his head. Just tired. It's a lot to take in. But you'll love Hogwarts, Harry. Best place in the world. You'll see. Harry nodded, because nodding was easier than explaining. Easier than saying that he wasn't sure he wanted to go to a place where everyone already had expectations. Easier than admitting that he'd made a phone call in the dark, and that he was waiting for someone who might never come. They returned to Privet Drive in the late afternoon. The house looked smaller, grayer, more pathetic than Harry remembered. Hagrid said goodbye at the door, his huge hand enveloping Harry's skinny one. See you tomorrow, Harry. Platform 9 3/4. King's Cross. Don't be late. Harry watched him go, watched the giant figure disappear around the corner, and then he went inside. The Dursleys were in the living room, pretending to watch television. They didn't speak to him. They didn't ask about his day. They didn't care. He went to his room, closed the door, and sat on the bed with Hedwig's cage beside him. The owl blinked her amber eyes and hooted softly. What do I do? Harry whispered to her. Do I go? Do I wait? Hedwig had no answers. Neither did the crack in the ceiling. Dinner came and went. Harry wasn't called. The house grew dark, then darker. Harry lay on his bed, fully clothed, staring at the window. Waiting. The hours crawled past. 11 o'clock. Midnight. 1 in the morning. His eyes grew heavy, his mind foggy with exhaustion and disappointment. No one had come. No one from Beauxbatons. It had been a dream, a foolish dream, and now it was too late. Tomorrow he would go to King's Cross. Tomorrow he would board the train to Hogwarts. Tomorrow he would become the boy who lived, whether he wanted to or not. He was just drifting off, the weight of despair pressing him into the thin mattress, when the air changed. It was subtle at first, a shift in pressure, a thickening of the darkness. Harry's eyes snapped open. The room was exactly as it had been, but something was different. Something was there. Hedwig rustled in her cage, her amber eyes wide. And then the shadows in the corner of the room moved. Not like dust motes, not like imagination. They gathered, swirled, coalesced into a shape. A tall, slender shape. A woman's shape. Harry scrambled upright, his heart slamming against his ribs. His wand was on the bedside table, too far away. He opened his mouth to shout. Shish. The voice was soft, musical, familiar. The shadows fell away like a cloak, and a woman stood in the corner of his room. She was impossibly tall and graceful, with dark hair swept up in an elegant style and eyes that glittered in the dim light. Do not be afraid, Harry Potter. I am Madame Maxime, and I believe you made a telephone call. Harry stared. She was real. She was here, in his bedroom. How did you get in? He stammered. Madame Maxime smiled, a slight curve of perfectly shaped lips. We have our ways, little one. The question is not how I got in. The question is whether you truly wish to leave. Hogwarts is a fine school. Dumbledore is a powerful ally. To choose otherwise, it is not a small thing. Harry found his voice. He found the words that had been building in him since the first whisper, since the first torn letter, since the first moment he'd felt the weight of a destiny he never asked for. I don't want to be a symbol, he said, his voice shaking but clear. I don't want to be the boy who lived. I don't want to go to a place where everyone already knows my name and has plans for my life. I just want to be Harry. Just Harry. Is that possible at Beauxbatons? Madame Maxime studied him for a long moment, her dark eyes unreadable. Then she nodded slowly. At Beauxbatons, she said, you will be a student. Nothing more, nothing less. We do not have the obsessions with your history that they do here. We care about what you can become, not what you have survived. If that is what you want, then I will make it happen. Relief flooded through Harry so powerfully his knees nearly gave way. He gripped the bedpost, his eyes burning with tears he refused to shed. But there is a condition, Madame Maxime continued, her voice firm. You must tell no one. Not your friends, not your teachers, not a single soul. If Dumbledore learns of this, he will try to stop it. He has interests in you, Harry Potter. Interests that go beyond the welfare of a student. You must trust no one. Do you understand? Harry nodded, his throat too tight for words. Then pack your things. Quietly. We leave tonight. Harry moved on autopilot, shoving his new robes and books into his old school bag, tucking his wand carefully into his pocket. Hedwig's cage was light in his hand. He looked around the room one last time. The narrow bed, the crack in the ceiling, the window that had shown him nothing but a tiny square of sky. He would not miss it. Madame Maxime held out her hand. Take my arm. And whatever you do, do not let go. Harry grasped her arm. It was warm, solid, real. The shadows rose around them, swallowing the room, swallowing the house, swallowing Surrey and everything he'd ever known. And then they were gone. The wind roared in Harry's ears. Colors blurred past, greens and blues in the deep purple of night sky. He squeezed his eyes shut, clinging to Madame Maxime's arm with all his strength. He felt her move, felt them moving together through something that wasn't quite air, wasn't quite space. And then, silence, stillness, solid ground beneath his feet. Open your eyes, Harry Potter, Madame Maxime said softly. Welcome to your new home. Harry opened his eyes. They stood at the edge of a vast, moonlit lake. Beyond the lake, rising against a star-scattered sky, was a chateau of breathtaking beauty. It wasn't one building, but many, turrets and towers and graceful arches, all glowing with a soft, silvery light that seemed to come from within the stone itself. Lights twinkled in hundreds of windows, and even at this distance, Harry could hear the faint echo of music, of laughter, of life. Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. Harry stared, his heart so full it felt like it might burst. For the first time in his life, he was somewhere that felt like it could be home. But even as the wonder washed over him, even as he took his first step towards this new beginning, a whisper coiled at the back of his mind. Not the whispers from the walls of Privet Drive, but something older. Something colder. Dumbledore will not let you go so easily. Harry paused, his foot hovering over the grass. He turned to look back, but there was nothing behind him but the lake and the mountains and the vast, empty night. Dumbledore was hundreds of miles away. Dumbledore didn't even know he'd gone. But the whisper knew. And the whisper was afraid. Harry took a deep breath, turned his back on the darkness, and walked towards the light. Harry's first step onto Beauxbatons grounds felt like stepping into a dream he hadn't known he'd been dreaming. The grass beneath his feet was impossibly soft, almost velvet, and it shimmered with the same silvery light that emanated from the chateau ahead. The air was different here too, lighter, cleaner, threaded with the scent of night-blooming flowers he couldn't name. Madame Maxime released his arm and stood beside him, her imposing height somehow natural against the backdrop of the towering chateau. She was watching him, he realized. Assessing his reaction. "It is beautiful," Harry whispered, the words inadequate but honest. "Yes," Madame Maxime agreed. "It is. But beauty is not the same as kindness, Harry Potter. Remember that. The walls here are old, and old walls hold memories. Some are warm, some are cold. You will learn which is which in time." She began walking towards the chateau, her long robes trailing across the grass without disturbing a single blade. Harry hurried to keep up, Hedwig's cage bumping against his leg, his bag bumping against his shoulder. As they drew closer, the scale of Beauxbatons overwhelmed him. The Hogwarts castle, as described by Hagrid, sounded grand, towers and turrets and moving staircases. But this was something else entirely. It wasn't a castle so much as a palace, built not for defense but for wonder. Every arch was carved with scenes from what Harry assumed were magical histories, wizards dancing with woodland creatures, dragons pulling chariots across the sky, trees that bore stars instead of fruit. The windows were not plain glass but stained with colors so vivid they seemed to glow even in darkness. "The main entrance," Madame Maxime said, gesturing as they approached a set of enormous oak doors carved with the Beauxbatons coat of arms, 2 golden wands crossed beneath a sparkling star. "The doors open only to those who belong. For now, they will open for you because you are with me. Later, they will open because you are one of us." The doors swung inward silently, seemingly of their own accord, and Harry stepped into the entrance hall of Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. His breath stopped. The hall was vast, so vast that the ceiling disappeared into shadow far above. Marble pillars lined the walls, each one carved to resemble a different magical creature. Winged horses, fire-dwelling salamanders, creatures Harry had no names for. Between the pillars, fountains bubbled with water that glowed faintly blue, and the sound of their falling filled the space with a gentle, musical hum. But it was the ceiling that held him. Not enchanted to show the sky like the Hogwarts Great Hall, Hagrid had mentioned that, but instead showing something else entirely. A vast, swirling tapestry of stars and nebulae, painted or enchanted directly onto the stone, so real that Harry felt he could reach up and touch the constellations. "The Hall of Celestial Harmony," Madame Maxime said, her voice echoing slightly. "Students gather here for meals and ceremonies. But that is for tomorrow. Tonight, you need rest." She led him through the hall and up a sweeping staircase that branched in 3 directions. They took the leftmost branch, climbing past floors and floors of closed doors, until finally they stopped before a simple wooden door at the end of a long corridor. "This will be your room," Madame Maxime said. "It is small, but private. You will share with no one. For now, that is best. In the morning, someone will come for you. They will explain everything, the schedules, the rules, the expectations. Until then, rest. You are safe here, Harry Potter." She looked down at him, and for a moment, her dark eyes softened. "You have been very brave. Braver than you know. But bravery is not always enough. Here, you must also be clever. And patient. And quiet. Do you understand?" Harry nodded, though he wasn't sure he did. "Good." Madame Maxime turned to go, then paused. "One more thing. Your name. Harry Potter is known here, as it is everywhere. But it is known as a story, not a person. The students here, they will be curious. Some will be kind, some will not. You must decide how much of yourself to show. Choose wisely." She left before he could ask what she meant, her tall figure disappearing down the corridor, swallowed by shadows. Harry pushed open the door to his room. It was small, as promised, but compared to the cupboard under the stairs, it was a palace. A narrow bed with crisp white sheets stood against one wall, a small desk against another. A window looked out over the lake, the moonlight painting silver paths across the water. There was even a small fireplace, unlit, with a vase of fresh flowers on the mantel. He set Hedwig's cage on the desk and opened the door. The owl hopped out immediately, fluttering to the windowsill and pressing her beak against the glass, staring out at the unfamiliar landscape. "I know," Harry whispered to her. "It's strange. But it's ours now." He sat on the bed, the mattress softer than anything he'd ever felt, and tried to process the last 24 hours. Diagon Alley. The wand. The Malfoy boy. The phone call. Madame Maxime appearing from shadows. And now, this. He should have been exhausted. He was exhausted. But sleep wouldn't come. His mind raced, circling the same questions again and again. Why did Dumbledore leave me with the Dursleys? What does Madame Maxime mean about being quiet? What happens tomorrow? What happens when Dumbledore finds out I'm not coming? That last thought was a cold spike of fear. He'd been so focused on escaping, on getting away, that he hadn't considered the consequences. Dumbledore was powerful. Dumbledore was the headmaster of Hogwarts, the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. If he wanted Harry found. But the whispers had warned him. Dumbledore will not let you go so easily. Harry lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. It was plain white, unadorned, unlike everything else in this place. It reminded him of the crack in his ceiling at Privet Drive, and somehow that thought was comforting. Some things were the same everywhere. He must have fallen asleep eventually, because the next thing he knew, sunlight was streaming through the window and someone was knocking softly at his door. Harry sat up, disoriented. For a moment, he thought he was back in Surrey, that everything had been a dream. But the room was too clean, too beautiful, and Hedwig was still on the windowsill, her amber eyes bright. The knock came again. Coming, Harry called, his voice rough with sleep. He stumbled to the door and opened it. A girl stood in the corridor. She was perhaps a year older than him, with dark hair pulled back in a practical braid and eyes the color of warm chocolate. She wore a uniform of pale blue silk, a fitted jacket over a white blouse, with a matching skirt that fell to her knees. A silver badge gleamed on her jacket, a stylized wand surrounded by stars. "You are Harry Potter," she said. It wasn't a question. Her English was careful, accented but clear. "I am Fleur Delacour. I am to show you the academy and help you settle. Madame Maxime asked me, personally." Fleur Delacour. The name clicked. Mademoiselle Delacour from the phone call. But that woman had sounded older. This girl was. "You're the one I spoke to?" Harry asked, confused. "On the telephone." A slight smile touched Fleur's lips. "That was my mother. She is the secretary of enrollment. I am merely, what is the word, an assistant. A guide. For you." She looked him over, and he suddenly became acutely aware that he was still in his too large muggle clothes, his hair even more disastrous than usual. "You will need proper robes. And breakfast. Come." She turned and walked away, clearly expecting him to follow. Harry grabbed his glasses from the bedside table, shoved his feet into his trainers, the soles were nearly worn through, and hurried after her. The Beauxbatons uniform, Harry learned, was not optional. It was also not cheap. But Madame Maxime had arranged for an advance on his allowance, the same allowance that came from his parents' vault, accessible even here, and within an hour, Harry stood in a small fitting room while a seamstress with flying needles adjusted a set of pale blue robes to his skinny frame. "They will grow with you," the seamstress said in rapid French, which Fleur translated in bored tones. A little enchantment. Very useful for boys who are not finished growing. Harry examined himself in the mirror. The robes were nothing like the shapeless sacks the Dursleys had forced him to wear. They were elegant, tailored, the blue silk embroidered with silver thread along the cuffs and collar. A silver Wandon Star badge was pinned to his chest, identical to Fleur's. "You are in the Silver Star dormitory," Fleur explained as they left the shop and walked through sunlit corridors. "All first years are placed together for the first term. After that, you may earn the right to move to a different house, based on your achievements. There are 5 houses at Beauxbatons. Silver Star is the entry house. The others, Opal Moon, Crystal Flame, Golden Dawn, and Obsidian Night, are for older students. The best students." She said the last with a slight lift of her chin, and Harry noticed that her own badge had a small crystal set into the star. Crystal Flame, then. She was one of the best. "What house were you in as a first year?" Harry asked. Fleur glanced at him, surprised. "Silver Star. Everyone starts in Silver Star. It is the foundation. Without foundation, you cannot build anything." She paused, then added, "You ask good questions. That is not common in first years." They walked through courtyards filled with fountains, past classrooms where Harry caught glimpses of students levitating feathers or transforming beetles into buttons, the same lessons Hagrid had described, but somehow different here. The students moved with a grace he hadn't seen at Diagon Alley, their conversations a musical blend of French and other languages he couldn't identify. Beauxbatons accepts students from all over Europe, Fleur said, noticing his attention. We have students from Spain, Italy, Germany, the Netherlands, even as far as Greece and the Scandinavian countries. Everyone speaks their own language, but we all learn French and English. It is required. Harry's head spun. He'd barely managed English at primary school. The thought of learning French, of communicating with students from a dozen different countries, was overwhelming. You will learn, Fleur said, as if reading his mind. The magic helps. There are enchantments on the classrooms that make understanding easier. And you are young. Young minds absorb language like. She searched for the word. Like sponges. Sponges, Harry repeated, and for some reason, that made Fleur smile. It transformed her face, making her look less like a distant prefect and more like a girl his age. Come, she said. I will show you the lake. It is the best place to think, when thinking is needed. The lake was even more beautiful by daylight. The water was so clear Harry could see fish swimming deep below, not ordinary fish, but fish that glowed faintly, their scales shimmering with colors that shifted as they moved. Water lilies floated on the surface, their blooms the size of dinner plates, and in the center of the lake, a small island rose, topped with a single willow tree whose branches hung down to touch the water. Merpeople live beneath the island, Fleur said casually. They are peaceful. Sometimes they come to the surface to trade. Do not be afraid if you see them. They are more curious than dangerous. Harry stared at the water, half expecting to see a face rise from the depths. Nothing moved but the fish. Tell me, Fleur said, sitting on a bench near the water's edge, why did you choose Beauxbatons? My mother said you refused Hogwarts. That is unusual. Hogwarts is very respected. Dumbledore is very respected. Harry sat beside her, unsure how much to say. Madame Maxime had warned him to be quiet, to be careful. But Fleur had been kind, and she'd helped him, and she was only a year older. My aunt and uncle, he said slowly, they're muggles. They hated magic. They hated me. Hogwarts it was an escape. But it was also. He stopped, searching for words. Everyone there already knows my name. They have expectations. They have stories about me. I don't want to be a story. I just want to be a student. Fleur was quiet for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly. I understand, she said. My grandmother was famous. A great witch, very powerful. Everywhere I went, people said, are you the granddaughter of Celeste Delacour? Do you have her gift? Will you be as great as her? It is heavy to carry someone else's name. She looked at him directly. Here, you can be yourself. But yourself is still unknown, even to you. That is the adventure, no. Finding out who you are without the stories telling you first. Harry had never thought of it that way. He'd spent so long being defined by the Dursleys, freak, burden, unwanted, that he hadn't considered that he might define himself. What if I don't like who I find? He asked quietly. Fleur smiled, and this time it was warm, genuine. Then you change. That is the other magic. The one they do not teach in classrooms. The first week at Beauxbatons was a blur of new names, new faces, and new information. Harry's classes included charms, transfiguration, potions, history of magic, astronomy, and something called etiquette and grace, which seemed to involve learning how to walk, talk, and eat without offending anyone. His fellow first-years were curious about him, as Madame Maxime had warned. The name Harry Potter had traveled even here, though the stories were different. Some thought he'd defeated the Dark Lord in single combat. Others thought he'd been hidden by elves in a magical forest. A boy from Italy insisted that Harry had actually died and been brought back to life by phoenix tears. Harry corrected none of these stories. He simply shrugged and said, I don't remember much. I was a baby. It was true enough, and it usually satisfied their curiosity. But some students were harder to deflect. A girl named Camille Duchamp, from a very old French wizarding family, seemed determined to befriend him whether he wanted it or not. She sat next to him in every class, shared her notes when his French failed him, and asked endless questions about his life in England. You lived with muggles, she exclaimed during their first potions lesson, her eyes wide. But that's barbaric. How did you survive? The same way anyone survives, Harry said. Shortly, not wanting to discuss the cupboard or the hunger or the loneliness. Camille didn't seem to notice his discomfort. You must tell me everything. I've always wondered about muggles. They're so primitive, no. But fascinating. Like watching animals in a zoo. Harry's jaw tightened. He thought of Mrs. Figg, the old lady down the street who sometimes took him in when the Dursleys went out. She was a Muggle, and she'd been kinder to him than any wizard so far. He thought of the librarian at primary school, who'd let him stay after hours just to be somewhere warm. Muggles weren't primitive. They were just different. The Muggles I knew weren't animals, he said, his voice cool. They were people. Some were kind, some weren't. Just like wizards. Camille blinked, startled by his tone. Then she laughed, a light, musical sound. Oh, you're serious. Forgive me, Harry. I didn't mean to offend. It's just, we don't meet many wizards who grew up Muggle. It's exotic, that's all. Exotic. Harry hated that word. It made him feel like a specimen, not a person. But he held his tongue. Madame Maxime had warned him to be quiet, to be careful. And Camille, for all her tactlessness, was the closest thing he had to a friend. The weeks passed, and autumn settled over Beauxbatons like a golden blanket. The leaves on the trees around the lake turned brilliant shades of red and orange, and the air grew crisp with the promise of winter. Harry threw himself into his studies with a focus that surprised even himself. Magic came naturally to him, easier than breathing, easier than thinking, and his professors noticed. "You have a gift, Monsieur Potter," Professor Fontaine, his charms instructor, said after a particularly impressive levitation charm. "Natural ability is rare, but natural ability without training is like a garden without water. It will wither. You must work. Every day. Do you understand?" Harry understood. He worked. He practiced charms until his wrist ached. He memorized potions' ingredients until they swam before his eyes at night. He traced constellations in the astronomy tower until he could name them in his sleep. And slowly, the whispers faded. Not entirely, they still came sometimes, late at night, when the castle was quiet and his mind was tired. They spoke of Dumbledore, of prophecies, of a destiny he'd tried to escape. But they were softer now, more distant, like echoes rather than warnings. He began to believe he might actually have done it. He might actually have escaped. The first sign that he was wrong came in mid-October. Harry was in the library, struggling through a particularly dense text on transfiguration theory, when Fleur appeared at his table. Her face was pale, her usual composure cracked. "You must come with me," she said quietly. "Madame Maxime requests you." Immediately, Harry's stomach dropped. "What's wrong?" Fleur glanced around the library, ensuring they were alone. Then she leaned closer, her voice barely a whisper. "There is a visitor. From England. He arrived an hour ago. He demands to see you." The book slipped from Harry's fingers, landing on the table with a dull thud. "Who?" he asked, though he already knew the answer. Fleur's eyes met his, and in them he saw fear, real fear, the kind that came from knowing things a 14-year-old shouldn't have to know. "His name," she said, "is Albus Dumbledore." The walk to Madame Maxime's office felt like a death march. Harry followed Fleur through corridors he'd thought he was beginning to know, but everything looked different now, sharper, colder, more threatening. The other students they passed were blurs of blue and silver, their laughter distant and irrelevant. All Harry could hear was the blood rushing in his ears and the echo of Fleur's words. Albus Dumbledore. He'd known this moment would come. The whispers had warned him. Madame Maxime had warned him. But knowing and facing were different things. Facing meant looking into the eyes of the man who'd left him on a doorstep. The man everyone called great and wise and good. The man who, according to the whispers, had plans for him. They stopped before a set of ornate double doors carved with the same Wandon star emblem Harry wore on his chest. Fleur turned to him, her dark eyes serious. "I cannot go in," she said quietly. "This is for you and Madame Maxime and him." "But Harry." She hesitated, then reached out and touched his arm. "Whatever happens in there, remember why you came here. Remember what you wanted. Do not let him take that from you." Harry nodded, though his throat was too tight for words. Fleur squeezed his arm once, then turned and walked away, her footsteps fading into the silence of the corridor. Harry raised his hand to knock, but before his knuckles touched the wood, the doors swung open. Madame Maxime's office was nothing like the rest of Beauxbatons. Where the chateau was all light and grace, this room was shadow and power. The walls were lined with books so old their spines were illegible. Strange instruments whirred and clicked on marble tables. The fire in the grate burned blue, casting eerie shadows across the floor. And standing before the fire, half turned away, was a figure Harry knew only from the descriptions Hagrid had given and the whispers in the walls of Privet Drive. Albus Dumbledore was taller than Harry had imagined. Not as tall as Hagrid, but imposing in a different way, a way that had nothing to do with physical size and everything to do with presence. His silver beard flowed to his waist. His half-moon spectacles glinted in the firelight. And his robes were deep purple shot through with gold, the kind of robes that demanded attention, demanded respect. He turned as Harry entered, and for a long moment, their eyes met. Harry had expected many things. Anger, perhaps. Disappointment. The cold disapproval of an adult whose plans had been thwarted. What he didn't expect was the warmth in those blue eyes. The kindness. The genuine, piercing concern that made Harry feel, for one treacherous moment, that he'd made a terrible mistake. "Harry," Dumbledore said softly. "My dear boy, I cannot tell you how relieved I am to see you safe." The words wrapped around Harry like a blanket, tempting him to step closer, to believe. But beneath the warmth, beneath the kindness, the whispers stirred. They were faint here, in this room, but he caught them, fragments of warning, shards of truth. The greater good. The pawn. The sacrifice. Harry stopped walking. He stood in the center of the room, his hands at his sides, and he looked at Albus Dumbledore without moving closer. "I'm safe," he said. His voice was steady. He was proud of that. "I'm exactly where I chose to be." Something flickered in Dumbledore's eyes, too quick to name, but Harry caught it. Then it was gone, replaced by that same warm concern. "Beauxbatons is a fine institution," Dumbledore said, inclining his head slightly towards Madame Maxime, who sat behind her massive desk like a queen on a throne. "Madame Maxime is a remarkable headmistress. I have no doubt you will receive an excellent education here." "Then why are you here?" Harry asked. "Direct. Too direct, perhaps." But he was tired of games, tired of whispers, tired of being the piece on someone else's board. Dumbledore's smile didn't waver. "Because I care about you, Harry. Because your parents were my friends, and I promised them I would look after you. When you didn't arrive at Hogwarts, when I received no word, I was concerned. Deeply concerned. You left me with the Dursleys for 11 years, Harry said. The words came out flat, emotionless, but they landed like stones. You didn't visit. You didn't write. You didn't make sure I was fed or clothed or loved. You left me in a cupboard under the stairs and forgot about me." The silence that followed was absolute. Even the whirring instruments seemed to pause. Dumbledore's expression shifted. The warmth remained, but something else joined it, something that looked almost like pain. "Harry," he said gently, "there were reasons. Good reasons. Your aunt is your mother's sister. Her blood protects you, an ancient magic, powerful magic. As long as you could call that place home, you were safe from those who wished you harm. I watched over you, Harry. From a distance, yes, but I watched. I knew you were safe. I knew you were alive. And I knew that one day, when you were ready, you would come to Hogwarts and learn the truth about who you are." "The truth," Harry repeated. "What truth? That I'm the boy who lived. That everyone expects me to fight the Dark Lord if he comes back. That I have a destiny I never asked for." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. "Who told you these things?" "No one had to tell me." Harry's voice rose despite himself. "I heard it. In the whispers. In the way people look at me. In the way you're looking at me right now. You see something when you look at me. A symbol. A weapon. Not a person." Madame Maxime spoke for the first time, her deep voice cutting through the tension like a blade. "The boy has made his choice, Dumbledore. He chose Beauxbatons. He chose to be a student, not a symbol. You cannot force him to be otherwise." Dumbledore turned to her, and for a moment, the mask slipped. Harry saw something cold behind those twinkling eyes, something calculating, something that had absolutely nothing to do with kindness. "With respect, Madame Maxime," Dumbledore said smoothly, "this is not simply a matter of choice. Harry is not an ordinary student. He never has been, and he never will be. The sooner he accepts that, the sooner he can begin to prepare for what lies ahead." "What lies ahead?" Harry demanded. "What are you talking about?" Dumbledore turned back to him, and the warmth returned, but now Harry saw it for what it was, a tool, a technique, a way of making people trust him. "There are things I cannot tell you here, Harry. Things too dangerous to speak of in the open. But I can tell you this, the darkness that defeated your parents is not gone. It is merely waiting. And when it returns, as it surely will, the wizarding world will need you. Will need the boy who defeated it once before. The words hung in the air like a prophecy, which, Harry realized with a chill, they probably were. I was a baby, he said, his voice barely a whisper. I didn't defeat anyone. I don't know how I survived. And I don't want to spend my life waiting for something that might never happen. Denial will not protect you, Harry. Dumbledore's voice was gentle, but there was steel beneath it. Running will not protect you. The only thing that will protect you, that will protect everyone, is preparation. Training. Understanding. At Hogwarts, you would have access to resources, to teachers, to knowledge that simply doesn't exist here. I'm not asking you to be a symbol. I'm asking you to be prepared. And if I say no? The question was direct, challenging. Harry saw Madame Maxime's fingers tighten on the arm of her chair. He saw Dumbledore's expression flicker again, that brief flash of something cold and calculating. Then I will respect your choice, Dumbledore said. I will return to Hogwarts and tell your story to those who ask, that you are safe, that you are well, that you have chosen a different path. But I will also tell you this, Harry, and I tell you with all the sincerity I possess, the path you have chosen is not an easy one. There are those who will seek you out, who will try to use you, who will try to harm you simply because of who you are. Here, you will be more exposed, more vulnerable, than you would be at Hogwarts. At Hogwarts, you would have the protection of your name, your history, your place. Here, you are just another foreign student. And that makes you a target. It was a good argument. Harry could see that. It was logical, reasonable, delivered with apparent concern. It was exactly the kind of argument designed to make a frightened 11-year-old change his mind. But Harry had spent 11 years learning to read people. He'd learned to read the Dursleys, to know when a look meant a beating was coming, to know when a tone of voice meant he'd be going hungry. And what he read in Dumbledore's eyes, beneath the warmth and the wisdom and the concern, was something he couldn't name but could feel. Control. Dumbledore wanted him at Hogwarts. Not for Harry's sake, for Dumbledore's. No. The word came out clear and strong. Harry stood taller, his shoulders back, his eyes meeting Dumbledore's without flinching. I'm staying here. This is my choice. My life. Not yours. Not anyone else's. Mine. For a long moment, no one moved. The fire crackled. The instruments whirred. And Albus Dumbledore looked at Harry Potter with an expression that was utterly unreadable. Then, slowly, Dumbledore smiled. It was a sad smile, a resigned smile, the smile of a man who had done his best and been rejected. Very well, Harry, he said softly. I will not force you. I cannot force you. But I will leave you with this. When you are ready, when you have questions that cannot be answered here, when you face dangers you cannot face alone, Hogwarts will welcome you. I will welcome you. You have only to ask. He turned to Madame Maxime and inclined his head. Thank you for your hospitality, Madame Maxime. And for your care of Harry. I trust you will keep me informed of his progress. It was a question, but it wasn't a question. It was a demand, dressed in polite language. Madame Maxime rose from her chair, her full height even more imposing than Dumbledore's. Harry's progress is Harry's business. And Beauxbatons' business. I will not be your correspondent, Dumbledore. If you wish to know how the boy fares, write to him. Directly. He can answer for himself. Dumbledore's eyes flickered, that cold flash again, there and gone. Then he nodded, as if he'd expected nothing less. Of course. My apologies. I meant no offense. He turned back to Harry, and for a moment, his eyes were simply tired, the eyes of an old man who had carried too many burdens for too long. Goodbye, Harry. I hope you find what you're looking for. He moved towards the door, his purple robe sweeping across the stone floor. He paused at the threshold, his back to Harry, and said one last thing. Your mother loved you more than anything in the world, Harry. More than life itself. Never forget that. And never forget that love is the most powerful magic there is. It's what saved you that night. It's what will save you again, when the time comes. Then he was gone, the doors closing softly behind him. Harry stood frozen in the center of the room, his heart pounding, his mind reeling. The fire crackled, the instruments whirred, and Madame Maxime watched him with dark, unreadable eyes. You did well, she said finally. Better than well. You stood against Albus Dumbledore and did not bend. That is not nothing, Harry Potter. That is everything. Harry looked at her, and for the first time since Fleur had come to the library, he felt the tension in his chest begin to ease. "He's not going to give up," Harry said. It wasn't a question. "No," Madame Maxime agreed. "He is not. But that does not mean you must give in. You have made your choice. Now you must live it. Every day, every lesson, every moment. Prove to yourself, and to him, that you are more than the story he wants to write." Harry nodded slowly. He thought of Fleur's words, of Camille's curiosity, of the lake and the library and the marble halls. He thought of Hedwig, waiting for him in his small room. He thought of the wand in his pocket, the wand that shared its core with darkness but that had chosen him anyway. "I will," he said. "I'll prove it." Madame Maxime smiled, a rare, genuine smile that transformed her severe features. "Good. Now go. You have missed lunch, and a growing boy needs food. There is a kitchen on the 3rd floor that serves all hours. Fleur will show you, if you ask." Harry turned to go, but paused at the door. "Madame Maxime, thank you. For letting me stay. For standing up for me." She waved a hand dismissively. "I did not do it for you, Harry. I did it for Beauxbatons. We do not surrender our students to the demands of other headmasters. But I am glad it aligned with your wishes. Now go. Eat. Rest. Tomorrow, your education truly begins." The kitchen on the 3rd floor was nothing like the Dursleys' spotless, sterile cooking space. It was warm and chaotic, filled with the clatter of pots and the chatter of house elves who moved so fast they were almost invisible. When Harry appeared in the doorway, a dozen elves stopped what they were doing and stared. "Visitor." One squeaked. "A student. In the kitchen. Hungry." Another announced. "He's hungry. Look at him. Skinny as an easel." Before Harry could protest, he was swept into the room and deposited at a small table in the corner. Within minutes, the table was covered with food, bread still warm from the oven, cheese that melted on the tongue, fruits he'd never seen before, and a steaming bowl of soup that smelled like heaven. "Eat, eat," the elves chorused, and Harry ate. He was halfway through his second bowl of soup when the kitchen door opened and Fleur slipped in. She looked relieved to see him. "You're alive," she said, sitting across from him. "I was worried." "He's gone," Harry said between mouthfuls. "Dumbledore. He left." Fleur nodded slowly. "My mother told me he would come. She said he would try to take you back. She didn't think you would resist." "I didn't resist," Harry said. "I just told him the truth. I don't want to be what he wants me to be." "And what is that?" Harry thought about it. The question was simple, but the answer was complicated. What did Dumbledore want? A weapon, a symbol, a boy who would grow up to fight the darkness so no one else had to. "I don't know exactly," Harry admitted. "But I know it's not what I want. I want to learn magic. I want to make friends. I want to be good at something that's mine, not something that happened to me when I was a baby. I want to be Harry. Just Harry." Fleur was quiet for a moment. Then she reached across the table and took his hand, a gesture so unexpected that Harry nearly dropped his spoon. "Then be Harry," she said simply. "Here, in this place, you can be whoever you choose. But you must choose. Every day. And you must be strong enough to keep choosing, even when it's hard. Especially when it's hard." Harry looked at her hand on his, at the warmth of her skin, at the seriousness in her dark eyes. She was only a year older than him, but in that moment, she seemed ancient, wise in ways he couldn't yet understand. "Why do you care?" he asked. "You don't know me. A week ago, I was just a name on a telephone call." Fleur smiled, and this time it was the warm smile, the real one. "Because I know what it's like to carry a name that isn't yours. My grandmother's name follows me everywhere. People expect me to be like her. To have her gift, her grace, her power. And I am not her. I am me. Fleur. Not Celeste's granddaughter. Just Fleur." She squeezed his hand. "You and I, we are the same. Different cages, but the same bars. So yes, I care." "Is that allowed?" Harry felt something shift in his chest, a loosening, a warming, a feeling he couldn't name but recognized as hope. "Yeah," he said quietly. "That's allowed." That night, Harry lay in his bed, staring at the plain white ceiling. Hedwig was on her windowsill, her amber eyes half closed, her feathers ruffled in sleep. The lake glittered beyond the glass, silver and still. He thought about Dumbledore. About the cold flash beneath the wharf. About the way he'd spoken of Harry's mother, using her love as a weapon, as a tool to make Harry trust him. He thought about the whispers, and how they'd been right all along. And he thought about Fleur. About her hand on his, about her words, about the way she'd looked at him not as a symbol but as a person. You and I, we are the same. Maybe that was true. Maybe it wasn't. But for the first time in his life, Harry felt like he wasn't entirely alone. Like there was someone in this world who saw him, really saw him, and didn't turn away. It was a small thing. A tiny thing. But it was enough. He closed his eyes, and for the first time since leaving Privet Drive, he slept without dreams. The next morning, Harry woke to find a letter on his bedside table. It was written on creamy parchment, sealed with wax stamped with the Beauxbatons crest. He broke the seal and read, "Harry, your classes begin today at 9. You will find your schedule attached. But before you attend, I ask that you meet me in my office. There is something I must show you, something I should have shown you the night you arrived. Come alone. Tell no one. Madame Maxime." Harry frowned. Something about the note felt wrong. The handwriting was too neat, too careful. And Madame Maxime had never addressed him so formally before. He looked at Hedwig. She was awake now, her head tilted, watching him with those intelligent amber eyes. "What do you think?" he whispered. Hedwig hooted softly, a questioning sound. Harry read the note again. Come alone. Tell no one. That was the part that bothered him most. Madame Maxime had never asked him to keep secrets from Fleur. In fact, she'd encouraged their friendship. He thought about Dumbledore's visit. About the cold flash in his eyes. About the way he'd said when you were ready, as if he knew something Harry didn't. Slowly, carefully, Harry folded the note and tucked it into his pocket. Then he dressed in his uniform, fed Hedwig a treat from the stash in his desk, and left his room. He did not go to Madame Maxime's office. Instead, he went to find Fleur. She was in the courtyard, practicing something with her wand, complex movements that left trails of silver light in the morning air. When she saw him, she stopped immediately. You're early, she said. Classes don't start for another hour. Harry pulled the note from his pocket and handed it to her. Read this. She did, her brow furrowing. When she looked up, her eyes were sharp. This isn't from Madame Maxime. I know. Who wrote it? Harry shook his head. I don't know, but I think someone wants me alone. Somewhere private. Away from everyone. Fleur's face paled. Dumbledore. Maybe. Or someone else. Someone who knows I'm here. They stood in silence, the morning sun warming their faces, the sound of fountains filling the air. Then Fleur grabbed his arm. Come with me. Quickly. We need to see Madame Maxime. The real Madame Maxime. They ran through the corridors, past early rising students and confused professors, until they reached the office with the ornate double doors. Fleur knocked sharply. Enter. Madame Maxime's voice was unmistakable. Harry pushed open the doors, and there she sat, behind her massive desk, exactly where she'd been the day before. She looked up, surprised. Harry. Fleur. Classes begin soon. What is the meaning of this? Harry handed her the note without speaking. She read it, and as she read, her expression darkened into something Harry had never seen before, something dangerous. Where did you get this? She asked, her voice low. My room. This morning. It was on my bedside table. Madame Maxime rose from her chair, her full height filling the room. She crossed to the fireplace, threw the note into the blue flames, and watched it burn. From now on, she said, turning back to them, you are never alone. Not in your room, not in the corridors, not anywhere. Fleur, you will stay with him between classes. I will assign others to watch at night. Someone is here, in this castle, who should not be. Someone who wants to harm you, Harry. Or take you. Perhaps both. Harry's blood ran cold. Dumbledore. I do not know. But I will find out. She looked at them both, her dark eyes blazing. Go to your classes. Act normally. Say nothing of this to anyone. And trust no one. No one except each other. Fleur took Harry's hand again, and this time, he held on tight. The game had changed. And Harry had the terrible feeling that it had only just begun. The days that followed the fake note blurred into a haze of fear and suspicion. Harry moved through his classes like a ghost, his eyes constantly scanning, his hand never far from his wand. Fleur stayed close, as promised, sitting beside him in every lesson, walking with him between classrooms, even eating all her meals at the same table. The other students noticed, of course. Camille's curiosity sharpened into something almost like jealousy, though she was too polite to say anything directly. "You're very lucky," she said one afternoon, watching Fleur whisper something in Harry's ear during a particularly tedious history of magic lecture. "Fleur Delacour never pays attention to anyone. She's too busy being perfect." Harry didn't respond. He was too busy watching the door. Madame Maxime had increased security throughout the chateau. Older students patrolled the corridors at night. New enchantments glimmered on every door and window. But so far, nothing had happened. No more notes. No strange visitors. No sign of whoever had slipped into Harry's room while he slept. That was the part that haunted him most. Someone had been in his room. Someone had stood over him while he lay unconscious and left a note designed to lure him into a trap. If they'd wanted to kill him, they could have. If they'd wanted to take him, they could have. But they hadn't. They'd wanted him to go somewhere alone. Somewhere private. Why? The question circled in his mind like a trapped bird, beating its wings against the bars of his understanding. 2 weeks after Dumbledore's visit, Harry sat by the lake with Fleur, watching the sunset paint the water in shades of orange and gold. The air was cold now, winter breathing down their necks, but Fleur had charmed a small bubble of warmth around them. It was a simple spell, she'd said, but Harry thought it was brilliant. "Do you think they'll try again?" he asked quietly. "Whoever left the note?" Fleur was silent for a moment, her dark eyes fixed on the horizon. "I think they are waiting. Watching. Seeing how we respond." She turned to him. "Madame Maxime's enchantments are strong. But no enchantment is unbreakable. If someone wants you badly enough, they will find a way." "That's not comforting. It's not meant to be. It's meant to be true." She reached out and touched his hand, a gesture that had become familiar over the past weeks. "But you are not alone, Harry. That is also true. Whatever comes, you have people who will fight beside you." Harry looked at her, at the sharp lines of her face, the intelligence in her eyes, the way the fading light caught the silver in her hair. She was beautiful, he realized. Not in the way the boys in his ear whispered about, but in a deeper way, a way that had nothing to do with appearance and everything to do with strength. "Why do you stay?" he asked. "You could be with the older students. The Crystal Flame students. They're your real friends." Fleur smiled, and it was the warm smile, the real one. "You are my real friend, Harry. Age doesn't matter. House doesn't matter. What matters is that when I look at you, I see someone worth knowing. Someone worth protecting." She paused, then added softly, "Someone worth loving." The word hung between them, heavy with meaning. Harry felt his cheeks warm, and he looked away, out across the lake. "I don't know what that means," he admitted. "Love. I don't think anyone's ever loved me. Not really. My parents died when I was a baby. The Dursleys, they didn't. And everyone else just sees the scar." Fleur was quiet for a long moment. Then she shifted closer, until her shoulder pressed against his. "I see you," she said. "Not the scar. Not the story. You, Harry. The boy who ran away from destiny because he wanted to be himself. That's brave. That's worth loving." Harry didn't know what to say. He'd never had anyone speak to him like this, like he mattered, like he was precious, like he was worth the effort. It scared him, almost as much as the thought of the Watcher in the shadows. "What if I'm not brave?" he whispered. "What if I'm just scared? What if I ran away because I was too afraid to face what everyone expects?" Fleur turned to face him fully, her eyes searching his. "Bravery isn't not being scared, Harry. Bravery is being scared and doing it anyway. You came here alone. You faced Dumbledore alone. You're still here, still fighting, still choosing yourself every single day. That's the bravest thing I've ever seen." The warmth in his chest spread, loosening the knots of fear and doubt that had lived there for as long as he could remember. He leaned into her, just slightly, and felt her lean back. For the first time in his life, Harry felt like he belonged somewhere. Like he was home. December arrived with a blanket of snow that transformed Beauxbatons into a winter wonderland. The lake froze over, and students skated on its surface, their laughter echoing across the ice. The chateau glittered with enchanted icicles that never fell, and the great hall was decorated with towering Christmas trees that smelled of pine and magic. Harry had never experienced anything like it. At Privet Drive, Christmas meant leftovers and hiding in his room while Dudley tore through mountains of presents. Here, it meant warmth and light and the simple joy of being included. Madame Maxime announced that students who wished to stay over the holidays were welcome, and Harry immediately decided to stay. He had nowhere else to go, and the thought of returning to England, even for a few weeks, made his stomach clench with dread. Fleur was staying too. Her family lived in France, but not far enough to make travel difficult. She'd invited Harry to spend Christmas Day with them, and he'd accepted with a mixture of excitement and terror. Meeting a real family. A real, loving family. What if he did something wrong? What if they didn't like him? You worry too much, Fleur said when he voiced these concerns. My mother already knows you. She's the one who took your phone call, remember? And my father is the kindest man in the world. He'll probably spend the whole meal trying to feed you. Just eat everything and you'll be fine. Harry laughed, a real laugh, the kind that came from deep in his chest. It felt good. It felt right. The night before the holidays began, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling, his mind too active to rest. Hedwig was asleep on her perch, her head tucked under her wing. The room was warm, the fire crackling softly in the grate. Everything was perfect. So why did he feel so uneasy? The feeling had been growing all day, a prickling at the back of his neck, a weight in the air that didn't belong. He dismissed it at first, nerves about Christmas, about meeting Fleur's family, about everything. But now, in the dark silence of his room, it was impossible to ignore. Someone is watching. The thought came from nowhere, but Harry knew it was true. He'd learned to trust his instincts in the cupboard under the stairs, where a split-second warning could mean the difference between a beating and survival. And his instincts were screaming now. He reached for his wand on the bedside table. His fingers closed around it, the familiar warmth spreading through his hand. Slowly, carefully, he sat up. The room was exactly as it should be. The fire crackled. The moonlight streamed through the window. Everything was still, but the weight remained. The watching. Harry slid out of bed, his bare feet silent on the cold stone floor. He moved to the window, looking out at the lake, at the frozen surface glittering in the moonlight. Nothing moved. Nothing stirred. Then he saw it. A figure stood at the edge of the lake, at the very spot where he and Fleur had sat that evening. It was tall and dark, silhouetted against the snow, and it was looking directly at his window. Harry's heart stopped. He couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't think. The figure simply stood there, watching, waiting. And then it raised one hand. A slow, deliberate gesture. A wave. A greeting. A threat. Harry stumbled back from the window, his wand raised, his mouth open to shout. But before he could make a sound, the figure was gone. Vanished. As if it had never been. He stood there for a long time, trembling, staring at the empty shore. Hedwig woke and hooted softly, questioning. Harry didn't answer. He couldn't. When he finally crawled back into bed, he didn't sleep. He lay awake, his wand clutched in his hand, his eyes fixed on the window, waiting for the figure to return. It didn't. But Harry knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that it would. The next morning, he told Fleur. They sat in their usual spot by the lake, though closer to the chateau now, within sight of the doors, and Harry described what he'd seen. The figure. The wave. The vanishing. Fleur listened without interrupting, her face growing paler with each word. You're sure it was real? She asked when he finished. Not a dream. Not your imagination. I'm sure. Harry's voice was steady, though his hands still trembled slightly. I felt it, Fleur. The watching. It woke me up before I even looked outside. Something was there. Someone. Fleur nodded slowly. We have to tell Madame Maxime. I know. But what if it's nothing? What if it was just someone taking a walk? A groundskeeper. An older student. At midnight. In the freezing cold. Standing still, staring at your window. Fleur shook her head. That's not nothing, Harry. That's something. And we need to know what. They found Madame Maxime in her office, reviewing holiday schedules. She listened to Harry's account with the same intensity Fleur had shown, her dark eyes never leaving his face. You saw this figure clearly? She asked. Clearly enough. Tall. Dark clothes. Standing at the edge of the lake. And it waved at you. It raised its hand. Like it knew I was watching. Like it wanted me to know it was there. Madame Maxime was silent for a long moment. Then she stood and moved to the window, looking out at the same lake Harry had described. "The enchantments on this castle are the strongest in Europe," she said quietly. "No one can enter without permission. No one can pass the boundaries without triggering alarms. If someone was there, on the shore, they should have been detected. Unless they're already inside," Fleur said quietly. Madame Maxime turned, her eyes sharp. "What do you mean?" "I mean the note. The one that appeared in Harry's room. Whoever left it was already inside. Already past your enchantments. And now they're watching from outside. Testing. Seeing how we respond." Fleur's voice was calm, but Harry could hear the fear beneath it. What if they're not trying to get in? What if they're already in, and they're just waiting? The silence that followed was heavy, suffocating. Harry thought of the figure at the lake, of the raised hand, of the way it had vanished. He thought of the note on his bedside table, of how easily someone had entered his room while he slept. "They're already inside." The words echoed in his mind, cold as the winter air. Madame Maxime moved to her desk and pressed a small silver bell. Within moments, 3 older students appeared, 2 boys and a girl, all wearing the obsidian knight badge that marked them as the most advanced students in the school. "You will escort Harry Potter to the guest quarters near my office," Madame Maxime commanded. "He will stay there until further notice. You will guard him in shifts. No one enters without my express permission. No one." The students nodded and moved to flank Harry. He stood, his legs unsteady, and looked at Fleur. "Come with me," he said. It wasn't a question. Fleur looked at Madame Maxime, who nodded almost imperceptibly. Then she took Harry's hand, and together, surrounded by guards, they left the office. The guest quarters were luxurious, far more comfortable than Harry's small room, but he couldn't enjoy them. He sat on the edge of the large bed, staring at the door, his wand in his hand. Fleur sat beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched. "Who is it?" Harry whispered. "Who's doing this?" Fleur shook her head. "I don't know. But I know they're afraid of you." "Afraid? Of me?" Harry laughed bitterly. "I'm 11. I can barely do a proper Lumos charm. What's there to be afraid of? Not of what you are now. Of what you could become." Fleur turned to face him. "You're Harry Potter. The boy who survived. The boy the Dark Lord couldn't kill. If someone is trying to get to you, it's because they think you matter. Because they think you're dangerous. To them." Harry stared at her. "But I'm not dangerous. I'm not anything." "You're everything," Fleur said softly. "You just don't know it yet." They sat in silence for a long time, the fire crackling, the night pressing against the windows. Harry thought about the figure at the lake. About the wave. About the way it had looked at him, not with hatred, not with malice, but with something else. Something almost like recognition. "It knows me." The thought was terrifying. Because if it knew him, then it knew things about him. Things he didn't even know himself. The next few days passed in a blur of guarded movements and hushed conversations. Harry was allowed to attend his classes, but always with escorts. He ate his meals in a small private dining room, away from the other students. He slept in the guest quarters, with guards outside his door. Christmas came and went. Harry spent the day with Fleur's family, as planned, but the joy was muted, shadowed by the constant awareness of danger. Fleur's parents were kind, as promised, her mother warm and elegant, her father exactly as Fleur had described, constantly offering food and asking gentle questions about Harry's life. But Harry couldn't relax. Every shadow seemed to move. Every sound seemed a threat. Fleur noticed. Of course she noticed. She stayed close, her hand often in his, her presence a steady anchor in the storm of his fear. "You're safe," she whispered as they walked back to Beauxbatons that evening, the stars cold and bright above them. "I won't let anything happen to you." Harry wanted to believe her. He wanted to believe that love and friendship and warmth could protect him from whatever was watching from the shadows. But he'd learned, in the cupboard under the stairs, that the world didn't work that way. Danger didn't care about love. Danger came anyway. January brought new term and new routines, but the Watcher didn't return. Days turned into weeks, and slowly, cautiously, life at Beauxbatons returned to something like normal. Harry's guards were reduced. He moved back to his own room. The weight of watching began to lift. But Harry didn't forget. He couldn't forget. The figure at the lake was etched into his memory, a permanent scar on his sense of safety. He threw himself into his studies with renewed intensity. If someone was afraid of what he could become, then he would become it. He would learn everything, master everything, until he was strong enough to face whatever came. Professor Fontaine noticed the change. "You're progressing faster than any first year I've taught," she said after a particularly impressive charm. "Natural talent, yes, but also drive. Something is pushing you. Something personal." Harry didn't answer. He just nodded and asked for the next lesson. February arrived, bringing with it a letter that changed everything. It was delivered by an unfamiliar owl, a sleek, gray creature with intelligent yellow eyes. Harry was in the library when it landed on his table, extending one leg to offer the parchment. He took it warily, his heart already beginning to pound. The seal was unfamiliar, a serpent coiled around a skull, pressed into black wax. Harry broke the seal with trembling fingers and read, "Harry Potter, you do not know me, but I know you. I know where you came from. I know what you carry. And I know what you are running from. Dumbledore wants to use you. That much is clear, but he is not the only one with interest in your future. There are others who see your potential. Others who could offer you what Beauxbatons cannot: power, knowledge, the truth about your parents' death. If you want to know who really killed them, and why, meet me at the edge of the lake, midnight, March the 1st. Come alone. Tell no one. If you don't come, you will never know the truth. And the truth, Harry Potter, is the only thing that can set you free." There was no signature, no name, just the serpent seal and the promise of answers. Harry stared at the letter for a long time, his mind racing. His parents' death, the truth, the thing he'd wondered about every night since Hagrid had told him they were gone. He thought of Dumbledore, of the cold flash beneath the wharf. He thought of the figure at the lake, of the raised hand. He thought of Fleur, of her hand in his, of her promise to protect him. "Come alone. Tell no one." The same words as the first note. The same demand for secrecy. The same trap. But this time, the bait was different. This time, it was something Harry couldn't ignore. His parents. The truth about their death. He folded the letter carefully and tucked it into his pocket. Then he looked up at the gray owl, still waiting on the table. "Tell them I got it," he whispered. "Tell them I'll think about it." The owl hooted softly and flew away, disappearing through the library. Window into the cold February air. Harry sat alone in the silence, the weight of the letter burning against his chest. March the 1st, midnight, the edge of the lake. He had 3 weeks to decide. 3 weeks to choose between safety and truth. 3 weeks to figure out who to trust, and who to fear. 3 weeks. 21 days of pretending everything was normal while the letter burned a hole in Harry's pocket. He carried it everywhere, folded small, tucked into the innermost pocket of his robes, pressed against his heart. At night, he read it by wandlight, tracing the words until he knew them by heart. The truth about your parents' death. The phrase circled in his mind like a curse he couldn't break. Fleur noticed something was wrong. Of course she noticed. She noticed everything about him. "You're different," she said one evening in late February, as they sat in their usual spot by the frozen lake. The ice had thickened over the past weeks, and students still skated during the day, but at this hour, the shore was empty. Distant. "You barely hear me when I talk. What's wrong?" Harry forced a smile. "Nothing. Just tired. Studying too much." Fleur's dark eyes searched his face. He could feel her looking through him, past the mask he tried so hard to maintain. "You're lying." "I'm not." "You are." Her voice was soft but certain. "I know you, Harry. Better than anyone here. Better than anyone anywhere, probably. You're scared. I can see it. And you're keeping something from me." The truth clawed at his throat, desperate to escape. He wanted to tell her. He wanted to pull out the letter, show her the serpent seal, let her help him carry the weight. But the letter had been clear. "Come alone. Tell no one." And after the first note, after the trap that almost was, Harry couldn't shake the fear that anyone who knew would be in danger. Including Fleur. Especially Fleur. "It's nothing," he repeated, and this time the lie felt like a betrayal. "Just homesick, maybe. Or something. I don't know." Fleur studied him for another long moment, then nodded slowly. "If you say so." "But Harry." She reached out and took his hand, her fingers warm against his cold skin. "Whatever it is, you don't have to carry it alone. That's what friends are for. That's what I'm for." Harry looked at their joined hands, at the contrast between her pale skin and his, at the simple fact of connection. He thought about the figure at the lake, about the wave, about the way it had vanished. He thought about the serpent seal and the promise of truth. Tell no one. He squeezed her hand once, then let go. I know. Thank you. But he didn't tell her. And the weight in his chest grew heavier. The days crawled past, each one bringing March 1st closer. Harry threw himself into his studies with desperate intensity, hoping that mastering new spells would quiet the voice in his head that whispered go, go, go. It didn't work. Nothing worked. The letter waited, patient as the serpent on its seal. He researched in the library, looking for anything that might identify the symbol. The serpent coiled around the skull was nowhere in any of the texts he could access, not in the heraldry books, not in the histories of magical families, not even in the sections on dark wizards that were kept under restricted access. It was as if the symbol didn't exist. Or as if someone had made sure it couldn't be found. That thought was more chilling than any specific knowledge would have been. Camille noticed his distraction too, though her interpretation was different. You're in love, she announced one day at lunch, with the casual certainty of someone who had decided something and would not be dissuaded. That's why you're so spacey. It's Fleur, isn't it? Everyone can see it. Harry nearly choked. On his bread. What? No. We're friends. Just friends. Friends who hold hands and stare at each other like the other hung the moon. Camille raised an elegant eyebrow. Please. I may be young, but I'm not blind. We don't stare at each other. You do. Constantly. It's actually quite sweet. She leaned forward, her eyes bright with curiosity. So, is it serious? Have you kissed yet? Camille. Harry's face burned. We're 11. Well, she's 12. Almost 13. But still. We're not. Camille laughed, a light, musical sound. Oh, Harry. You're so innocent. It's adorable. She patted his hand and returned to her meal, leaving Harry spluttering and red-faced. But her words lingered. Did he stare at Fleur? Did she stare at him? He thought about the way she looked at him sometimes, the way her eyes softened when she said his name, the way her hand always found his when they walked together. Was that love? He didn't know. He'd never had anyone to love before. Never had anyone who loved him. The thought was too big, too frightening. He pushed it away and focused on the countdown. 4 days left. The night before March 1st, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his bed, fully dressed beneath the covers, his wand in one hand and the letter in the other. The fire had burned low, casting long shadows across the room. Hedwig was awake too, her amber eyes fixed on him with an expression that seemed almost worried. I have to go, he whispered to her. I have to know. Hedwig hooted softly, a questioning sound. I know it's dangerous. I know it might be a trap. But what if it's not? What if someone really knows what happened? What if I can finally understand why they died? Why I survived? His voice cracked. I need to know, Hedwig. I need to know. The owl tilted her head, then hopped from her perch to land on his bed. She pressed her beak against his hand, a gesture of comfort that brought tears to his eyes. You'll watch over me? He asked. From the window. If something goes wrong, you can find Fleur. You know where she sleeps. Hedwig hooted once, firmly. Agreement. Harry nodded and tucked the letter back into his pocket. Then he closed his eyes and waited for midnight. The clock in the corridor struck 12, the chimes muffled by the thick stone walls. Harry slipped out of bed, his heart pounding so loudly he was sure it would wake the entire castle. He moved to the window, looking out at the lake. The shore was empty. No figure. No movement. Just snow and ice and moonlight. He took a deep breath and opened his door. The corridor was dark, the enchanted torches dimmed for the night. Harry crept along the wall, his footsteps silent on the cold stone. He passed door after door, each one a reminder of the students sleeping safely inside, unaware of the danger their classmate was walking towards. The stairs were worse, open and exposed, with nothing to hide behind if a patrolling student appeared. Harry pressed himself against the wall at every landing, listening, waiting, moving only when the silence held. He made it to the ground floor without incident. The entrance hall loomed before him, vast and empty, the marble pillars casting long shadows in the moonlight. He crossed it quickly, his eyes fixed on the doors. The doors opened silently, swinging inward at his touch. Cold air rushed in, sharp as a blade, stealing his breath. Harry stepped through and pulled them closed behind him. The night was clear and bitterly cold. His breath fogged in front of his face as he made his way across the snow-covered grounds, following the path he'd walked 100 times with Fleur. The lake glittered ahead, frozen and still, and beyond it, the mountains rose like silent sentinels. No one waited at the shore. Harry stopped at the edge of the ice, his eyes scanning the darkness. Nothing moved. Nothing stirred. Just the wind and the cold and the pounding of his own heart. Then a voice spoke from behind him. You came. Harry spun, his wand raised, his heart in his throat. A figure stood a few meters away, half hidden in the shadow of a large oak. Tall and dark, just as Harry remembered. But as it stepped forward, into the moonlight, Harry saw that it wasn't a man at all. It was a woman. She was beautiful in a way that was almost frightening, pale skin, dark hair pulled back severely, high cheekbones that caught the light like carved marble. Her eyes were the color of amber, almost glowing in the darkness, and they fixed on Harry with an intensity that made him want to step back. But he didn't. He held his ground, his wand steady. Who are you? He demanded. His voice was steady. He was proud of that. The woman smiled, a slight curve of perfectly shaped lips. My name is Narcissa Black. Though you may know me better as Narcissa Malfoy. The name hit Harry like a physical blow. Malfoy. The boy in Madame Malkin's. The pale, bored face with the drawling voice. This was his mother. What do you want? Harry's grip on his wand tightened. Why did you bring me here? Narcissa Malfoy studied him for a long moment, her amber eyes unreadable. You have your mother's eyes, she said finally. Lily Evans. I remember her. We were at Hogwarts together. Different houses, different worlds, but I remember her. She was bright, like a flame in the darkness. Harry's throat tightened. You knew my mother. I knew of her. Everyone knew of her. She was famous, even then. Beautiful, talented, and hopelessly in love with a man who was nothing but trouble. Narcissa's voice held no malice, only a kind of distant observation. James Potter was a good man, in his way. But he came from old money and old power, and that combination rarely ends well. What do you want? Harry repeated. The cold was seeping through his robes, but he barely felt it. All his attention was fixed on the woman before him. Narcissa moved closer, and Harry tensed, ready to run or fight or whatever was necessary. But she stopped a few feet away, close enough to see clearly, far enough to avoid immediate threat. I want to offer you a choice, she said. The same choice I was never given. The truth. What truth? The truth about your parents' death. About the night Voldemort came to your house. She spoke the name without flinching, without fear, and that told Harry more about her than anything else could have. The truth about why you survived. And the truth about Albus Dumbledore. Harry's heart hammered. Dumbledore. What does he have to do with it? Narcissa's smile widened, but there was no warmth in it. Everything, Harry. Dumbledore had everything to do with it. He always does. She reached into her robes and pulled out a small, worn photograph. She held it out, and after a moment's hesitation, Harry took it. The photograph showed two women, young and laughing, their arms around each other. One was clearly Narcissa, younger, softer, but unmistakably her. The other was a woman Harry had never seen before, with dark hair and a mischievous smile. My sister, Narcissa said quietly. Andromeda. She was my favorite, my best friend, and she fell in love with a Muggleborn. A man named Ted Tonks. My family, we were not kind to Muggleborns. It was not allowed. Andromeda chose love over family, and my mother and father cast her out. Erased her, as if she'd never existed. Harry stared at the photograph, at the two laughing women, at the love in their eyes. I'm sorry, he whispered. Narcissa's gaze was distant, lost in memory. I never saw her again. Not really. A few letters, at first, but my mother intercepted them, burned them. Andromeda became a stranger, a ghost. She looked at Harry, and her eyes were bright with unshed tears. Do you know why I'm telling you this? Harry shook his head. Because Dumbledore could have stopped it. He was chief warlock. He had influence, power, reach. He could have spoken to my parents, could have reminded them that blood purity is a lie, that love is what matters. But he didn't. He did nothing. Because Andromeda was inconvenient. Because helping her would have cost him political capital he wasn't willing to spend. The words landed like stones, each one heavier than the last. Harry thought of the Dursleys, of the cupboard, of the years of neglect. Dumbledore could have stopped that too. Could have checked on him, made sure he was fed, made sure he was loved. But he didn't. He did nothing. He only acts when it serves him, Narcissa continued. When it serves his precious, greater good. Your parents' death. He could have prevented it. He had spies, informants, the most extensive network in the wizarding world. He knew Voldemort was after you. He knew your parents were in danger. And he did nothing. Because your parents' sacrifice, their deaths, made you what you are. Made you the symbol he needed. Harry's blood ran cold. That's not true. You're lying. Am I? Narcissa's voice was soft, almost gentle. Then why did he leave you with muggles who hated you? Why didn't he visit, write, check on you? Why did he wait 11 years to tell you who you are? Think, Harry. Think about what you've felt since you learned about him. The whispers. The watching. The sense that something was wrong. The whispers. She knew about the whispers. How? As if reading his mind, Narcissa smiled again. I know more than you think, Harry. I know about the voices in the walls, the warnings in the dust motes. I know about the feeling of being watched, of being weighed, of being measured for a role you never asked to play. I know because I've felt it too. We all have, in our own way. The ones Dumbledore marks for his greater good, we all feel it. The strings. The cage. Harry's hand trembled on his wand. Everything she said matched what he'd felt, what the whispers had told him. But it also matched what a clever liar would say. How could he know the difference? Why should I trust you? He demanded. You're a Malfoy. Your husband was a Death Eater. Your son. My son is 11 years old, Narcissa cut in, her voice sharp for the first time. He knows nothing of politics or prophecies or the games of old men. He is a child, just as you are. And if Dumbledore had his way, you would both be pawns on his board, moved and sacrificed as he saw fit. She stepped closer, close enough that Harry could see the lines of strain around her eyes, the weariness in her face. I am not asking you to trust me, Harry. I am asking you to listen. To learn. To decide for yourself, based on evidence, not on the stories others tell you. She reached into her robes again and produced a small leather journal, worn with age. This was my sister's, Andromeda's. She kept it during her years at Hogwarts, before she was cast out. In it, she writes about Dumbledore. About his visits to our family, his conversations with my parents, his encouragement of their purity beliefs. Read it. See for yourself. Harry took the journal. It felt warm in his cold hands, as if it held some lingering trace of its owner. Why are you giving me this? He asked. What do you want from me? Narcissa looked at him for a long moment, her amber eyes unreadable. Then she said something that chilled him to the bone. I want you to survive, Harry. I want you to grow up free, unshaped by the hands that want to mold you. Because if you don't, if you become what Dumbledore intends, then my son will be next. Draco will be the next piece on the board. And I will not let that happen. She stepped back, fading into the shadows. Read the journal. Learn the truth. And when you're ready, when you understand what's really at stake, send word. Use the owl that brought the letter. She will find me. Wait, Harry started, but she was already gone. Vanished, just like the figure at the lake. As if she'd never been. He stood alone in the freezing night, Andromeda's journal clutched to his chest, the weight of her words pressing down on him like the entire castle had fallen on his shoulders. Dumbledore. The whispers. The greater good. Andromeda's story. Narcissa's warning. Draco's future. He didn't know what to believe. He didn't know who to trust. But he knew one thing with absolute certainty, his life was not his own. It never had been. And if he wanted to change that, he needed to understand why. He turned and walked back towards the chateau, the journal burning against his heart. The next morning, Harry didn't go to breakfast. He didn't go to classes. He sat in his room, Andromeda's journal open on his lap, and he read. He read about a girl who loved her family but hated their beliefs. Who watched her parents sneer at Muggleborns and felt sick to her stomach. Who fell in love with a boy named Ted and knew, with terrible certainty, that her family would never accept him. He read about Dumbledore's visits to the Black household. About his polite conversations with her parents, his gentle nods at their purity rhetoric, his careful silence when they spoke of keeping the bloodlines strong. Andromeda had noticed. She'd written about it with growing unease. He could say something, she wrote. He has so much power, so much influence. If he told them they were wrong, they might listen. But he doesn't. He just smiles and nods and leaves. It's like he wants them to believe this. Like it serves some purpose I can't see. Harry's stomach turned. He thought of the Dursleys, of their hatred of magic, of how Dumbledore had left him there. Andromeda was right. It was a pattern. A design. He read on, through Andromeda's growing isolation, her desperate love for Ted, her final decision to leave everything behind. The last entry was heartbreaking. I leave tonight. I don't know if I'll ever see my sister again. I don't know if she'll forgive me. But I know that if I stay, I'll become like them. Cold, cruel, alone. I choose love. I choose Ted. I choose me. If Narcissa ever reads this, I love you. I will always love you. Forgive me. Harry closed the journal, tears streaming down his face. He thought of Fleur, of her hand in his, of her words about being worth loving. He thought of Narcissa, standing in the cold, offering him truth at the cost of her own pain. And he thought of Dumbledore. The great and wise Albus Dumbledore. Who could have helped Andromeda but didn't? Who could have saved Harry from the Dursleys but didn't? Who let people suffer and die because it served some invisible purpose? The greater good. Harry wiped his eyes and tucked the journal into his bedside drawer, next to the letter with the serpent seal. Then he sat on his bed, staring at the wall, and tried to figure out what to do next. A knock at the door made him jump. Harry. Fleur's voice, soft and worried. Are you in there? You missed breakfast. You missed charms. Professor Fontaine is worried. I'm worried. Please open the door. Harry looked at the door, at the shadow of her feet beneath it. He thought about telling her everything, the letter, the meeting, the journal, the truth about Dumbledore. He thought about her hand in his, her eyes on his, her promise to protect him. But he also thought about Narcissa's warning. About the danger of trust. About the possibility that anyone could be working for Dumbledore, even without knowing it. He opened the door. Fleur stood there, her dark eyes wide with concern. She took one look at his face, red-rimmed eyes, tear tracks still visible, and pulled him into a hug so tight he could barely breathe. Whatever it is, she whispered into his hair, we'll figure it out together. I promise. Harry clung to her, the journal's truth burning in his mind, the serpent's promise coiled in his chest. He wanted to believe her. He wanted to believe that together they could face anything. But the whispers had taught him otherwise. And the whispers, he was beginning to realize, had never lied. He pulled back, looking into her worried eyes. There's something I need to tell you, he said. Something important. But you have to promise me something first. Anything. Promise me that whatever I tell you, you won't tell anyone. Not your mother. Not Madame Maxime. Not anyone. This has to stay between us. Forever. Fleur's brow furrowed, but she nodded slowly. I promise, Harry. Whatever it is, I'll keep it secret. You have my word. Harry took a deep breath. The weight of the truth pressed against his chest, demanding release. And then he told her everything. Fleur listened without interrupting. She sat on Harry's bed, her back against the headboard, her dark eyes fixed on his face as he paced the small room and told her everything. The first letter with the serpent seal. The 3 weeks of silence. The midnight meeting at the lake. Narcissa Malfoy's appearance, her words about Dumbledore, her sister's journal. Andromeda's story. The pattern of neglect, of manipulation, of sacrifice dressed up as destiny. When he finished, the room was silent except for the crackling fire and Hedwig's soft hoots from her perch. Harry stood by the window, his back to Fleur, staring out at the frozen lake where everything had changed. So, he said quietly, now you know. I'm not just some boy who ran away from a school he didn't like. I'm running from something bigger. Someone bigger. And I don't know if I can keep running forever. Behind him, he heard Fleur shift on the bed. Then her footsteps approached, and he felt her hand on his shoulder, gentle and warm. Turn around, she said softly. He turned. Fleur's face was pale, her eyes bright with something that might have been tears or might have been fire. But her voice was steady, steady as stone. Thank you, she said. For trusting me. For telling me the truth. Harry shook his head. You shouldn't thank me. I've put you in danger just by telling you. If Dumbledore finds out that you know. Dumbledore is not here. Fleur's voice sharpened. Dumbledore is in England, hundreds of miles away. And even if he were standing in this room right now, I would not take back a single word you've said. Do you understand me, Harry? I chose to know. I chose to stay. Whatever comes, we face it together. Harry stared at her, at the fierce determination in her young face, at the way she stood so close that he could feel the warmth of her through their robes. She was 12, almost 13. She should be worrying about exams and friendships and which house she'd be sorted into next year. Instead, she was standing beside him against the most powerful wizard in the world. "Why?" he whispered. "Why would you do that? You don't owe me anything." Fleur reached up and touched his face, her cool fingers tracing the line of his jaw. "Because you're worth it, Harry. Because when I look at you, I don't see the boy who lived. I don't see a symbol or a weapon or a pawn. I see someone brave and kind and scared and alone. I see someone who deserves to be loved. And she paused, her cheeks flushing slightly. "I want to be the one who loves him." The words hung in the air between them, fragile and precious as spun glass. Harry's heart hammered against his ribs. No one had ever said anything like that to him. No one had ever looked at him the way Fleur was looking at him now, like he mattered, like he was precious, like he was worth any risk. "I don't know how to do this," he admitted. "I don't know how to let someone care about me. The Dursleys, they made sure I never learned." Fleur smiled, and it was the warm smile, the real one, the one that made her look like sunlight breaking through clouds. "Then we'll learn together. Slowly. Carefully. One day at a time." She took his hand and squeezed it. "But first, we need to figure out what to do about Narcissa Malfoy. And about the journal. And about Dumbledore." Harry nodded, grateful for the shift in focus. The feelings swirling in his chest were too big, too new, too frightening. Better to focus on something concrete. Something he could fight. "She said to send word when I'm ready," he said. "Use the same owl. But ready for what?" "She didn't say. She just gave me the journal and vanished." Fleur moved to the desk, where the journal still lay open to Andromeda's last entry. She read it slowly, her lips moving slightly as she translated the English in her mind. "Your mother's sister," she said finally. "This Andromeda. She chose love over family. She chose to be herself, even though it cost her everything." She looked up at Harry. "Narcissa lost her sister because of Dumbledore's silence. She's been carrying that pain for decades. And now she sees the same thing happening to you, someone being shaped, used, sacrificed for a cause they never chose. She's not just warning you, Harry. She's trying to save you. The way she couldn't save Andromeda." It made sense. Terrible, heartbreaking sense. Narcissa's amber eyes, bright with unshed tears as she spoke of her sister. The way her voice had cracked on Andromeda's name. The journal, worn with age and reading, passed to a stranger because she had no one else to give it to. "What do I do?" Harry asked. "Do I send word? Do I meet with her again?" Fleur considered for a long moment. I think you need more information first. The journal is one thing, but it's her sister's words, filtered through memory and grief. We need to know more about Dumbledore. About what he's really done. About why Narcissa is so certain he's dangerous. And how do we do that? We're 11. We can't exactly march into the restricted section of the library and demand the truth about the Supreme Mugwump. Fleur smiled, a glint of mischief in her eyes. "No, but I know someone who can." The someone turned out to be Fleur's mother. Mademoiselle Delacour, Apolline, as she insisted Harry call her when they weren't in formal settings, lived in a small village on the outskirts of the French countryside, in a house that looked like it had grown out of the earth rather than been built upon it. Stone walls covered in climbing roses. Windows that caught the light like water. A garden that bloomed even in February, warmed by subtle enchantments Harry was only beginning to understand. Fleur had arranged the visit through a series of carefully worded notes, delivered by Hedwig and answered by Apolline's own elegant owl. Madame Maxime had approved the trip, a weekend visit to a classmate's family, perfectly normal, perfectly innocent. No one suspected anything more. They arrived on a Saturday morning, stepping through the flow in Madame Maxime's office and emerging in Apolline's cheerful kitchen. Harry stumbled out of the fireplace, covered in soot, and found himself face to face with the woman who had answered his desperate phone call 6 months ago. Apolline Delacour was beautiful in the same way Fleur was. Beautiful, elegant, graceful, with the kind of features that belonged on ancient coins or in paintings. But where Fleur's beauty was sharp and bright, Apolline's was soft and warm, like a fire on a cold night. "Harry," she said, crossing the kitchen to take his hands in hers. "You're even smaller than I imagined. And thinner. Have they been feeding you at that school?" Harry laughed despite himself. Yes, mademoiselle, I mean, Apolline. They feed me. A lot. I've always been small. Apolline's eyes, the same dark chocolate as Fleur's, studied him with an intensity that reminded him of her daughter. We'll fix that. A few good meals and you'll be tall as a tree. Now come, sit. Fleur said you needed to talk. Important things. Things that couldn't wait. She led them to a small sitting room, its walls lined with books and photographs. Harry spotted Fleur at various ages, a baby, a toddler, a serious-faced child holding a wand for the first time. In one photograph, a younger Apolline stood with a tall, handsome man who could only be Fleur's father. Papa is at work, Fleur explained, noticing his gaze. He's a healer at the magical hospital in Paris. He won't be back until tonight. It's just us. Harry nodded and sat on the edge of a soft armchair, suddenly nervous. How did you tell someone's mother that the most powerful wizard in the world might be manipulating you for his own purposes? How did you ask for help without sounding insane? Apolline sat across from him, her hands folded in her lap, her expression patient and kind. Start at the beginning, she said softly. Start with why you called Beauxbatons instead of accepting Hogwarts. I've wondered about that every day since your call. So Harry started at the beginning. The cupboard under the stairs. The whispers in the walls. The feeling of being watched, weighed, measured. The letters from Hogwarts, torn and burned. Hagrid's visit, his stories about Dumbledore, his reverence for the man who had left Harry on a doorstep. The decision to run. The phone call in the dark. And then, Narcissa. The serpent seal. The journal. The truth about Andromeda. Apolline listened without interrupting, her face growing graver with each word. When Harry finished, she was silent for a long moment, her dark eyes fixed on some point in the distance. I knew Andromeda Black, she said finally. Not well. She was a few years ahead of me at Beauxbatons. She transferred here after her family's difficulties. We shared a potions class. She was brilliant, kind, and so sad, all the time, even when she smiled. I never knew why, until now. She looked at Harry, and her eyes were bright with unshed tears. Dumbledore. I've heard the name, of course. Everyone has. He's spoken of like a saint, a savior, the only thing standing between us and darkness. But I've also heard other things. Whispers, you'd call them. Rumors. Stories that don't fit the picture. Like what? Harry leaned forward. Apolline hesitated, then rose and crossed to a bookshelf. She pulled down a thin volume, its cover worn and faded, and handed it to Harry. This is a history of the Grindelwald War, she said. Written by a German wizard who lived through it. It's not widely read, too many uncomfortable truths. But it mentions Dumbledore. More than mentions him. Harry opened the book, scanning the pages. His French was improving, but the dense text was difficult. Fleur moved to sit beside him, translating softly as he read. And it was during this period that Albus Dumbledore, then a young man of considerable talent but little reputation, first came to prominence. His defeat of Grindelwald in 1945 is well documented, but less well known as their earlier relationship. The two were close friends in their youth, so close that some speculated. Harry's eyes widened. Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Friends. The darkest wizard before Voldemort, and the man everyone called the greatest light. The extent of Dumbledore's knowledge of Grindelwald's early activities remains a matter of debate. Some sources suggest he was aware of his friend's growing darkness but chose not to act, hoping perhaps to change him from within. Others go further, suggesting a shared ideology, the subjugation of Muggles for the greater good, that Dumbledore later renounced. What is certain is that their final duel was not simply a battle of good against evil. It was the culmination of a personal tragedy, a friendship turned to enmity, a love, for there are those who say it was love, turned to hate. Harry looked up at Apolline. He was in love with Grindelwald. Some say so. Others say it was something else, an obsession, a fascination with power and what it could achieve. The truth, as always, lies somewhere in between. But the point is this: Dumbledore is not simple. He is not the pure, good, wise figure he presents to the world. He is complicated, flawed, capable of great good and, perhaps, great evil. Harry thought about the whispers. About the cold flash beneath the warmth. About Andromeda's journal, and Narcissa's tears, and the pattern of neglect that stretched across decades. He left me with the Dursleys, he said quietly. He knew they'd hate me. He knew they'd make my life miserable. But he did it anyway. Because my aunt's blood would protect me. Because I needed to suffer to be safe. Appeline's face tightened. That is the greater good, Harry. Sacrificing the one for the many. It sounds noble. It sounds right. But the ones being sacrificed rarely agree. What do I do? Harry asked. I'm 11. I can't fight Dumbledore. I can't even understand half of what's happening. No, Appeline agreed. You can't. Not alone. But you don't have to be alone. She looked at Fleur, then back at Harry. You have my daughter. You have me. You have Madame Maxime, whether she knows the full truth or not. And you have Narcissa Malfoy, who clearly sees something in you worth saving. She's a Malfoy, Harry said. Her husband. Her husband is a fool who backed the wrong side and now spends his days pretending it never happened. Appeline's voice was sharp. But Narcissa is not her husband. She is a mother, first and always. And mothers, Harry, will do anything to protect their children. Anything. Trust me on that. Harry thought of Petunia, who had never protected him from anything. Who had stood by while Vernon locked him in a cupboard, while Dudley punched him, while they starved him and froze him and made him feel like less than nothing. Not all mothers were the same. But Appeline's point stood. Narcissa had risked everything to meet him, to give him the journal, to warn him. That meant something. I need to see her again, Harry said. I need to ask her more questions. Find out what she knows about Dumbledore's plans. About what he wants from me. Appeline nodded slowly. But carefully. Very carefully. If Dumbledore has spies, and he almost certainly does, they'll be watching for any contact with known Death Eater families. The Malfoy name is poison in certain circles. We used the Serpent Owl before, Fleur said. It found Harry. Can we use it again? The Serpent Owl is Narcissa's personal messenger, Appeline replied. It will find her anywhere. But sending a message is one thing. Meeting in person is another. You were lucky the first time, Harry. Lucky no one saw you leave, lucky no one followed, lucky Narcissa chose a spot outside the castle's enchantments. Next time, the luck might run out. Then we make our own luck, Harry said. The words came out stronger than he felt, but saying them made them feel more true. We plan, we prepare, we don't take chances. Appeline studied him for a long moment, then smiled, a warm, proud smile that made Harry's chest tighten with an emotion he couldn't name. You remind me of someone, she said softly. Someone I knew a long time ago. Brave, determined, refusing to be a victim. She reached out and touched his cheek. Your mother would be proud of you, Harry. Very proud. Harry's eyes burned. He looked away, blinking rapidly. You didn't know my mother. No, but I know what it costs to be brave when you're terrified. And I know that Lily Evans, from everything I've heard, was the bravest woman of her generation. The apple, it seems, does not fall far from the tree. They stayed for dinner, though Harry barely tasted the food. His mind was churning, processing, planning. Fleur sat close beside him, her knee pressed against his under the table, a steady warmth that anchored him to the present. After dinner, Appeline pulled Harry aside. They stood in the garden, surrounded by winter roses that shouldn't have been blooming, their petals soft and fragrant in the cold air. I have something for you, Appeline said. She reached into her pocket and produced a small silver mirror, no larger than Harry's palm. This is a communication mirror. There are two, this one, and one I keep with me. If you need help, if you're in danger, if you just need to talk, hold this and say my name. I will hear you. I will come. Harry stared at the mirror, at his own reflection staring back. I can't take this. It's too valuable. It's valuable because you're valuable. Appeline pressed it into his hands. You're a child, Harry. A child caught in a game played by adults who should know better. You deserve protection. You deserve people who will fight for you. Take the mirror. Use it when you need it. That's all I ask. Harry's throat was too tight for words. He nodded, clutching the mirror to his chest. Appeline smiled and pulled him into a hug, warm and fierce and so unlike anything he'd ever experienced that he almost broke down right there. But he held it together. He held it together because that's what he'd learned to do. Hold it together until he was alone. When they flowed back to Beauxbatons that night, Harry's pocket held the mirror and his heart held something he couldn't name. Something that felt almost like family. The next weeks were a study in patience. Harry didn't send for Narcissa immediately. He waited, letting the information settle, letting the fear fade enough to think clearly. He read Andromeda's journal again and again, memorizing passages, underlining phrases. He researched Dumbledore in every text he could find, piecing together a picture that didn't match the saintly figure Hagrid had described. The man had a brother, Aberforth, who ran a pub in Hogsmeade and rarely spoke to him. He had a sister, Ariana, who had died young under mysterious circumstances. He had been offered the position of Minister of Magic multiple times and refused it every time. He collected strange instruments and studied obscure branches of magic. He was, by all accounts, brilliant and eccentric and impossible to truly know. But beneath the brilliance, beneath the eccentricity, Harry began to see the pattern Andromeda had noticed. The silences, the calculated omissions, the way Dumbledore's greater good always seemed to benefit Dumbledore's plans. March faded into April. The snow melted, and the lake thawed, and the grounds of Beauxbatons bloomed with flowers Harry couldn't name. He turned 12, a small celebration with Fleur and Camille and a cake from the house elves. No cards from England, no word from anyone who might have remembered. He didn't mind. He had Fleur. He had the mirror in his pocket and the journal in his drawer and the growing certainty that he was doing the right thing. And then, on a warm April evening, the serpent owl returned. Harry was in his room, reading, when it appeared at his window, gray feathers, yellow eyes, the same sleek creature that had brought the first letter. He opened the window, and the owl hopped inside, extending one leg. The parchment was sealed with the same serpent and skull wax. Harry broke it with trembling fingers and read, "Harry, I have learned something you need to know. Something about Dumbledore's plans for you. Plans that go far beyond Hogwarts. Plans that involve your scar, your survival, and the prophecy you've never been told. I cannot write it here. Too dangerous. Too many eyes. Meet me at the same place. April 30th, midnight. Come alone, but this time, bring someone you trust. Someone who can witness. Someone who can help you carry what you're about to learn. If you don't come, you will never know the truth. And the truth, Harry, is the only thing that can save you. Narcissa." Harry read the letter 3 times, his heart pounding. A prophecy. Plans involving his scar. Plans beyond Hogwarts. He thought of Fleur, of her promise to stand with him. He thought of Apolline, of the mirror in his pocket. He thought of Madame Maxime, who had protected him from Dumbledore once already. April 30th. 5 days away. He folded the letter and tucked it into the drawer, next to Andromeda's journal. Then he went to find Fleur. She was in the library, as he'd expected, studying for end-of-year exams. She looked up when he approached, reading his face instantly. What happened? Harry handed her the letter without speaking. She read it, her expression shifting from curiosity to concern to something harder, fiercer. A prophecy, she whispered. About you. I don't know what it says. I don't know if it's real. But Narcissa thinks it is. And she thinks Dumbledore has plans for me because of it. Harry sat down heavily beside her. I have to go. I have to know. Fleur nodded slowly. And you have to take someone you trust. Someone who can witness. She looked at him, her dark eyes steady. Take me. Fleur. I'm going, Harry. Don't argue. She reached under the table and took his hand. You're not doing this alone. Whatever the prophecy says, whatever Dumbledore plans, we face it together. That's what you promised me, remember? Together. Harry looked at their joined hands, at the simple fact of connection. He thought about the danger, about the risk, about everything that could go wrong. But he also thought about the warmth in her eyes, the steadiness of her voice, the way she made him feel like he wasn't alone in the universe. Together, he agreed. April 30th, midnight. The edge of the lake. 5 days to prepare. 5 days to wait. 5 days to wonder what truth waited in the darkness. April 30th arrived wrapped in clouds that promised rain but delivered only tension. Harry spent the day moving through his classes like a puppet, his body present but his mind entirely elsewhere. Professor Fontaine called on him twice in charms, and twice he had to ask her to repeat the question. Camille shot him curious looks across the lunch table. Even the house elves seemed to sense something was wrong, piling extra food on his plate as if hoping to distract him from whatever darkness occupied his thoughts. Fleur was his anchor. She sat close, as always, her knee pressed against his under tables, her hand brushing his in corridors. She didn't try to fill the silence with meaningless chatter. She simply stayed, present, steady, real. By evening, the clouds had cleared, leaving a sky scattered with stars and a moon so bright it cast shadows. Harry stood at his window, watching the lake glitter below, and tried to calm the frantic beating of his heart. Hedwig hooted softly from her perch. She knew something was happening. She always knew. "I'll be back before dawn," Harry whispered to her. "Watch for me. If I'm not back by sunrise, find Fleur. Find Madame Maxime." "Okay." The owl tilted her head, her amber eyes unreadable, then hooted once. Agreement. Understanding. A soft knock at his door made him jump. He crossed the room and opened it to find Fleur, dressed in dark clothes that blended with the shadows, her wand in her hand. "Ready," she whispered. Harry nodded. He grabbed his own wand, checked that the mirror from Apolline was still in his pocket, and stepped into the corridor. They moved like ghosts through the sleeping chateau. Fleur knew the patrol schedules, the blind spots in the enchantments, the paths that would keep them hidden. She led him through service corridors and past storage rooms, downstairs that hadn't been used in decades, until finally they emerged into the cold night air through a small door hidden behind overgrown ivy. The grounds stretched before them, silver in the moonlight. The lake was a sheet of polished obsidian, reflecting the stars. And at its edge, just visible against the dark water, stood a figure. Narcissa Malfoy. Harry's breath caught. She was alone, as promised, her dark robes blending with the night. Even from this distance, he could see her watching them, waiting. Fleur squeezed his hand once, then released it. "Together," she whispered. They walked forward, side by side, their footsteps silent on the dew-wet grass. As they drew closer, Harry saw that Narcissa's face was pale, strained, her amber eyes shadowed with something that looked almost like fear. "Harry," she said softly. "You came. And you brought." Her gaze shifted to Fleur, sharp and assessing. "Who is this?" "Fleur Delacour," Harry said. "She's my friend. I trust her with my life." Narcissa studied Fleur for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then she nodded slowly. "The Delacour family. I know of them. Good blood. Old magic. Not the kind that concerns itself with purity games." She extended a hand to Fleur. "You're brave to be here, child. Braver than you know." Fleur took the hand briefly, her chin lifted. "I'm not brave. I'm loyal. There's a difference." A flicker of something, approval, perhaps, crossed Narcissa's face. Then she turned back to Harry, and the warmth faded, replaced by the same weary intensity he remembered from their first meeting. "I have things to tell you," she said. "Things that cannot be unheard. Once you know, you cannot unknow. Are you certain you want to hear them?" Harry thought about the cupboard under the stairs. About the whispers in the walls. About Dumbledore's warm smile and cold eyes. About the weight he'd carried his entire life without understanding why. "I'm certain," he said. Narcissa nodded and reached into her robes. She produced a small, crystal vial filled with a swirling silver substance that seemed to glow from within. "Do you know what this is?" she asked. Harry shook his head. "It's a memory. A memory of a conversation that took place 16 years ago, in a pub called the Hog's Head, in Hogsmeade. A conversation between Albus Dumbledore and Sybil Trelawney, a woman who would later become the divination professor at Hogwarts." Narcissa held up the vial, the silver liquid catching the moonlight. "In this memory, Trelawney spoke a prophecy. A prophecy about you." Harry's heart stopped. "About me. About the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. About the boy born at the end of July to parents who had defied Voldemort 3 times. Narcissa's voice was soft, almost gentle. "About you, Harry. And about another. Another." The word echoed in Harry's mind, raising questions he couldn't form. "My source was there," Narcissa continued. "Hidden, listening. He captured the prophecy in this vial before anyone knew what had happened. Before Dumbledore could control the narrative. This is the truth, Harry. The unvarnished, unedited truth. Are you ready to hear it?" Harry looked at Fleur. She nodded, her face pale but determined. "Yes," he said. "Tell me." Narcissa uncorked the vial and tipped it into the air. The silver substance flowed out like liquid light, spreading and swirling until it formed a scene, a dimly lit room, a bar, a staircase. 2 figures stood at the top of the stairs, a man with long silver hair and a beard, and a woman with enormous glasses that magnified her eyes to twice their normal size. Dumbledore and Trelawney. The scene played out in silence, but the words were clear, carried on the silver light. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. The silver light faded, collapsing back into the vial. Narcissa caught it and tucked it away, her eyes fixed on Harry's face. Harry couldn't speak. The words echoed in his mind, endless and terrible. Either must die at the hand of the other. Neither can live while the other survives. It meant he had to kill Voldemort. Or Voldemort would kill him. There was no other option. No escape. No future where they both simply lived. Fleur's hand found his, squeezing hard. He barely felt it. Do you understand now? Narcissa asked quietly. Why Dumbledore wanted you at Hogwarts. Why he's been watching you, planning for you, shaping you since the night your parents died. He wants me to fight, Harry whispered. He wants me to be a weapon. He wants you to be the weapon that kills Voldemort. Yes. Narcissa's voice was flat, matter of fact. He's been preparing for this since before you could walk. The Dursleys weren't just for protection, they were for conditioning. To make you hard. To make you hungry for a place to belong. To make you grateful when he finally offered you Hogwarts. Can't you see it? Everything he's done has been calculated to make you exactly what he needs. Harry thought of the cupboard. The hunger. The loneliness. The desperate, aching need for someone to care. And then Hagrid, arriving like a savior, offering a world where Harry was special, where Harry mattered. It had felt like salvation. But what if it was just the next step in a plan? What about the prophecy? Fleur asked. Her voice was steady, though Harry could feel her trembling. It says he has power the Dark Lord knows not. What power? Narcissa shook her head. No one knows. Dumbledore has theories, I'm sure. Love, perhaps. Sacrifice. The things the Dark Lord doesn't understand because he's incapable of feeling them. But the prophecy doesn't specify. It only says the power exists. Harry has to discover it himself. Or be shaped into it, Harry said bitterly. By Dumbledore. By everyone who thinks they know what's best for me. Exactly. Narcissa stepped closer, her amber eyes burning. That's why I came to you, Harry. That's why I gave you Andromeda's journal, why I'm telling you this now. You have a choice. You can let Dumbledore mold you into his weapon, his savior, his sacrifice. Or you can choose your own path. Find your own power. Decide for yourself what kind of person you want to be. And if I choose my own path, what then? Voldemort's still out there. The prophecy still exists. Either he kills me or I kill him. Those are the only options. Narcissa's expression softened, just slightly. The prophecy says you have the power to vanquish him. It doesn't say you have to do it alone. It doesn't say you have to do it Dumbledore's way. It doesn't even say you have to do it at all, just that you can. The choice, Harry, is always yours. The prophecy doesn't control you. You control the prophecy. The words landed like stones in still water, sending ripples through everything Harry thought he knew. He'd spent his whole life being told what he was: freak, burden, savior, weapon. But no one had ever told him he had a choice. No one had ever said you decide. What do I do? He asked. The question was raw, honest, desperate. Narcissa reached out and touched his cheek, just as Apolline had done. Her hand was cool, but the gesture was warm. You live, Harry. You grow. You learn. You become strong, not the kind of strong Dumbledore wants, but the kind of strong that comes from knowing yourself. And when the time comes, when the Dark Lord returns, and he will return, make no mistake, you face him on your terms. Not Dumbledore's. Not anyone's. Yours. But how? I'm 11. I'm nothing. You're not nothing. Fleur's voice was fierce. You're the bravest person I know. You ran from destiny because you wanted to be yourself. That's not nothing. That's everything. Narcissa looked at Fleur, and for the first time, a genuine smile touched her lips. She's right, Harry. You've already done what few people ever manage. You've chosen yourself over expectation. That's the first step. The hardest step. The rest is just walking. She stepped back, fading into the shadows. I have to go. If Lucius knew I was here, if anyone knew. She shook her head. But I'll find you again. When there's more to tell. When you're ready to hear it. Until then, trust no one. Not Dumbledore. Not his spies. Not anyone who tries to tell you who you're supposed to be. Wait, Harry said. The prophecy. The other one. You said it was about me and another. Who's the other? Narcissa paused, her face half in shadow. That, Harry, is a question for another night. A question with an answer that will change everything you think you know. But not tonight. Tonight, you have enough to carry. She raised her wand, and the air around her began to shimmer. Thank you, Harry said quickly. For the truth. For everything. Narcissa's eyes met his one last time. You're worth the truth, Harry. Never forget that. Then she was gone. Vanished, as if she'd never been. Harry stood at the edge of the lake, Fleur's hand in his, the weight of prophecy pressing down on his shoulders. The stars wheeled overhead, indifferent. The water lapped at the shore, patient and eternal. We should go back, Fleur whispered. Before anyone notices. Harry nodded. But he didn't move. He couldn't. His mind was still processing, still reeling, still trying to find solid ground in a world that had just shifted beneath his feet. Either must die at the hand of the other. Neither can live while the other survives. You have the power to vanquish him. The choice is yours. He looked at Fleur, at her pale face and steady eyes, at the girl who had chosen to stand beside him without knowing what she was choosing. She was 12. She should be worrying about exams and friends and which house she'd be sorted into next year. Instead, she was here, in the cold and the dark, holding his hand like it was the most natural thing in the world. Why? He asked. Why do you stay? Fleur smiled, and even in the moonlight, he could see the warmth in it. Because you're worth staying for. Because when I look at you, I don't see a prophecy or a weapon or a savior. I see Harry. Just Harry. And just Harry is enough. Something cracked in Harry's chest. The last wall, perhaps, the final barrier he'd built against the world. He leaned into her, just slightly, and felt her lean back. They stood like that for a long time, two small figures at the edge of a vast lake, holding each other against the darkness. They made it back to the chateau without incident, slipping through the hidden door and creeping up the service stairs to their respective rooms. Harry fell into bed fully clothed, his mind still churning, and stared at the ceiling until dawn painted it gray. He didn't sleep. He couldn't. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the prophecy playing out in silver light. Heard the words echo in his skull. Felt the weight of a destiny he'd tried so hard to escape. But beneath the weight, beneath the fear, something else stirred. Something that felt almost like defiance. The choice is yours. Narcissa's words. They repeated in his mind like a mantra, like a lifeline. He had a choice. He could decide. He could be more than what Dumbledore wanted, more than what the prophecy demanded. He didn't know how. He didn't know if it was even possible. But for the first time in his life, Harry believed that it might be. The next morning, he found Fleur in their usual spot by the lake. She looked as tired as he felt, dark circles under her eyes, but she smiled when she saw him. Couldn't sleep either. Harry shook his head and sat beside her. The lake glittered in the morning sun, beautiful and ordinary, as if nothing had changed. But everything had changed. What do we do now? Fleur asked quietly. Harry thought about it. About Dumbledore. About Voldemort. About the prophecy and the choice and the weight of everything he'd learned. We live, he said finally. We grow. We learn. We become strong, not for anyone else, but for ourselves. And when the time comes, we face it together. Fleur nodded slowly. Together. They sat in silence, watching the water, and for the first time since the serpent owl had appeared at his window, Harry felt something like peace. But peace, he was learning, never lasted. 3 days later, Madame Maxime summoned Harry to her office. He went alone, Fleur waiting anxiously outside, his heart pounding with each step. The doors swung open at his approach, revealing the headmistress seated behind her massive desk. Her face was grave, her dark eyes shadowed with concern. Harry, she said, please sit. He sat. The chair was too big, too soft, making him feel small and young. I received a message this morning, Madame Maxime continued. From England. From Hogwarts. She paused, her gaze searching his face. Albus Dumbledore requests a meeting. With you. Here, at Beauxbatons, with myself present. He says it's urgent. He says there are things you need to know, things about your parents, about your past, about why he left you with the Dursleys. Harry's blood ran cold. Dumbledore wanted to meet. Now, of all times, after the prophecy, after Narcissa's warnings. When? He asked, his voice steady despite the fear coiling in his chest. Tomorrow. He's coming tomorrow afternoon. Madame Maxime leaned forward. You don't have to see him, Harry. You can refuse. I'll support whatever decision you make. Harry thought about it. About the prophecy. About the choice. About Narcissa's words. Trust no one who tries to tell you who you're supposed to be. But he also thought about his parents. About the truth he still didn't have. About the questions that haunted him every night. I'll see him, Harry said. But not alone. Fleur stays with me. And you. And I want to record everything he says. Madame Maxime's eyebrows rose. Record. I have a way. Harry touched his pocket, where the mirror from Apolline lay hidden. It could do more than just communicate, Apolline had shown him. It could capture moments, preserve them, play them back. Evidence. Proof. I need to know what he says. Really says. Not what he wants me to hear. Madame Maxime studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. You're growing up, Harry Potter. Faster than anyone should have too. But if this is what you want, I'll allow it. I'll be there. And so will Fleur. Harry nodded and rose to leave. At the door, he paused. Madame Maxime, do you trust Dumbledore? The headmistress was silent for a long moment. Then she said, quietly, I trust that he believes he's doing the right thing. Whether he actually is, that's a different question. One I'm no longer certain I can answer. Harry left the office, found Fleur waiting in the corridor, and told her everything. Tomorrow, Dumbledore would come. And Harry would be ready. The afternoon sun streamed through the tall windows of Madame Maxime's office, casting golden light across the marble floor and the polished surface of her massive desk. Harry sat in the same chair he'd occupied 3 days earlier, but everything else had changed. Fleur stood behind him, one hand resting lightly on his shoulder. Madame Maxime occupied her throne-like seat, her dark eyes fixed on the door. They were waiting. The flow in the corner flared green, and Albus Dumbledore stepped out, brushing a speck of soot from his deep purple robes. He looked exactly as Harry remembered, tall, imposing, with that magnificent silver beard and those half-moon spectacles that did nothing to hide the sharp intelligence behind them. Madame Maxime, Dumbledore said, inclining his head gracefully. Thank you for agreeing to see me. And Harry. His gaze shifted, and the famous twinkle appeared in his eyes. You look well. Beauxbatons clearly agrees with you. Harry didn't smile. He didn't respond. He simply watched, his hand in his pocket, fingers curled around the mirror that was already recording. Dumbledore's expression flickered, just for a moment, just a fraction of a second, before settling back into warm benevolence. He moved to the chair across from Harry and sat, arranging his robes with the care of someone who knew exactly how much attention every gesture received. Shall we begin? Madame Maxime's voice was neutral, professional. You requested this meeting, Dumbledore. You said it was urgent. Indeed. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly, his eyes fixed on Harry. There are things you need to know, Harry. Things I should have told you long ago. About your parents. About the night they died. About why I made the choices I made. Harry's heart hammered, but his voice was steady. Then tell me. Dumbledore nodded slowly, as if acknowledging a challenge accepted. Your parents were among the bravest people I ever knew. James was reckless and brilliant, always rushing into danger without thinking. Lily was the opposite, careful, strategic, but just as brave in her own way. They joined the Order of the Phoenix, a secret organization fighting Voldemort, when they were barely out of school. They fought, they risked everything, and in the end, they gave their lives to protect you. I know that, Harry said. Hagrid told me. Hagrid told you the story. The simple version. But there's more. Dumbledore paused, his eyes searching Harry's face. There was a prophecy, Harry. A prophecy made before you were born, foretelling the coming of a child who would have the power to defeat the Dark Lord. Voldemort heard part of it, just part, and decided that child was you. That's why he came to your house that night. That's why your parents died. Harry kept his face carefully blank. He knew about the prophecy. He'd seen it, heard it, felt it burn into his memory. But Dumbledore didn't know that. Dumbledore thought he was revealing a secret. I've carried the weight of that prophecy for 16 years, Dumbledore continued. I've watched over you, protected you, guided you from afar. The Dursleys, your aunt and uncle, were part of that protection. Your mother's blood, living in your aunt, created a powerful enchantment. As long as you could call that place home, Voldemort's followers couldn't reach you. I know it wasn't easy. I know they weren't kind. But it was necessary, Harry. It kept you alive. It kept me alive, Harry repeated flatly. Locked in a cupboard. Starved. Beaten. Told I was worthless every single day for 11 years. That kept me alive. Dumbledore's expression shifted. Pain, perhaps, or something that looked like it. I am sorry for that, Harry. More sorry than you can know. But there was no other way. The magic required that you live with your mother's blood relative. It was the only protection strong enough. You could have checked on me. Harry's voice rose slightly, despite his efforts to stay calm. You could have made sure I was fed. You could have sent someone to make sure they weren't. He stopped, unable to find words for the years of neglect, the casual cruelty, the endless, grinding loneliness. I watched from afar, Dumbledore said quietly. I knew you were alive. I knew you were safe from external threats. I didn't know, he stopped, and for the first time, something genuine seemed to flicker in his eyes. I didn't know the details. I should have. That was my failure, and I'm deeply sorry. Sorry doesn't feed a starving child, Fleur said quietly from behind Harry. Her voice was soft, but it cut through the room like a blade. Dumbledore looked at her, surprise flickering across his features. You must be Mademoiselle Delacour. I've heard good things about you. I'm sure you have. Fleur's hand tightened on Harry's shoulder. I'm sure you hear good things about everyone who might be useful to you someday. The twinkle in Dumbledore's eyes dimmed, just slightly. I see Harry has found a fierce defender. That's good. He needs people who care about him. He has people who care about him, Fleur said. He doesn't need you. Madame Maxime shifted in her chair, a subtle warning. Fleur, perhaps. It's all right. Harry touched Fleur's hand gently. Let him finish. I want to hear what else he has to say. Dumbledore studied Harry for a long moment, his expression unreadable. You've changed, he said finally. The boy I met 6 months ago was scared and uncertain. The boy I see now is something else entirely. What happened, Harry? You happened, Harry thought. The whispers happened. Narcissa happened. The truth happened. But he said nothing. Just waited. Dumbledore sighed, a sound that seemed to carry the weight of centuries. There's more you need to know. About the prophecy. About what it means for your future. He paused, choosing his words carefully. The prophecy states that you have a power the Dark Lord knows not. A power that will allow you to defeat him when the time comes. I've spent years trying to understand what that power is, and I believe I've found the answer. Harry leaned forward slightly, despite himself. What is it? Love. Dumbledore's eyes were bright, intense. Your mother's love, the love that saved you that night, created a protection that lives in your very blood. That protection is why you survived. And it's the key to everything. Voldemort doesn't understand love, can't understand it. It's his greatest weakness and your greatest strength. Love, Harry repeated. It sounded so simple, so inadequate. Love is the most powerful magic there is, Harry. More powerful than any spell, any potion, any dark art. It's what will save you in the end. It's what will save us all. Harry thought about Fleur's hand in his. About Appeline's hug. About Narcissa's warning. About the way his heart had cracked open when he'd realized someone actually saw him, actually cared. Was that love? Was that power? And the other part of the prophecy? He asked. The part about either dying at the hand of the other. Dumbledore's expression flickered again, surprise this time, quickly hidden. How do you know about that? I asked Hagrid. He told me there was a prophecy. He didn't know the words, but he knew there was one. I figured there had to be more. It was a lie, smooth and quick. Harry was surprised at how easily it came. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Yes, there is more. The prophecy states that neither can live while the other survives. It means that ultimately, one of you must kill the other. There is no other way. The words hung in the air, heavy as lead. Harry had heard them before, in silver light by the lake, but hearing them spoken aloud by Dumbledore himself was different. It made them real. Made them inevitable. What if I don't want to kill anyone? Harry asked quietly. What if I don't want to be a weapon? Dumbledore's eyes softened. I understand, Harry. I do. No one wants to carry such a burden. But the burden chooses us, not the other way around. Voldemort will not stop. He will return. I've seen signs, felt the stirrings of his power, and when he does, he will come for you. He will kill everyone you love, destroy everything you care about, until there's nothing left but darkness. The only way to stop that is to stop him. Permanently. And you want me to be the one to do it. I want you to be prepared to do it. There's a difference. Dumbledore leaned forward, his voice dropping to something almost intimate. I don't want you to be a weapon, Harry. I want you to be a protector. A guardian. The one who stands between the darkness and everyone who can't fight for themselves. That's what your parents did. That's what I've tried to do my whole life. And that's what you're destined to do. Destiny. The word grated against everything Harry had learned, everything he'd chosen. What if I don't believe in destiny? He asked. Dumbledore smiled gently. Destiny doesn't require belief, Harry. It simply is. Like gravity. Like magic. You can deny it all you want, but it won't change the truth. And what is the truth? Harry's voice sharpened. That you left me with people who hated me. That you've been planning my life since before I was born. That you see me as a tool to defeat your enemy, not as a person who deserves to choose his own path. The room went very still. Madame Maxime's hand tightened on her chair. Fleur's fingers dug into Harry's shoulder. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes. Something cold and calculating that Harry had seen before. You're angry, Dumbledore said softly. You have every right to be angry. But anger clouds judgment, Harry. It makes us see enemies where there are only allies, traps where there are only opportunities. I am not your enemy. I have never been your enemy. I am the man who has spent 16 years trying to keep you alive and prepare you for what's coming. By leaving me in a cupboard. Yes. The word was simple, direct, unapologetic. By leaving you in a cupboard. By trusting that the hardest path was the right path. I made choices, Harry. Difficult choices. Some of them were wrong. I admit that. But they were made with the best intentions, with the hope that you would survive long enough to have this conversation. Harry stared at him, searching for the lie, the manipulation, the cold calculation beneath the warmth. He found it, just a flicker, just a shadow, but it was there. Dumbledore was playing a game. Harry just couldn't see all the pieces. What do you want from me? Harry asked. Why are you really here? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then he reached into his robes and produced a small, worn photograph. He held it out to Harry. It showed a young woman with red hair and green eyes, laughing at something outside the frame. She was beautiful in a way that made Harry's chest ache. Your mother, Dumbledore said quietly. Lily. Taken a few months before she died. I've kept it all these years, waiting for the right moment to give it to you. Harry took the photograph. His hands trembled slightly. His mother. His real mother. Not a story, not a whisper, not a faded memory from someone else's mind. Her face. Her smile. Her eyes, the eyes everyone said he had. She was beautiful, he whispered. She was. Dumbledore's voice was soft, gentle. And she loved you more than anything in the world. More than James. More than life itself. That love saved you, Harry. It's still saving you. It's the reason you're here, the reason you have a future, the reason you can choose your own path. Harry looked up from the photograph. Then why didn't you tell me about her? Why didn't you give me this years ago? Because you weren't ready. Because the pain would have been too much. Because I was waiting for the right moment. Dumbledore's eyes met his, and for the first time, Harry saw something that might have been genuine regret. I made mistakes, Harry. I'll admit that freely. But I never stopped caring about you. I never stopped hoping you would find your way. The photograph was warm in Harry's hands. His mother's face smiled up at him, frozen in a moment of joy he would never share. He wanted to believe Dumbledore. He wanted to believe that the man who had kept this memory for 16 years was the wise, kind figure everyone described. But the whispers wouldn't let him. The warnings. The cold flash beneath the warmth. Trust no one who tries to tell you who you're supposed to be. I need time, Harry said finally. To think about all of this. To process it. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Of course. Take all the time you need. But Harry. He paused, choosing his words carefully. When you're ready, when you have questions that need answers, when you face dangers you can't face alone, Hogwarts will welcome you. I will welcome you. You have only to ask. The same words he'd spoken 6 months ago. The same offer. The same promise. Harry nodded and slipped the photograph into his pocket, next to the mirror that had recorded everything. Thank you for coming, Madame Maxime said, rising from her chair. I'll see you to the flow. Dumbledore stood, his robes settling around him like wings. He looked at Harry one last time, his blue eyes unreadable behind those half-moon spectacles. Goodbye, Harry. I hope you find what you're looking for. Then he was gone, stepping into the green flames and disappearing with a soft whoosh. The moment the flames died, Harry pulled out the mirror. He touched its surface, and the recorded conversation began to play back. Dumbledore's voice, clear and precise, every word captured. You got it all? Fleur asked, moving to stand beside him. Every word. Harry watched himself on the small screen, watched his own face as Dumbledore spoke of love and destiny and preparation. He's good. Really good. He almost had me believing him. Almost. Harry looked at her. The photograph. It's real. I can feel it. But the way he used it, the timing, it was too perfect. Like he knew exactly what would reach me. Madame Maxime returned, closing the door behind her. He's had 16 years to study you, Harry. To understand what makes you tick. Of course he knows what would reach you. The words were cold, but true. Harry tucked the mirror away, his mother's photograph pressed against his heart. What do I do now? He asked. Madame Maxime moved to her desk and sat heavily. You prepare. You learn. You grow stronger, not just magically, but in every way. And you decide, carefully and deliberately, what kind of person you want to be. The prophecy. The prophecy is words, Harry. Words spoken by a woman who may or may not have seen the future. Words interpreted by Dumbledore to suit his purposes. The only power they have is the power you give them. Harry thought about that. About Narcissa's warning. About Dumbledore's manipulation. About the choice that was always, always his. I want to learn more, he said. About the prophecy. About Dumbledore's past. About everything. Narcissa said there was more, about the other person in the prophecy. I need to know. Madame Maxime nodded slowly. Then we find out. Carefully. Quietly. Without alerting anyone that we're looking. I can help. Fleur's voice was steady. My mother has contacts. People who knew Dumbledore during the Grindelwald War. People who might be willing to talk. Good. Madame Maxime looked at Harry, her dark eyes serious. But be careful, both of you. Dumbledore has eyes everywhere. If he suspects you're digging into his past, he'll act. And next time, he might not be so polite. Harry nodded, his hand moving to his pocket, to the mirror and the photograph and the weight of everything he'd learned. He wasn't the same boy who'd run from Hogwarts 6 months ago. He wasn't the same boy who'd stood in this office facing Dumbledore for the first time. He was changing, growing, becoming something new. And whoever that something was, Harry was determined that it would be his choice. No one else's. That night, he wrote a letter. It was short, careful, encoded in a simple cipher Fleur had taught him. He addressed it to Narcissa Malfoy, care of the serpent owl that always found him when she needed. I need to know about the other one. The other child in the prophecy. Meet me when you can. Same place. Same time. I'll bring Fleur. I'm ready for more truth. He tied it to the gray owl's leg and watched it fly into the darkness, a small silver speck against the stars. Then he went to bed, his mother's photograph under his pillow, and dreamed of green eyes and red hair and a woman whose smile he'd never seen until today. The answer came 3 nights later. Harry woke to the soft tapping of a beak against his window. The serpent owl sat on the sill, yellow eyes glowing in the moonlight. He let it in, and it extended one leg, carrying a single sheet of parchment. Narcissa's handwriting was elegant, precise. May 15th. Midnight. The lake. Come alone, but bring the girl. She's earned the right to know. The truth about the other child will change everything. Be certain you're ready. N. Harry read it 3 times, his heart pounding. May 15th. 12 days away. 12 days to prepare, to wait, to wonder. He looked at Hedwig, who watched him with knowing amber eyes. 12 days, he whispered. And then everything changes again. Hedwig hooted softly, as if to say, everything always changes. The only question is how. Harry tucked the letter away and lay back, staring at the ceiling. 12 days. He could wait 12 days. He hoped. Less than end of thinking greater than ### chapter 10, the other child. The 12 days crawled past like years. Harry threw himself into his studies with desperate intensity, as if mastering every spell and potion could somehow prepare him for whatever truth waited at the lake. Professor Fontaine praised his progress. The other students noticed his focus, his distance, the way he moved through corridors like a ghost wrapped in flesh. Only Fleur knew the truth. Only Fleur saw the fear beneath the calm. They spent every moment together now, eating side by side, studying in the library, walking the grounds when the weather allowed. Camille had given up trying to insert herself into their bubble, settling for curious glances and the occasional pointed question that Harry deflected with practiced ease. "Do you ever wonder," Fleur asked one evening, as they sat by the lake watching the sunset paint the water gold, "what your life would be like if you'd gone to Hogwarts?" Harry considered the question. It felt like looking into an alternate universe, a version of himself that had stepped onto that train, worn those scarlet robes, sat in that great hall beneath that enchanted ceiling. "I'd be different," he said finally. "I'd be what they wanted. The boy who lived. The savior. I'd spend every day living up to a story I never asked to be part of." He looked at her, at the golden light catching the edges of her dark hair. "I wouldn't have you." Fleur smiled, but it was a sad smile. "You might have found someone else. Someone at Hogwarts. A friend who could have helped you carry the weight." "I don't want someone else." The words came out before Harry could stop them, raw and honest. "I want you." The silence that followed was thick with meaning. Fleur's cheeks flushed slightly, but she didn't look away. She reached out and took his hand, lacing her fingers through his. "You have me," she said softly. "Always." They sat like that until the stars came out, two small figures at the edge of a vast lake, holding each other against the darkness. May 15th arrived on a breath of warm wind and the scent of summer flowers. Harry spent the day in a state of suspended animation, going through the motions of classes and meals while his mind raced ahead to midnight. Fleur was the same, distracted, tense, her dark eyes constantly checking the clock. By evening, the waiting had become unbearable. They retreated to Harry's room, ostensibly to study, but neither could focus. Hedwig sensed their tension, hooting softly from her perch and ruffling her feathers in what looked like concern. "What if it's worse than the prophecy?" Fleur asked quietly. "What if the other child is someone terrible? Someone who wants to hurt you?" Harry shook his head. "Narcissa wouldn't warn me if it was just danger. She'd tell me to run, not to come. This is something else. Something she thinks I need to know." "Need to know for what?" "That's what I'm afraid of." The hours crawled past. They talked about nothing: Fleur's family, Harry's memories of primary school, the differences between French and English magic. Anything to fill the silence, to push back the fear. At 11:30, they slipped out of the chateau through the same hidden door, moving through shadows with practiced ease. The grounds were silver in the moonlight, the lake a sheet of polished obsidian reflecting the stars. And at its edge, just as before, stood a figure. But this time, Narcissa wasn't alone. Another figure stood beside her, smaller, slighter, wrapped in a dark cloak that hid their features. Harry's heart lurched. He gripped Fleur's hand tighter as they walked forward. As they drew closer, the smaller figure turned, and Harry saw a boy, about his age, with pale blonde hair and a face that was startlingly familiar. Draco Malfoy. Harry stopped dead, his mind reeling. Draco Malfoy. The boy from Madame Malkin's. The one with the bored voice and the expensive shoes. He was the other child. "Harry." Narcissa's voice was calm, steady. "Thank you for coming. I know this is unexpected." "Unexpected." Harry's voice came out strangled. "You brought your son. He's the other one." Draco's face was pale, his gray eyes wide with something that looked like fear. He didn't speak. He just stared at Harry as if seeing him for the first time. "The prophecy," Narcissa said quietly, spoke of two boys. Both born at the end of July. Both born to parents who had defied the Dark Lord 3 times. "You, Harry Potter, and Draco Lucius Malfoy." The world tilted. Harry grabbed Fleur's arm to steady himself. Draco Malfoy. The son of Death Eaters. The boy who would grow up surrounded by darkness and privilege and the weight of his family's choices. Either must die at the hand of the other. The words echoed in his mind, terrible and inescapable. He looked at Draco, at the fear in those gray eyes, at the trembling hands hidden beneath his cloak, and felt something he hadn't expected. "Pity. You didn't know," Harry said. It wasn't a question. Draco shook his head, a quick, jerky motion. Mother told me last week. I didn't. I never. His voice cracked. I don't want to kill anyone. I don't want to be part of this. The words were so similar to what Harry had felt, what Harry had said, that they landed like a blow. This boy, this pale, frightened boy, was carrying the same weight. The same destiny. The same impossible choice. Neither do I, Harry said quietly. For a long moment, they just looked at each other, two 11-year-old boys, bound by a prophecy neither had chosen, meeting for the first time with the full weight of their shared future pressing down on them. Then Fleur stepped forward, her voice cutting through the tension. This changes things. Narcissa nodded. Yes. It changes everything. She looked at Harry, her amber eyes serious. Dumbledore knows about the prophecy, but he doesn't know about Draco. He believes the other child is Neville Longbottom, another boy born at the end of July, whose parents were also Aurors, also defied the Dark Lord. It's a reasonable assumption. The Longbottoms were targeted after Voldemort's fall. They were tortured into madness by Death Eaters. Dumbledore has no reason to look elsewhere. But you know the truth. Harry's mind was racing. How? Because I was there. Draco's voice was small, but steady. In my mother's womb, when the prophecy was made. The Dark Lord, he flinched at the name, but continued. He came to our house after he heard about it. He told my father that the child in the prophecy could be me. That he would watch, wait, see which boy grew strong enough to be his equal. Harry stared at him. Voldemort knew about you. He knew there were two possibilities. Two boys born at the right time to the right parents. He didn't know which one would be marked. Which one would be his equal. Draco's gray eyes met Harry's. He chose you. He went to your house that night. He killed your parents. He tried to kill you. And when he failed, when he was destroyed, everyone assumed the prophecy was about you. They stopped looking at me. The weight of it was almost too much. Harry thought about the night his parents died, about the green light, the scream, the lightning bolt scar. Voldemort had chosen him, marked him, made him the boy who lived. And Draco had been spared, hidden, forgotten. You've been living with this your whole life, Harry said. Knowing that it could have been you. That it should have been you. Draco's face crumpled, just for a moment, before he forced it back to stillness. Every day, every single day, I wonder why he chose you. Why I was spared. What makes you special and me? Nothing. Harry's voice was fierce. Nothing makes me special. I'm just a boy who got lucky. Or unlucky. I don't know which. Both, Narcissa said softly. You're both. That's the tragedy of it. Fleur moved closer to Harry, her hand finding his again. What do we do now? If Dumbledore finds out about Draco. He can't. Narcissa's voice sharpened. If Dumbledore learns that Draco is the other child, he'll try to use him. Just as he's trying to use Harry. Draco will become another piece on his board, another pawn in his game. I won't allow that. Then why tell us? Harry asked. Why bring him here? Narcissa looked at her son, and for the first time, Harry saw something raw and vulnerable in her eyes. Because Draco needs an ally. Someone who understands. Someone who shares his burden. The two of you are bound by this prophecy, whether you like it or not, whether you want it or not. You're connected. And connection, Harry, is the only thing that might save you both. Draco stepped forward, closer to Harry than he'd been since their first meeting in Madame Malkin's. His gray eyes were wary, but there was something else there too. Something that looked almost like hope. I don't know how to be anything but what my father wants, he said quietly. I've spent my whole life trying to be perfect. Trying to be worthy of the Malfoy name. Trying to forget that the Dark Lord could have chosen me instead of you. And then my mother told me the truth, and I realized. I don't have to be what he wants. I can choose. Like you chose. Harry thought about his own choice, the phone call in the dark, the leap of faith, the decision to run from destiny and find his own path. It had been the hardest thing he'd ever done. But it had also been the best. You can choose, Harry agreed. But it's not easy. People will try to stop you. They'll tell you you're wrong, that you're betraying your family, that you have to be what they expect. You have to be stronger than that. Stronger than them. Draco nodded slowly. I know. But I don't know how to be strong. I don't know how to be anything. Yes, you do. Harry's voice was firm. You're standing here, aren't you? In the middle of the night, at a lake in France, talking to a boy you barely know about things that could get you killed. That's strength. That's choice. For the first time, a small smile flickered across Draco's pale face. You're not what I expected. What did you expect? I don't know. Someone bigger. More impressive. The boy who lived is supposed to be special. Harry laughed, a short, bitter sound. That's what everyone says. But I'm not special. I'm just a boy who survived. That's all. Maybe that's enough. Draco looked at him, and something shifted between them, a recognition, an understanding, the beginning of something that might become friendship. Maybe surviving is the most special thing of all. They talked for hours, huddled at the edge of the lake, wrapped in the warmth of Narcissa's charms against the cold night air. Draco told Harry about his life, the endless expectations, the pressure to be perfect, the loneliness of growing up in a house where love was conditional and failure was unforgivable. He spoke of his father's coldness, his mother's quiet sadness, the way the Malfoy name hung around his neck like a chain. Harry told Draco about the cupboard, about the Dursleys, about the years of neglect and cruelty. He spoke of Hagrid's arrival, of Diagon Alley, of the moment he'd realized he could choose a different path. He told him about the whispers, about Dumbledore, about the weight of being a symbol instead of a person. Fleur listened, occasionally adding her own observations, her hand never leaving Harry's. Narcissa stood apart, watching the horizon, giving them space to find their own connection. By the time the sky began to lighten, something had formed between the two boys. Something fragile and new, but real. We should go, Narcissa said finally. Dawn is coming. People will notice if you're not in your beds. Harry nodded, but he didn't move immediately. He looked at Draco, at this strange boy who shared his burden, and felt something he hadn't expected. Hope. We'll find a way to communicate, he said. The Serpent Owl. Use it if you need help. If you need to talk. I'll do the same. Draco nodded, his gray eyes serious. Thank you, Harry. For listening. For understanding. Thank your mother. She's the one who made this possible. Narcissa turned at the sound of her name, her expression unreadable. Take care of yourself, Harry Potter. And take care of each other. The prophecy doesn't have to be a death sentence. It can be something else. Something you choose together. She raised her wand, and the air began to shimmer. Wait, Harry said quickly. One more thing. The prophecy says we have power the Dark Lord knows not. What is it? Do you know? Narcissa paused, her amber eyes meeting his. I have theories. But theories aren't answers. You'll have to find that power yourself, Harry. Both of you. And when you do, you'll understand why Voldemort could never defeat you. Then she was gone, taking Draco with her, leaving Harry and Fleur alone at the edge of the lake as the first rays of sun painted the water gold. They walked back to the chateau in silence, too overwhelmed for words. The hidden door, the service stairs, the corridor to Harry's room, all passed in a blur. At his door, Fleur stopped him with a hand on his arm. Are you okay? She asked softly. Harry thought about it. About Draco. About the prophecy. About the weight he now shared with someone else. I don't know, he admitted. But I think I might be less alone than I was before. Fleur smiled and kissed his cheek, a quick, gentle press of lips that sent warmth flooding through him. You're never alone, she whispered. You have me. And now you have him too. We'll figure this out together. Harry watched her walk to her own room, his hand pressed to his cheek where her lips had touched. Then he went inside, closed the door, and sat on his bed, staring at nothing. Draco Malfoy. The other child. The boy who could have been him. The prophecy still hung over them both, dark and inevitable. But for the first time, Harry didn't feel crushed by its weight. He felt connected, understood. Like maybe, just maybe, he didn't have to carry this alone. Hedwig hooted softly from her perch, and Harry smiled. Yeah, he whispered. I know. Everything's different now. He lay back on his bed, staring at the ceiling, and let the exhaustion finally take him. The next weeks were a blur of secret letters and stolen moments. The Serpent Owl became a regular visitor, bringing carefully coded messages from Draco that Harry answered with equal care. They talked about everything and nothing, their classes, their fears, their hopes for the future. Draco's letters were stiff at first, formal, as if he was still trying to be the perfect son. But slowly, gradually, they loosened. Became real. Father wants me to befriend you, Draco wrote in one early letter. He doesn't know about the prophecy. He just thinks you're useful. Someone to have on our side when the Dark Lord returns. I pretend to agree. It's easier that way. Harry understood. He was doing the same with Dumbledore, responding to occasional letters with careful politeness, never revealing anything real, never letting the mask slip. We're both spies now, he wrote back. Spies in our own lives. Draco's response came 3 days later. At least we're spies together. Fleur watched the friendship develop with a mixture of warmth and wariness. He's still a Malfoy, she pointed out. His family has done terrible things. I know. Harry looked at her steadily. But he's not his family. He's just a boy trying to survive. Like me. Fleur nodded slowly, accepting his judgment. Just be careful, Harry. Trust takes time, and trust given too quickly can be broken. Harry knew she was right. But he also knew that Draco was the only person in the world who truly understood what he was carrying. The only one who shared his burden. That had to count for something. Summer arrived, bringing with it the end of term and the question of holidays. Harry couldn't go back to the Dursleys. He wouldn't. Madame Maxime had already arranged for him to stay at Beauxbatons over the summer, along with a handful of other students whose families were far away or complicated. Fleur would be going home, but only for a few weeks. She promised to visit, to write, to stay connected through the mirror Apolline had given Harry. And Draco would be at the Malfoy Manor, surrounded by darkness and expectation, counting the days until he could escape again. I'll write every day, he promised in his last letter before term ended. Even if I can't say much. Even if it's just to say I'm still here. Still surviving. Harry wrote back, me too. Surviving. Waiting. Planning. For what? Draco asked. Harry thought about it for a long time before answering. For the day we don't have to survive anymore. The day we get to live. The summer stretched before him, long and uncertain. But for the first time in his life, Harry faced it without fear. He had Fleur. He had Draco. He had the truth about the prophecy, about Dumbledore, about the choice that was always his to make. And he had himself, the self he was becoming, the self he was choosing, the self that no one else could define. The whispers had faded over the months, replaced by something quieter but stronger. His own voice. His own will. As he stood at his window on the last night of term, watching the sun set over the lake, Harry felt something he'd never felt before. Peace. It wouldn't last. He knew that. Darkness was coming, Voldemort, Dumbledore, the prophecy, the war that would eventually demand everything from him. But for now, in this moment, he was exactly where he wanted to be. Exactly who he wanted to be. And that, he realized, was the most powerful magic of all. The first week of summer was the quietest Harry had ever experienced. Beauxbatons emptied gradually, students disappearing through flow connections and portkeys, their laughter echoing through corridors that grew more hollow with each departure. By the 5th day, only a handful remained, a few older students with research projects, a shy first year from Portugal whose family couldn't afford travel, and Harry. The chateau felt different without the crowd. Larger, somehow, and more mysterious. Rooms Harry had never noticed before revealed themselves around corners he'd walked 100 times. Staircases led to places he hadn't known existed. The silence was alive, breathing, watching. He spent his days by the lake, practicing spells until his wrist ached and his mind was too tired to dwell on prophecies and destinies. Professor Fontaine had left him a list of recommended exercises, along with a note that said, "Natural talent withers without discipline. Practice every day. I'll test you in September." So he practiced. Lumos and Nox until the light responded to his slightest thought. Wingardium Leviosa until he could float a dozen objects simultaneously. Simple transfiguration, buttons into beetles, beetles into buttons, until the transformations were nearly instantaneous. The house elves brought him meals whether he asked for them or not, appearing at his elbow with trays piled high with food, their large eyes filled with something that looked almost like pity. Harry ate because it was easier than arguing, but the food tasted like nothing. Fleur's letters arrived every 3 days, carried by a handsome eagle owl named Serafina who tolerated Harry's hesitant offerings of treats with regal indifference. Fleur wrote about her family, her village, the small adventures of summer life. She wrote about missing him, about counting the days until she returned, about the way the sunset over her mother's garden reminded her of the sunset over the lake. I look at the sky and think of you, she wrote in one letter. I wonder if you're looking at the same sky, the same stars, the same moon. It makes the distance feel smaller. Makes you feel closer. Harry read that letter so many times the parchment grew soft at the edges. Draco's letters were more frequent but shorter, cramped onto small squares of parchment that could be easily hidden if necessary. He wrote about his father's expectations, his mother's quiet sadness, the endless parade of visitors to the manor, dark figures in dark robes who spoke in whispers and left trails of unease behind them. They're preparing, Draco wrote. I don't know for what. Father won't tell me, but I hear things. Names, places, dates. The Dark Lord isn't gone, Harry. He's waiting, and when he returns, everyone who stayed neutral will have to choose. Harry read those letters with a cold knot in his stomach. Voldemort was coming back. Everyone knew it, felt it, feared it. The only question was when. He wrote back, then we'll be ready. Both of us. Together. The second week brought a visitor Harry hadn't expected. He was sitting by the lake, attempting a difficult charm Professor Fontaine had mentioned in passing, when the air behind him shimmered and Apolline Delacour stepped through. Maman. Harry scrambled to his feet, nearly dropping his wand. What are you? How did you? Apolline smiled, crossing the grass to embrace him warmly. The flow, Harry. Madame Maxime was kind enough to permit a visit. Fleur is worried about you. She asked me to check in, to make sure you're eating, sleeping, not disappearing into your own head too deeply. Harry flushed. I'm fine. Really. I'm practicing, that's all. Practicing is good. Obsessing is not. Apolline studied him with those dark, knowing eyes. You've lost weight. The house elves feed you, yes. Yes, but you don't eat. I understand. She took his arm and guided him towards a bench overlooking the water. When I was young, after my mother died, I forgot to eat too. Food seemed pointless, irrelevant. My body was just something to carry my grief around in. Harry looked at her, surprised. You lost your mother. When I was 16. An illness, sudden and cruel. I thought the world had ended. Apolline's voice was soft, distant. It took me a long time to realize that the world hadn't ended. It had just changed. And I had to change with it, or be left behind. She turned to face him fully. You're carrying heavy things, Harry. Heavier than any child should carry. But you're not alone. You have my daughter. You have me. You have Madame Maxime, and this boy Draco, and everyone who sees you for who you really are. Let us help you carry the weight. That's what love does, it shares the burden. Harry's throat tightened. He looked out at the lake, at the sunlight dancing on its surface, and tried to find words for the chaos inside him. I'm scared, he admitted. Not of Voldemort, not of the prophecy, of losing this, of losing Fleur, of losing myself in all the things everyone wants me to be. Apolline reached out and took his hand. Then don't lose yourself. Hold on to who you are with both hands and never let go. Fleur loves you for exactly that person, the real you, not the symbol, not the savior. As long as you stay true to that, you'll never lose her. Harry looked at their joined hands, at the warmth of her skin, at the simple fact of someone caring enough to come all this way just to check on him. Thank you, he whispered, for coming, for caring. Apolline smiled and pulled him into another hug. Always, Harry, always. The third week brought a different kind of visitor. Harry woke in the middle of the night to the feeling of being watched, a prickle at the back of his neck, a weight in the air that didn't belong. He reached for his wand instinctively, his heart pounding, and scanned the darkness. A figure stood at the foot of his bed. Harry's first thought was Narcissa, but this figure was wrong, taller, broader, wrapped in shadows that moved independently, as if alive. He couldn't see a face, couldn't make out features, but he could feel eyes on him. Cold eyes. Hungry eyes. Who are you? His voice came out steady, though his hand trembled on his wand. The figure didn't answer. It simply stood there, watching, waiting. Harry raised his wand. I said, who are you? The shadows around the figure shifted, and for just a moment, Harry saw a flash of red eyes. A lipless mouth. A face that was not a face, but something carved from nightmare. Then the figure was gone. Vanished, like smoke in wind. Harry sat frozen, his wand still raised, his breath coming in short gasps. Hedwig was awake now, hooting frantically, her feathers ruffled with fear. It was a dream. It had to be a dream. But the cold at the foot of his bed remained. The weight in the air. The feeling of eyes that still watched, even in absence. He didn't sleep again that night. The next morning, he wrote to Draco. Something happened last night. Someone was in my room. I don't know who, couldn't see a face, but I felt it. Cold. Watching. Waiting. Is your father planning something? Are there strangers at the manor who might have found out about us? The answer came 2 days later, written in Draco's cramped hand but with an urgency that transcended words. Father is planning something. I don't know what. But there are new visitors, people I've never seen before, speaking languages I don't recognize. They ask questions about you. About Beauxbatons. About the protections around the school. Mother is frightened. She won't say why, but I see it in her eyes. Be careful, Harry. Something is coming. Harry read the letter 3 times, then burned it in the small fireplace, watching the words curl and blacken and turn to ash. Something was coming. He'd known that since the prophecy, since Dumbledore's visit, since the moment he'd chosen to run. But knowing and facing were different things. He wrote back, I'll be careful. You too. We're in this together, remember. The serpent owl returned with a single word, always. The 4th week brought Fleur back. She appeared in the great hall midway through breakfast, stepping through the flow with a trunk in one hand and a smile that lit up the entire room. Harry was on his feet before he realized he'd moved, crossing the distance between them in seconds. Fleur dropped her trunk and threw her arms around him, hugging him so tightly he could barely breathe. He didn't care. He hugged her back, burying his face in her hair, breathing in the familiar scent of her. I missed you, she whispered. So much. I missed you too. His voice was muffled, thick with emotion he couldn't name. They stood like that for a long moment, wrapped in each other, the world reduced to the warmth of their embrace. When they finally pulled apart, Fleur's eyes were bright with unshed tears. You look thinner, she said. Have you been eating? The house elves keep trying. That's not an answer. She took his hand and tugged him towards the table. Come on. You're going to eat a proper breakfast while I tell you everything about my summer. And then you're going to tell me about yours. Everything. Including the things you didn't write. Harry's heart clenched. She knew. Of course she knew. She always knew. Over croissants and fruit and more coffee than any 11-year-old should drink, Fleur talked about her summer, the garden, the village festival, the way her little sister had accidentally turned the cat blue. She made him laugh, really laugh, for the first time in weeks. And then she looked at him, her dark eyes serious, and said, now you. So Harry told her. About the loneliness, the practice, Appeline's visit. About the figure in his room, the red eyes, the watching. About Draco's letters, the visitors to the manor, the sense that something was gathering in the darkness. Fleur listened without interrupting, her face growing paler with each word. Red eyes, she repeated when he finished. You're sure? I'm sure. Just for a second, but I'm sure. Fleur was silent for a long moment. Then she leaned forward, her voice barely a whisper. Harry, what if it wasn't a dream? What if someone really was there? What if Voldemort is back? Harry finished for her. I've thought about it. Every night since it happened. But if he was back, really back, wouldn't we know? Wouldn't there be signs? Attacks? Disappearances? Maybe there are. Maybe we just haven't heard about them yet. Fleur's hand found his under the table. Draco said there are visitors to the manor. Strange visitors speaking strange languages. What if they're Death Eaters? What if they're preparing for his return? The thought had occurred to Harry, of course. But hearing Fleur say it made it real in a way his own fears couldn't. Then we're running out of time, he said quietly. The prophecy said either must die at the hand of the other. If Voldemort comes back, that countdown starts. For me and for Draco. Then we make sure you're ready. Fleur's voice was fierce. We train harder. Learn more. Build alliances. Find out what this power is that the Dark Lord doesn't know. We don't just wait for the darkness, we prepare for it. Harry looked at her, at the fire in her eyes, the set of her jaw, the absolute certainty in her voice, and felt something shift inside him. Fear, yes, but also determination, purpose. You're right, he said. We prepare. Together. The rest of summer passed in a blur of training and planning. Fleur proved to be a gifted teacher, patient and precise, pushing Harry to master spells he'd only glimpsed in textbooks. In return, Harry shared everything he'd learned from the Whispers, from Narcissa, from the fragments of truth he'd gathered about Dumbledore and the prophecy. They practiced defensive magic until they could cast shield charms in their sleep. They studied offensive spells, though Harry hated them, though every flick of his wand that could cause harm felt like a betrayal of something he couldn't name. We're not learning to attack, Fleur reminded him. We're learning to defend, to protect. There's a difference. Harry wasn't sure there was, but he kept practicing anyway. Draco's letters continued, growing more urgent as the weeks passed. The visitors to the manor were more frequent now, their meetings longer, their whispers louder. His father had started locking himself in the study for hours, emerging with a face like thunder and orders for everyone to stay away. Something's happening, Draco wrote. I can feel it, like the air before a storm. Mother is making plans, contingencies, she calls them. Places we can go if things go wrong. She won't tell me what she's afraid of, but I see it in her eyes. Be ready, Harry. Whatever's coming, it's coming soon. Harry read that letter on the last day of August, sitting by the lake with Fleur beside him, the sunset painting the water in shades of golden red. He's scared, Harry said quietly. Draco. He's really scared. Anyone would be. Fleur leaned against his shoulder. His father is deep in something dark. His mother is planning escape routes. He's caught in the middle, with no control over any of it. Like me. Harry thought about the Dursleys, about Dumbledore, about all the adults who had made decisions about his life without ever asking him. We're both just pawns. Pieces on a board. Not anymore. Fleur's voice was firm. You chose your own path. Draco's choosing his too, even if it's just in small ways. That's the first step. The hardest step. The rest is just walking. Harry smiled despite himself. You sound like your mother. Good. She's very wise. Fleur nudged him gently. And she's very fond of you, by the way. She talks about you constantly. How is Harry? Is Harry eating? Is Harry sleeping? Has Harry written? It's almost embarrassing. Harry laughed, a real laugh, the kind that came from somewhere deep. I'm fond of her too. She's the closest thing to a mother I've ever had. Fleur was quiet for a moment. Then she said, very softly, she thinks of you as a son. I can tell. The way she looks at you, the way she worries, it's the same way she looks at me. The same way she worries about me. Harry's throat tightened. He didn't know what to say. Words felt too small, too inadequate for the warmth spreading through his chest. So he just leaned into Fleur, watching the sunset, and let himself feel it. The belonging, the love, the simple, terrifying miracle of being cared for. That night, Harry dreamed of red eyes. He was standing in a dark room, empty and cold, with only a single point of light in the distance. He walked towards it, his feet heavy, his heart pounding, and as he drew closer, the light resolved into a figure. A man, tall and pale, with a face like carved bone and eyes the color of blood. He was smiling, a terrible smile that held no warmth, no kindness, nothing but hunger. Harry Potter, the figure hissed. We meet at last. Harry tried to move, tried to raise his wand, but his body wouldn't respond. He was frozen, trapped, watching helplessly as the figure drew closer. You've been hiding from me, the voice continued. Running. But you can't run forever. You're mine, Harry Potter. You've always been mine, marked by me, bound to me. When I return, and I will return, you'll be waiting. And then, the figure reached out, and Harry saw that where a hand should be, there was only darkness. Swirling, hungry darkness that reached for him, wrapped around him, pulled him down. He woke screaming. Fleur was there instantly, her arms around him, her voice soft and soothing in his ear. It's okay. You're okay. It was just a dream. Harry clung to her, shaking, his face pressed into her shoulder. He's coming back. I saw him. He said I'm his. Marked by him. Bound to him. Fleur held him tighter. It was a dream, Harry. Just a dream. But Harry knew, with a certainty that went deeper than logic, that it wasn't just a dream. It was a warning. A promise. A countdown. Voldemort was coming back. And when he did, Harry would be ready. The first day of term arrived with a flurry of activity, students pouring through the flow, luggage floating behind them, laughter and chatter filling the halls that had been silent for weeks. Harry watched it all from the edge of the crowd, Fleur beside him, their hands intertwined. Camille found them immediately, launching into a detailed account of her summer that required no response beyond occasional nods. But Harry's attention was elsewhere. He was watching the new students, the first years arriving for their first term, their faces a mixture of excitement and terror. He remembered that feeling, the desperate hope that this place would be different, would be home. For him, it had been. Beauxbatons had given him everything. Hogwarts couldn't, freedom, friendship, love. He would never regret choosing this path. But as he watched the first years file past, a cold thought settled in his mind. How many of them would be caught in the coming war? How many would lose parents, siblings, friends? How many would die because Voldemort couldn't be stopped? Stop it. Fleur's voice was soft but firm. I can see you spiraling. Stop. Harry looked at her. How can I stop? It's all true. All of it. The prophecy, Voldemort, the war that's coming. How can I just ignore that? You don't ignore it. You prepare for it. But you also live, Harry. You enjoy the moments of peace while they last. You hold on to the people who love you. You don't let the future steal the present. She squeezed his hand. That's what your parents would want. That's what I want. That's what you deserve. Harry looked at her, at the fierce determination in her dark eyes, at the way she stood so close that he could feel her warmth, at the girl who had chosen him when everyone else had chosen his scar. Okay, he said quietly. I'll try. Fleur smiled and kissed his cheek, quick and warm. That's all I ask. The first week of term passed in a blur of classes and catching up. Harry threw himself into his studies with renewed focus, but this time it was different. This time, he wasn't running from the future, he was preparing for it. Professor Fontaine noticed the change. You're more controlled, she observed after a particularly complex charm. Less frantic, more deliberate. What's changed? Harry thought about it. I stopped being afraid of what's coming. I started getting ready for it. Fontaine studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Good. Fear paralyzes. Preparation empowers. Remember that. Harry did. The Serpent Owl returned on the last day of September. Harry was in his room, reviewing notes for an upcoming potions exam, when the familiar tapping came at his window. He let the bird in, heart already pounding, and unfolded the parchment with trembling fingers. Harry. It's happening. The Dark Lord is gathering his followers. Father came home last night with the mark burning on his arm, black and red and terrible. He says the time is near. Months, perhaps, not years. Mother is finalizing our plans. We have a safe house, hidden, warded. If things go wrong, we'll disappear. But I can't leave without warning you. Without saying, thank you, for being my friend, for understanding, for making me believe I could be more than my father's son. Whatever happens next, know that I'm grateful. Know that I'll fight, if it comes to that. Not for the Dark Lord. Not for my father. For the chance to be the person you helped me believe I could be. Stay safe, Harry. Stay alive. We'll meet again, I promise. Draco. Harry read the letter until the words blurred. Then he folded it carefully, tucked it into the drawer with Andromeda's journal and his mother's photograph, and sat on his bed, staring at nothing. Voldemort was gathering his followers. The mark was burning. The countdown had begun. He should have been terrified. He was terrified. But beneath the fear, something else stirred. Something that felt almost like relief. The waiting was over. The unknown was becoming known. And now, finally, he could stop preparing and start acting. He found Fleur in the library, as he knew he would. She took one look at his face and pulled him into an empty classroom, closing the door behind them. What happened? Harry handed her Draco's letter. She read it in silence, her expression shifting from concern to something harder, fiercer. So it begins, she whispered. Harry nodded. It begins. They stood in the empty classroom, holding each other, and for the first time, the future felt real. Tangible. Close. Voldemort was coming, and Harry Potter would be waiting. October arrived with a chill that seeped through the ancient stones of Beauxbatons and settled into Harry's bones. He couldn't shake the cold. It lived in him now, a permanent presence that no fire could warm, no charm could banish. It was the cold of knowing. The cold of waiting. The cold of watching the horizon for a darkness that hadn't yet arrived but would, inevitably, soon. Fleur noticed. Of course she noticed. She noticed everything about him. You're different, she said one evening, as they sat in their usual spot by the lake. The water was gray beneath a gray sky, the mountains lost in mist. Since Draco's letter. You're harder. More distant. Harry looked at her, at the concern in her dark eyes, at the way she held herself close to him even when he pulled away, and felt a pang of guilt. "I'm sorry," he said. "I don't mean to be distant. I can't stop thinking about it. About what's coming. About whether I'll be ready." Fleur took his hand, her fingers warm against his cold skin. "You're 11, Harry. You shouldn't have to be ready for a war. You shouldn't have to carry any of this. But I do. That's the point. The prophecy chose me. Voldemort chose me. Dumbledore chose me. I don't get to opt out just because I'm young. No." Fleur's voice was soft but firm. "You don't get to opt out. But you do get to choose how you carry it. You can let it crush you, make you hard and cold and alone. Or you can let it shape you into something stronger, without losing who you are." She squeezed his hand. "I'm here to make sure you choose the second option." Harry looked at their joined hands, at the simple fact of connection in a world that seemed determined to isolate him. Fleur was right. He knew she was right. But knowing and feeling were different things. "What if I can't?" he whispered. "What if the darkness changes me? What if I become someone you don't recognize?" Fleur reached up and touched his face, her palm warm against his cheek. "Then I'll help you find your way back. However long it takes. Whatever it costs. That's what love does, Harry. It never gives up." The word hung between them. Love, heavy with meaning, bright with promise. Harry leaned into her touch, closing his eyes, letting himself feel it. The warmth, the safety, the terrifying, beautiful reality of being loved. "Stay with me," he whispered. "Promise you'll stay." "Always," Fleur said. "Always." The weeks that followed were a study in duality. By day, Harry was a student, attending classes, completing assignments, laughing with Camille and the other first years. He mastered the levitation charm until he could float a feather with his eyes closed. He brewed potions with increasing precision, earning rare praise from Professor Rousseau, the potions master whose default expression was mild disappointment. He learned the graceful dances of etiquette and grace, moving through the steps with a natural rhythm that surprised even himself. By night, he was something else entirely. With Fleur's help, he practiced defensive magic until his arm ached and his mind was too tired for nightmares. Shield charms, disarming spells, counter curses, he learned them all, repeating them until they became instinct, until his wand moved before his conscious mind could command it. They weren't supposed to know these spells. Most of them were taught in third year or beyond. But Fleur had access to the advanced section of the library, and Harry had a desperate need to learn, and together they pushed the boundaries of what was allowed. "You're progressing faster than any student I've seen," Fleur admitted one night, after Harry had successfully deflected 3 simultaneous jinxes. "It's like the magic knows what you need before you do." Harry looked at his wand, at the Hollywood that had chosen him, at the phoenix feather core that shared its origin with Voldemort's wand. "Maybe it does. Maybe we're connected in ways I don't understand." Fleur's expression flickered, concern, quickly hidden. "That connection. With the Dark Lord's wand. Does it worry you? Every day?" Harry's voice was quiet. "But Narcissa said the prophecy gives me power he doesn't have. Maybe this connection is part of it. Maybe I can use it somehow. Understand him. Anticipate him. Or maybe it's a weakness. A way for him to find you, control you." Harry had thought about that too, late at night when sleep wouldn't come. The red eyes in his dream. The feeling of being watched, even in waking hours. The cold that lived in his bones. "I don't know," he admitted. "But I can't stop living because I'm afraid of what might happen. That's what Dumbledore would want, me paralyzed by fear, dependent on him for protection. I won't give him that." Fleur nodded slowly. "Then we keep training, keep learning, keep getting stronger. Whatever comes, we face it together." The serpent owl returned on October 15th, its yellow eyes brighter than usual, its feathers ruffled as if it had flown through storms. Harry unfolded the parchment with trembling hands. "Harry, we're leaving, tonight. Father came home raving about the Dark Lord's return, imminent, he says, any day now. Mother activated our contingency plan. We're going to a safe house in the south of France, hidden by ancient magic, known only to her family. I don't know when I'll be able to write again. I don't know if I'll be able to write at all. But I needed you to know, I'm not going to be what my father wants. I'm going to be what I choose. What you helped me believe I could be. Thank you, Harry, for everything. For seeing me when no one else did. For being my friend when I didn't deserve one. If we never meet again, if the darkness takes me before I can find my way back, know that I'm grateful. Know that you mattered. Know that you changed someone's life simply by being yourself. Stay safe. Stay alive. And when the time comes, fight like I know you can. Your friend always. Draco. Harry read the letter until the words burned into his memory. Then he folded it carefully, tucked it into the drawer with the others, and sat on his bed, staring at nothing. Draco was gone, hidden somewhere in the south of France, beyond reach, beyond communication. Harry might never see him again. Might never know if he survived whatever was coming. The loss was sharp, unexpected. He'd only known Draco for a few months, only exchanged letters and one midnight conversation. But in that short time, the other boy had become something Harry had never expected, a friend. An ally. Someone who understood. Now he was gone. Fleur found him an hour later, still sitting in the same position, still staring at nothing. She didn't ask what had happened. She simply sat beside him, took his hand, and waited. He's gone, Harry said finally. Draco. His mother took him to a safe house. I don't know if I'll ever hear from him again. Fleur was silent for a moment, processing. Then she leaned her head against his shoulder. I'm sorry, Harry. I know he mattered to you. He did. He does. Harry's voice cracked. He was the only other person who really understood. The prophecy, the weight, the feeling of being a pawn in someone else's game. Now I'm alone again. You're not alone. Fleur's voice was fierce. You have me. You have my mother. You have Madame Maxime. You have people who love you, Harry. That's not nothing. Harry looked at her, at the determination in her dark eyes, at the way she held onto him like he was the most precious thing in the world, and felt something loosen in his chest. I know, he whispered. I know. But it still hurts. Of course it hurts. Loss always hurts. But the hurt means it was real. The friendship, the connection, it mattered. And that matters, even if he's gone. Harry thought about that. About Draco's letters, his fears, his gradual transformation from a stiff, formal stranger to a real friend. It had mattered. It still mattered. And no amount of distance could change that. I hope he's okay, Harry said. I hope he finds a way to be himself, away from his father, away from all of it. Me too. Fleur squeezed his hand. And maybe, someday, you'll find each other again. The world is smaller than it seems, especially for wizards. Harry nodded slowly, holding onto the hope. It was fragile, thin, but it was something. The days grew shorter, the nights longer. October bled into November, and November brought the first snow, a soft, gentle fall that transformed Beauxbatons into a winter wonderland. Harry trained harder than ever, pushing himself to exhaustion every night, desperate to be ready for whatever was coming. Fleur matched his intensity, learning alongside him, challenging him, never letting him give up. Madame Maxime noticed, of course. She summoned Harry to her office in mid-November, her dark eyes studying him with an intensity that made him squirm. You're pushing yourself too hard, she said bluntly. Fleur tells me you barely sleep. You barely eat. You spend every waking moment either in class or practicing spells far beyond your year level. Harry shifted in his chair. I have to be ready. Ready for what? For Voldemort. The name hung in the air between them. He's coming back. Draco's letter said so. His father's dark mark is burning. It's only a matter of time. Madame Maxime was silent for a long moment. Then she rose from her desk and moved to the window, looking out at the snow-covered grounds. I've lived through 2 wars, she said quietly. The first, against Grindelwald. The second, against Voldemort. I've seen what darkness does to people, the fear, the suspicion, the way it twists even the best intentions into something ugly. She turned to face him. I've also seen what happens to those who prepare too obsessively. They burn out. They break. They become so focused on the future that they forget to live in the present. Harry's jaw tightened. I can't afford to forget what's coming. No. But you also can't afford to lose yourself before it arrives. Madame Maxime crossed back to her desk and sat, her expression softening. You're a child, Harry. A remarkable child, yes, but still a child. You deserve moments of joy, of peace, of simple happiness. Not because the darkness doesn't matter, but because those moments are what make the darkness worth fighting. Harry thought about Fleur's hand in his. About the sunset over the lake. About the way Hedwig hooted softly when he returned to his room at night. Small things. Simple things. But they mattered. I don't know how, he admitted. I don't know how to be happy when everything is falling apart. Madame Maxime smiled, a rare, warm smile that transformed her severe features. You learn. Slowly. With help. You let the people who love you remind you that life is worth living, even when it's hard. She leaned forward. Fleur loves you, Harry. Anyone with eyes can see it. Don't push her away because you're afraid. Let her in. Let her help you carry the weight. That's what love is for. Harry's throat tightened. He nodded, not trusting his voice. Madame Maxime rose, signaling the meeting was over. Go. Find Fleur. Do something that has nothing to do with training or prophecies or dark lords. Eat a proper meal. Laugh at something silly. Be 11, just for a few hours. Harry stood, his legs unsteady. At the door, he paused. Madame Maxime, thank you for everything. Her eyes softened. You're welcome, Harry. Now go. That's an order. He found Fleur in the library, as always, surrounded by books that had nothing to do with their secret training. She looked up when he entered, concern flickering across her face. Everything okay? Madame Maxime didn't. She was worried about me. Harry sat beside her, close enough that their shoulders touched. She said I'm pushing too hard. That I need to be 11 sometimes. Be happy. Fleur's expression shifted, surprise, then warmth, then something that looked almost like relief. She's right, you know. I know. Harry hesitated, then reached out and took her hand. So, what do 11-year-olds do for fun around here? Fleur laughed, a bright, musical sound that echoed through the quiet library. Well, there's always the skating pond. It froze solid last week. Or we could explore the hidden passages, there are dozens in the older sections of the chateau. Or we could just sit here and talk about nothing important. Harry considered his options. Skating first, then exploring, then talking about nothing important. Fleur's smile widened. That sounds like a perfect afternoon. The skating pond was crowded with students, their laughter filling the cold air as they glided across the ice. Harry had never skated before. The Dursleys would never have wasted money on such frivolity, but Fleur was a patient teacher, holding his hands as he wobbled and stumbled and slowly, gradually, found his balance. You're doing it. She laughed as he managed a full circuit without falling. You're actually skating. Harry grinned, a real grin, the kind that came from somewhere deep. The cold air burned his lungs. The ice sparkled beneath his feet. Fleur's hands were warm in his. For a few hours, he forgot about prophecies and dark lords and the weight of destiny. He was just a boy, skating with a girl who made his heart beat faster, laughing at nothing and everything. It was perfect. They explored the hidden passages after dark, armed with wandlight and Fleur's encyclopedic knowledge of the chateau's secrets. They found rooms that hadn't been touched in decades, dusty libraries filled with ancient texts, abandoned classrooms with chalkboards still bearing the ghostly traces of long-finished lessons, a small observatory with a ceiling that opened to reveal the stars. This place is amazing, Harry breathed, staring up at the night sky through the observatory's enchanted glass. Fleur stood beside him, close enough that he could feel her warmth. My mother used to bring me here when I was small. She'd point out constellations, tell me stories about the heroes and creatures they represented. She pointed up. That one, the 3 stars in a line, that's Orion's belt. He was a great hunter, in the old stories. And there, she pointed to a cluster of stars near the horizon. That's Andromeda, the princess who was saved from a sea monster. Harry's heart clenched. Andromeda. The same name as Narcissus' sister, the one who had chosen love over family. Did your mother tell you the story? He asked softly. Many times. Fleur's voice was quiet, reflective. Andromeda was chained to a rock as a sacrifice, but Perseus rescued her and made her his wife. She became a constellation, immortalized in the stars. She looked at Harry. I always liked that part. The idea that love could make you immortal. Harry looked up at the distant stars, at the faint cluster that bore the name of a woman who had suffered and chosen and been forgotten by her family. But not entirely forgotten. Narcissa remembered. And now Harry remembered too. Maybe that's the power, he said slowly. The power the prophecy talks about. The one Voldemort doesn't understand. What do you mean? Love. Connection. The way people stay with us even after they're gone. The way Andromeda's still here, in the stars, in her sister's memory, in the choices she made. Harry turned to face Fleur. Voldemort can't understand that. He can't feel it, so he can't fight it. Fleur was silent for a long moment, her dark eyes searching his face. Then she smiled, the warm smile, the real one. You're amazing, you know that. The way you think, the way you see things. Most people would look at the stars and just see lights. You see stories, meanings, connections. Harry felt his cheeks warm. It's just, I've spent my whole life feeling alone. Feeling like no one saw me. So when I find connections, when I find people who actually matter, I hold on to them. Tight. Fleur stepped closer, close enough that he could count her eyelashes in the starlight. Hold on to me, then. As tight as you need. I'm not going anywhere. She leaned in and kissed him, soft and sweet and full of promise. Harry's heart stopped, then raced, then settled into a rhythm that felt like coming home. When they finally pulled apart, breathless and smiling, the stars seemed brighter overhead. The cold seemed warmer. The future seemed less terrifying. I love you, Harry whispered, the words tumbling out before he could stop them. Fleur's smile could have lit up the entire chateau. I love you too, Harry Potter. Always. The peace lasted 3 days. On the 4th day, Madame Maxime summoned Harry to her office again. This time, her face was grave, her eyes shadowed with something that looked like fear. What happened? Harry asked, his heart already pounding. Madame Maxime handed him a copy of the Daily Prophet. The headline screamed in bold letters. Dark mark appears over Ministry of Magic. Death Eater symbol seen in atrium, mass panic ensues. Harry read the article with cold horror. The dark mark, a skull with a serpent for a tongue, had appeared in the heart of the Ministry of Magic, floating above the fountain in the atrium. Dozens had seen it. No one knew who had cast it. But everyone knew what it meant. Voldemort's followers were active again. The signal had been given. They're gathering, Harry whispered. It's starting. Madame Maxime nodded slowly. The ministry is in chaos. The Daily Prophet is full of speculation and fear. Dumbledore has been called in to advise. He's at the ministry now, supposedly calming things down. Her voice held a note of bitterness. But nothing will calm things down. The war is coming, Harry. Sooner than any of us hoped. Harry looked at the newspaper, at the dark mark frozen in grainy photograph, at the terrified faces of the witches and wizards below. He thought about Draco, hidden somewhere in France, possibly already targeted. He thought about Fleur, about her family, about everyone he loved who would be caught in the crossfire. What do I do? He asked. The question was raw, desperate. Madame Maxime met his eyes. You survive, Harry. You train, you learn, you grow stronger. And you wait. Because when the Dark Lord returns, and he will return, he'll come for you. And you need to be ready. The words echoed Harry's own thoughts, his own fears. But hearing them spoken aloud made them real in a way they hadn't been before. Voldemort was coming, and Harry Potter would be waiting. That night, Harry dreamed of red eyes again. But this time, the dream was different. He stood in a vast, dark hall, surrounded by figures in black robes. They were kneeling, bowing, their faces hidden in shadow. At the far end of the hall, on a raised platform, sat a figure. Voldemort. He was no longer the ghostly presence from Harry's previous dreams. He was solid, real, terrifying. His red eyes burned in the darkness, and when he spoke, his voice echoed through the hall like thunder. Harry Potter. The kneeling figures stirred, whispers rippling through their ranks. The boy who lived. The boy who ran. The boy who thought he could hide. Voldemort rose from his throne, moving through the kneeling figures like a snake through grass. He stopped before Harry, close enough to touch, close enough that Harry could see the inhuman whiteness of his skin, the slits where a nose should be, the terrible hunger in those red eyes. You can't hide forever, Harry Potter. I will find you. I will take from you everything you love, everyone who matters, until you have nothing left but me. And then, he reached out, and where his hand should be, there was only darkness. Swirling, hungry darkness that reached for Harry, wrapped around him, pulled him down. He woke screaming, soaked in sweat, his wand raised against enemies that weren't there. Fleur was at his door in seconds, her wand glowing, her face pale with fear. Harry. What happened? He couldn't speak, could only shake, could only stare at the corner of the room where the darkness still seemed to linger. Fleur crossed to him, sat on his bed, pulled him into her arms. It was just a dream. Just a dream. But Harry knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that it wasn't just a dream. Voldemort had found him. Not physically, not yet. But somehow, through the scar, through the connection, through the brother wands, he had reached across the distance and touched Harry's mind. The hunt had begun. The days after the dream were the longest of Harry's life. He couldn't sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw red. Every shadow in his room became a figure waiting to reach for him. Every sound was a whisper, every movement a threat. Fleur stayed with him. She moved her things into his room, with Madame Maxime's permission, granted with a grave nod and a murmured warning about discretion, and slept on a small cot beside his bed. Her presence was an anchor, a warmth in the cold, a reminder that he wasn't alone. But even Fleur couldn't protect him from what lived inside his own head. The dreams came every night now. Not always the same. Sometimes Voldemort was alone, sometimes surrounded by Death Eaters, sometimes speaking in languages Harry didn't recognize but somehow understood. But always the red eyes. Always the reaching darkness. Always the feeling of being found, claimed, owned. He woke screaming less often now. The screams had been replaced by a hollow silence, a numbness that frightened him more than the dreams themselves. "You're fading," Fleur said one morning, her voice raw with worry. "Harry, you're fading right in front of me. We need help. We need to tell someone." "Who?" Harry's voice was flat, distant. "Madame Maxime. She already knows about the dreams. What can she do? What can anyone do? The dreams are getting worse. You know they are. And the connection." Fleur stopped, her eyes bright with unshed tears. "Harry, you talk in your sleep now. Not English. Something else. Something that sounds like him." The words landed like stones. Harry stared at her, the numbness cracking just slightly. "What do I say? I don't know. I don't understand it. But it's getting stronger, whatever it is. The connection. It's pulling you towards him." Harry thought about the red eyes, the reaching darkness, the feeling of being claimed. Was that what was happening? Was Voldemort pulling him in, using their connection to find him, control him? "There has to be a way to block it," he said. "Occlumency. I read about it in the library. It's mind magic, closing your thoughts, protecting yourself from intrusion." Fleur nodded slowly. "I've heard of it. It's advanced magic. Dark magic, some say. Not something taught at Beauxbatons. Then we find someone who can teach us." Harry's voice gained strength as he spoke. "Narcissa might know someone. Or Apolline. There has to be a way." Fleur reached out and took his hand. "We'll find it. Together." "But Harry," she paused, choosing her words carefully. "What if the connection isn't just a weakness? What if it's also a way to understand him? To anticipate him?" Harry had thought about that too, in the quiet moments between nightmares. The dreams showed him things, Voldemort's followers, his plans, his emotions. If he could learn to control the connection, to see without being seen, to know without being known. "It's dangerous," he said. "Every time I'm in his mind, he could find me. Trap me. Never let me go. Then we make sure that doesn't happen. We learn control first. Protection first. Then, maybe, we learn to use it." Fleur squeezed his hand. "But only if you're ready. Only if you're sure." Harry looked at her, at the fear in her eyes that she was trying so hard to hide, at the love that kept her here despite everything, and felt something shift inside him. The numbness cracked a little more. The cold warmed, just slightly. "I'm sure," he said. "I'm not going to let him take me without a fight." The search for an occlumency teacher led them to Apolline. She arrived at Beauxbatons 3 days after Fleur's urgent message, her face grave, her eyes shadowed with concern. Madame Maxime granted her access without question. The Delacour name carried weight, and Apolline herself was known as a witch of considerable power. They met in Harry's room, the four of them, Harry, Fleur, Apolline, and Hedwig, who watched from her perch with unblinking amber eyes. Apolline listened in silence as Harry described the dreams, the connection, the feeling of being pulled towards darkness. "The scar," Apolline said when he finished. "It's more than just a mark, Harry. It's a bridge. A connection forged by dark magic, by the piece of Voldemort's soul that latched onto you when he tried to kill you." Harry's blood ran cold. "Piece of his soul. It's a theory. One I've heard whispered in certain circles. When Voldemort tried to kill you, the killing curse rebounded. It destroyed his body, but a fragment of his soul, already unstable, already fractured by years of dark magic, broke off and attached itself to the only living thing in the room. You. Appeline's voice was gentle, but the words were terrible. That fragment lives in your scar, Harry. It's the source of your connection. It's why you can see into his mind, feel his emotions, dream his dreams. Harry's hand flew to his forehead, to the lightning bolt scar that had defined his entire life. A piece of Voldemort. Inside him. All this time. Can it be removed? Fleur's voice was sharp with fear. Can it be taken out? Appeline shook her head slowly. I don't know. It's never happened before. No one has ever survived a killing curse, let alone carried a piece of the caster's soul. This is uncharted territory, for all of us. Harry stared at his reflection in the window, the scar stark against his pale skin, a constant reminder of the night that changed everything. A piece of Voldemort. Inside him. Is that why he can find me? Because part of him is already here. Perhaps. Or perhaps the connection works both ways. You can see him because part of him is in you. He can see you because part of you, your mind, your thoughts, your emotions, is accessible through that fragment. Appeline leaned forward, her dark eyes intense. But here's the truth they don't tell you, Harry, connections like this are not one way. If you can learn to control it, to master it, you can use it. You can see what he sees, know what he knows, anticipate what he plans. It's dangerous, yes, terribly dangerous, but it could also be your greatest weapon. Harry thought about the dreams, the Hall of Death Eaters, the plans unfolding, the emotions that washed through him like waves. If he could learn to access those things deliberately, to understand Voldemort's mind without being consumed by it. How do I learn? He asked. How do I control it? Appeline reached into her bag and produced a small, worn book. This is a treatise on occlumency, the art of closing the mind. It was written by a wizard who spent years resisting the Imperious Curse, who taught himself to build walls so strong that no dark magic could penetrate. It's not easy. It takes years of practice, years of discipline. But it's a start. Harry took the book, feeling its weight, its age, the centuries of knowledge pressed between its covers. I'll read it tonight, he said. I'll learn everything I can. Appeline smiled, but it was a sad smile. Reading is one thing, Harry. Practicing is another. Occlumency requires clearing your mind of emotion, of thought, of everything that makes you who you are. It's like becoming a blank wall, smooth and impenetrable. For someone who feels as deeply as you do, that will be the hardest challenge of all. Harry looked at Fleur, at the worry in her eyes, at the love that was so much a part of him now that he couldn't imagine life without it. Could he clear that? Could he become blank, empty, emotionless? I have to try, he said. For all of us. The next weeks were a study in frustration. Harry read the book cover to cover, then read it again. He practiced the exercises, clearing his mind, focusing on emptiness, building walls in his thoughts. But every time he tried, something slipped through. A memory of Fleur's smile. A flash of anger at the Dursleys. The echo of his mother's laugh in a photograph. The dreams continued, sometimes worse than before. Voldemort was growing stronger, more focused. Harry could feel it, the dark satisfaction, the anticipation, the hunger for the moment when he would finally be whole again. Soon, the dreams whispered. Soon. Fleur practiced with him, trying to penetrate his mental defenses, giving him someone to resist. She was gentle at first, then more forceful, pushing him to build stronger walls. But every time she found a crack, a weakness, a way in. Your emotions are too strong, she said one night, exhausted and frustrated. You can't hide what you feel. It's like a beacon, shining through everything. Harry slumped against the wall, his head in his hands. I know, but I can't just stop feeling. That's not who I am. Maybe that's the point. Fleur sat beside him, her voice softer now. Maybe occlumency isn't about becoming emotionless. Maybe it's about learning to control your emotions, to hide them when you need to, without losing them entirely. Harry looked at her. Is that in the book? No, but it's in you. She touched his cheek gently. You feel everything so deeply, Harry. That's not a weakness. It's a strength. It's what makes you love, what makes you fight, what makes you keep going when anyone else would have given up. We just need to find a way to protect that without letting it destroy you. Harry leaned into her touch, closing his eyes. The warmth of her hand, the steadiness of her presence, these were the things that kept him human, kept him himself. He couldn't lose them. Wouldn't. Keep practicing with me, he whispered. Don't let me give up. Never, Fleur promised. Never. December arrived, bringing with it the anniversary of his parents' death. Harry had never marked the day before, the Dursleys certainly never mentioned it, and he'd had no one to share the weight with. But this year, with Fleur beside him, with the truth of the prophecy and the connection and the fragment of Voldemort's soul living in his scar, he couldn't ignore it. They sat by the lake, wrapped in warm charms against the cold, watching the gray water lap at the frozen edges. The sky was heavy with clouds, threatening snow. What do you remember about them? Fleur asked softly. Harry shook his head. Nothing. I was too young. I have photographs, memories from other people, but nothing of my own. He touched his scar. Sometimes I think I should remember something. The green light, maybe. The scream. But there's nothing. Just emptiness. That's not emptiness. That's a blank space where love should be. They loved you, Harry. So much. And that love is still there, even if you can't remember it. It's in the protection that saved you. It's in the people who care about you now. It's in you. Harry looked at her, at the certainty in her eyes, and felt something shift. The cold in his chest, the numbness that had been growing since the dreams began, cracked a little more. I wish I could have known them, he whispered. I wish I could have grown up with them, been loved by them, been normal. You were loved by them. You were loved by them. Love doesn't end, Harry. It just changes form. Fleur took his hand. And you have love now. From me. From my mother. From Madame Maxime. From Draco, wherever he is. You're not alone in this. Harry squeezed her hand, holding on tight. The gray sky, the gray water, the cold air, none of it mattered. Only this. Only her. I love you, he said. I know I say it a lot. But I need you to know, it's not just words. It's everything. You're everything. Fleur's eyes glistened. I know, Harry. I know. And I love you too. Always. They sat together as the first snow began to fall, silent and warm, holding each other against the darkness. That night, the dream was different. Harry stood in a room he'd never seen before, small, cluttered, filled with strange instruments that whirred and clicked. A fire burned in the grate, casting dancing shadows across the walls. And behind a desk, watching him with calm, penetrating eyes, sat Albus Dumbledore. Harry, Dumbledore said softly. You're stronger than I thought. To resist him this long, to hold on to yourself despite the connection, remarkable. Harry tried to speak, but his voice wouldn't work. He was trapped in the dream, a prisoner in his own mind. I know you don't trust me, Dumbledore continued. I know you believe I've manipulated you, used you, kept you in the dark for my own purposes. Perhaps you're right. Perhaps I have. But Harry, he leaned forward, his blue eyes intense behind those half-moon spectacles. The connection you share with Voldemort is more dangerous than you know. It's not just a bridge between minds. It's a tether. A rope that, if pulled hard enough, could drag you entirely into his darkness. Harry struggled, fought, tried to wake himself. Nothing worked. I can help you, Dumbledore said. Not with occlumency, that's a crude tool for a subtle problem. I can teach you to use the connection, to understand it, to turn it against him. But you have to trust me. You have to come to Hogwarts. You have to let me in. The room began to fade, the edges blurring into darkness. Dumbledore's voice echoed one last time. The choice is yours, Harry. It's always been yours. But choose soon. Because he's getting stronger. And when he's ready, he'll come for you. And if you're not prepared, he'll win. Harry woke with a gasp, sitting bolt upright, his heart pounding. Fleur was there instantly, her arms around him, her voice soothing. Another dream. Different. Harry's voice was hoarse. Dumbledore. He was in my dream. Talking to me. Offering help. Fleur stiffened. Can he do that? Enter your dreams. I don't know. I don't know anything. Anymore. Harry pressed his hands to his face, trying to slow his racing heart. He said the connection is a tether. That if I'm not careful, Voldemort could pull me into darkness. He offered to teach me, to help me use it against him. But I'd have to go to Hogwarts. Trust him. Fleur was silent for a long moment. Then she said, quietly, what do you believe? Harry thought about it. About Dumbledore's warm smile and cold eyes. About the whispers that had warned him since childhood. About Narcissa's truth, Andromeda's journal, the pattern of manipulation that stretched across decades. I believe he's telling the truth about the danger. I can feel it, every night, pulling at me. But I also believe he's using that danger to get what he wants, me at Hogwarts, under his control, where he can shape me into his weapon. Then we find another way. Fleur's voice was firm. We find someone else who can teach you. Someone Dumbledore can't control. Harry looked at her, at the fire in her eyes, at the absolute certainty in her voice. Who? Fleur was quiet for a moment, thinking. Then she said, slowly, my mother mentioned someone once. An old wizard who lives in the mountains of Greece. He's supposed to be one of the greatest Declumens who ever lived, taught himself to resist the imperious curse so completely that no dark wizard could ever control him. He's retired now, living alone, seeing no one. But maybe for you, he'd make an exception. Hope flickered in Harry's chest, small, fragile, but real. Can we find him? Can we contact him? I don't know. But we can try. Fleur squeezed his hand. That's what we do, remember? We try. Together. Harry nodded, holding on to her, holding on to the hope. It was thin, uncertain, but it was something. And something was better than nothing. The search for the Greek Declumens consumed the next weeks. Apolline threw herself into the task with characteristic intensity, sending letters across Europe, calling in favors from old friends, tracking down rumors and half-remembered stories. The wizard's name, she learned, was Theron Alexandru. He was over 100 years old, a recluse who had withdrawn from the world after his wife's death 50 years ago. He lived on a remote mountainside, accessible only by broom or by foot, and he refused all visitors. But Apolline was persistent. She wrote letter after letter, each one more desperate than the last, pleading for a meeting, explaining Harry's situation, describing the connection and the danger and the desperate need for help. For weeks, there was no response. The dreams continued. Voldemort grew stronger. Harry could feel it in the darkness that crept into his mind each night, in the images that flashed behind his eyes, Death Eaters gathering, rituals being performed, a body being prepared for his master's return. Soon, the dreams whispered. Soon, Harry held onto Fleur, onto his training, onto the fragile hope that somewhere in the mountains of Greece, an old wizard was reading Apolline's letters and considering his plea. The answer came on Christmas Eve. Harry was in his room, staring at the small tree the house elves had decorated for him, when the window rattled. Not the serpent owl, a different bird, larger and darker, with eyes like chips of obsidian. It carried a scroll tied with leather cord, ancient and worn. Harry's hands trembled as he untied it and read. Harry Potter, I have read your story. I have considered your plea. The connection you describe is rare and dangerous. I have encountered it only once before, in a wizard who was possessed by a dark spirit. He did not survive. But you are not him. You have something he lacked. Love. Real, genuine, selfless love. That may be enough to save you. Or it may not. I will meet with you. Once. One lesson. If you prove worthy, I will teach you what I know. If not, you will leave and never return. Come to the mountain of Parnassus at the full moon. Come alone. Come ready to learn. Theron Alexandru. Harry read the scroll 3 times, his heart pounding. The full moon was in 3 days. 3 days to prepare, to travel, to meet a man who might be his only hope. He found Fleur in the library, as always. She took one look at his face and knew. He said yes. Harry nodded, holding out the scroll. Fleur read it quickly, her expression shifting from hope to concern to determination. 3 days. We need to leave tomorrow. Fleur, he said, come alone. I don't care what he said. Fleur's voice was fierce. You're not going alone into the mountains of Greece to meet a strange wizard without someone watching your back. I'll stay hidden if I have to. I'll wait at the base of the mountain. But I'm coming with you. Harry wanted to argue. He wanted to point out the danger, the risk, the possibility that Alexandru would refuse to teach him if he broke the rules. But looking at Fleur's face, at the absolute refusal in her eyes, he knew it was pointless. Okay, he said quietly. Together. Fleur smiled, relief flooding her features. Together. They left the next morning, with Madame Maxime's blessing and a portkey that would take them to the base of Mount Parnassus. Apolline had arranged it through contacts in the Greek ministry, calling in favors that would take years to repay. The portkey activated at dawn, lifting them off their feet and spinning them through a whirlwind of color and sound. When they landed, stumbling and dizzy, they were standing on a rocky slope, surrounded by pine trees and the distant sound of wind. The mountain rose before them, its peak lost in clouds. Somewhere up there, in a small stone hut, an old wizard waited. Ready? Fleur asked. Harry looked at the mountain, at the impossible climb ahead, at the hope and fear warring in his chest. Ready, he said. They began to climb. The climb was brutal. Mount Parnassus rose above them like a sleeping giant, its slopes covered in ancient pines and jagged rocks that seemed designed to trip and wound. The air grew thinner with every step, colder with every hour. Harry's lungs burned. His legs screamed. But he kept climbing, driven by something deeper than physical need. Fleur climbed beside him, matching his pace, her face pale but determined. She had refused to let him come alone, and now, halfway up a mountain in the middle of winter, Harry was grateful for her presence. Not just for the practical help, though she'd already saved him from 3 near falls with quick reflexes and stronger arms, but for the simple fact of not being alone. "Do you see anything?" she asked, pausing to catch her breath. Harry scanned the slope above them. Nothing but rocks and trees and the ever-present mist that swallowed the mountain's peak. "No, but we must be close. The sun's starting to set." They'd been climbing since dawn. The winter days were short, and the thought of spending a night on this frozen slope was terrifying. Harry pushed harder, ignoring the pain in his muscles, the dizziness from the altitude. The path, if it could be called a path, wound between massive boulders and through stands of twisted pines. Several times they lost it entirely, forced to backtrack and search for the faint traces of human passage. Harry began to understand why Alexandru chose to live here. The mountain itself was a fortress, its defenses more effective than any spell. Just as the last light began to fade from the sky, they found it. A small stone hut, crouched against the mountainside like an animal seeking shelter. Smoke rose from a chimney, promising warmth within. A single window glowed with soft, golden light. Harry's knees nearly gave way with relief. "There. That's it." Fleur grabbed his arm, steadying him. "We made it." They approached the hut slowly, not wanting to startle whoever lived inside. The door was old oak, reinforced with iron bands, and it bore no handle, only a simple iron knocker in the shape of an eye. Harry raised his hand to knock, but before he could, the door swung inward. A voice, ancient and dry as dust, emerged from the darkness within. "Enter, Harry Potter. And bring your shadow." "I expected her to come." Harry exchanged a glance with Fleur, then stepped through the doorway. The inside of the hut was nothing like its rough exterior. Warmth enveloped them immediately, a fire crackling in a stone hearth, casting dancing shadows across walls lined with books and strange instruments. The floor was covered in thick rugs, and the air smelled of herbs and smoke and something older, something that reminded Harry of the whispers in the walls of Privet Drive. And behind a simple wooden table, watching them with eyes that held the weight of centuries, sat Theron Alexandru. He was older than Harry had imagined, impossibly old, his face a map of wrinkles, his hair a wispy white cloud around a bald pate. But his eyes were young, sharp as knives, and they missed nothing. "So," Alexandru said, his voice carrying across the small space despite its dryness. "The boy who lived, the boy who ran, the boy who carries a piece of the darkest soul in centuries inside his own skull." He gestured to 2 simple chairs before the fire. "Sit, eat. You'll need your strength for what comes." Harry sat, suddenly aware of how exhausted he was. Fleur sat beside him, close enough that their knees touched. A moment later, bowls of steaming soup appeared on the table before them, along with bread and cheese and a pitcher of water. "Eat," Alexandru commanded. "Questions later." They ate. The soup was simple but nourishing, the bread warm and fresh. Harry hadn't realized how hungry he was until the first spoonful touched his lips. He finished his bowl in minutes, then reached for more. Alexandru watched them in silence, his ancient eyes missing nothing. When they finally pushed back from the table, stuffed and warm, he nodded slowly. "Good. You have sense enough to accept nourishment when offered. Many don't. They're too anxious, too eager, too afraid. They starve themselves while waiting for answers." He leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. "Now, tell me everything. From the beginning. Leave nothing out." So Harry did. He told Alexandru about the Dursleys, the cupboard, the whispers in the walls. He told him about Hagrid, about Hogwarts, about the moment he'd chosen Beauxbatons instead. He told him about the prophecy, about Narcissa, about Draco. He told him about the connection, the dreams, the red eyes and the reaching darkness. He told him about Dumbledore's visit, about the manipulation he sensed beneath the wharf. And he told him about the fragment, the piece of Voldemort's soul that lived in his scar, connecting them, binding them, threatening to consume him. Alexandru listened without interrupting, his face expressionless. When Harry finally fell silent, the old wizard sat motionless for a long moment, his eyes distant. "You carry a great burden," he said finally. "Greater than you know. The soul fragment is not just a connection, it's a tether. A rope that, if pulled hard enough, could drag you entirely into darkness. I have seen it before, once, long ago. A wizard who was possessed by a dark spirit. He did not survive." Harry's heart clenched. "You said that in your letter." "Yes. And I meant it." Alexandru leaned forward, his ancient eyes burning. "But you have something he didn't. Love. Real, genuine, selfless love. That love is a shield, Harry Potter. A protection that no dark magic can penetrate. It's why you've survived this long. It's why you'll continue to survive, if you're careful." He rose from his chair, moving to a shelf lined with worn books. He selected one, thin and ancient, and brought it back to the table. "This is a treatise on occlumency," he said, placing it before Harry. "But occlumency alone won't save you. It will build walls, yes, but walls can be breached. What you need is something deeper. Something that transforms the connection itself." "What do you mean?" Fleur asked, speaking for the first time. Alexandru looked at her, his eyes sharp. "The connection between Harry and the Dark Lord is unique. It's not just mental, it's spiritual, magical, perhaps even physical. The fragment of soul in Harry's scar is part of Voldemort himself. That means that what affects one affects the other. Harry can feel Voldemort's emotions, see his thoughts, dream his dreams. But the reverse is also true. Harry's blood ran cold. He can see me too. Not yet. Not fully. The fragment is dormant, passive. It observes, but it doesn't report. But as Voldemort grows stronger, as he regains his power and his body, the fragment will awaken. It will become active. And then, yes, he will be able to see through your eyes, feel through your skin, know your every thought." Alexandru's voice was grim. "When that happens, you will have no secrets from him. No plans, no hopes, no fears that he cannot access. You will be an open book, and he will read every page." The room seemed to spin. Harry gripped the edge of the table, fighting for control. Fleur's hand found his, squeezing hard. "How do I stop it?" Harry's voice was raw. "How do I keep him out?" Alexandru studied him for a long moment. Then he said, quietly, "You don't. Not entirely. The fragment is part of you now. You can no more remove it than you can remove your own heart. But you can learn to control it. To master it. To turn it from a weakness into a strength. How? The same way you master anything, through practice, through discipline, through pain." Alexandru's voice hardened. "I will teach you to build walls so strong that even Voldemort cannot breach them. I will teach you to hide your thoughts, your emotions, your very self behind layers of mental armor. And then, when you are ready, I will teach you to use the connection. To see what he sees, know what he knows, without being seen or known yourself." Harry stared at him. "You can do that. I can try. Whether you can learn is another question." Alexandru rose, moving to the fire. "The first lesson begins now. Clear your mind. Empty it of everything, thoughts, emotions, memories. Become blank, like still water." Harry closed his eyes and tried. But immediately, images flooded in: Fleur's face, the red eyes from his dreams, the cupboard under the stairs, his mother's photograph. The more he tried to push them away, the stronger they became. "Stop." Alexandru's voice was sharp. "You're fighting yourself. That's the opposite of what you need. Don't push, release. Let the thoughts flow through you like water through a sieve. Observe them, acknowledge them, then let them go." Harry tried again. This time, instead of fighting the thoughts, he watched them drift past. Fleur's smile. The red eyes. The cupboard. His mother. One by one, they faded, until there was nothing but darkness. "Good." Alexandru's voice was distant, echoing. "Now hold that emptiness. Don't let anything in. Just be." Harry held. The darkness was peaceful, quiet, empty. For the first time in weeks, he felt no fear, no pain, no connection to the red eyes that haunted his nights. Then, without warning, something pushed against his mind. It was gentle at first, a probing, a testing. Harry recognized it as Alexandru, trying to enter his thoughts. He pushed back instinctively, building walls, blocking the intrusion. Good, Alexandru's voice came again. But don't just block, deflect. Let my probe slide past you, like water around a stone. Don't meet force with force. Meet it with yielding. Harry adjusted, imagining his mind as a smooth, polished surface that Alexandru's probe couldn't grip. The pressure slid away, harmless. Excellent. Now, a second probe hit him, harder than the first, and this one wasn't gentle. It was sharp, aggressive, demanding entry. Harry's instinct screamed at him to fight, to push back, but he remembered Alexandru's words and instead let it slide past. It struck, slid, and was gone. You learn quickly. Alexandru's voice held a note of approval. Most students take weeks to reach this point. You've done it in minutes. The connection has prepared you, forced you to develop defenses you didn't know you had. Harry opened his eyes. Alexandru stood before him, his ancient face creased in something that might have been a smile. We have much work to do, the old wizard said. But I believe you can do it. I believe you can master this connection, turn it to your advantage. It will not be easy. It will not be quick. But it is possible. Relief flooded through Harry, so intense it made his eyes sting. Thank you. Thank you so much. Don't thank me yet. The real work hasn't begun. Alexandru turned to Fleur. You, girl. You'll stay, of course. He'll need you, your presence, your love, your steadiness. The exercises I'll teach him will be brutal. He'll want to give up, to let the darkness take him. You'll be the reason he doesn't. Fleur nodded, her jaw set. I'll be here, always. Alexandru studied her for a moment, then nodded slowly. Good. Now rest. Tomorrow, we begin in earnest. The next weeks were the hardest of Harry's life. Every day, Alexandru pushed him further, harder, deeper. He taught Harry to build mental walls so strong that nothing could breach them. He taught him to hide his emotions behind layers of calm, to deflect mental attacks with the ease of breathing, to create decoys and traps for anyone who tried to enter his mind. And then, when Harry thought he couldn't take any more, Alexandru taught him to use the connection. It's like a door, the old wizard explained. A door between your mind and Voldemort's. Right now, it's closed, but not locked. He can open it whenever he chooses. Your job is to lock it from your side. And then, when you're ready, to open it just a crack. To look through without being seen. Harry practiced for hours, days, weeks. He learned to sense the door in his mind, a dark, pulsing presence that felt like the red eyes from his dreams. He learned to push against it, to feel the weight of Voldemort's mind on the other side. He learned to lock it, to reinforce it, to make it his. And then, on a cold morning in late January, Alexandru said, "Open it." Harry hesitated. What if he sees me? He won't. Not if you're careful. Just a crack. Just a glimpse. Then close it immediately. Harry took a deep breath, reached for the door in his mind, and opened it a fraction. Darkness flooded in, not physical darkness, but something deeper, older, more terrible. He felt Voldemort's presence like a physical weight, felt his emotions like waves crashing against a shore. Rage, hunger, anticipation, and beneath it all, a cold, calculating patience that was somehow more terrifying than the rage. Images flashed, a dark hall, kneeling figures, a ritual taking shape. A body being prepared, a spirit being summoned, a return being planned. Then Harry slammed the door shut, gasping, shaking. Fleur was there instantly, her arms around him. Harry, what did you see? He's coming back, Harry whispered. Soon, very soon. They're preparing, a ritual, a body, everything. He's almost ready. Alexandru's face was grave. Then we have less time than I thought. You must learn faster, push harder. When he returns, he'll come for you. And you need to be ready. Harry nodded, clinging to Fleur, trying to steady his racing heart. The door in his mind pulsed once, then settled. The countdown had begun. They returned to Beauxbatons in early February, stepping through a portkey that deposited them in Madame Maxime's office. The headmistress took one look at Harry's face and knew. It's worse than we thought, she said quietly. Harry nodded. He's coming back. Soon. Months, maybe weeks. I saw it, the preparations, the followers, everything. Madame Maxime was silent for a long moment. Then she said, then we prepare. All of us. Beauxbatons will not be caught unaware. Fleur took Harry's hand. We'll be ready. Harry looked at her, at the love in her eyes, the determination, the absolute refusal to give up, and felt something shift inside him. The fear was still there, the darkness still pulsed in his scar. But beneath it all, something new had grown. Something that felt almost like hope. Together, he said, we face this together. Fleur smiled, and for a moment, the darkness seemed to recede. But Harry knew it was only temporary. The red eyes were watching. The door was waiting. And soon, very soon, Voldemort would come. And Harry would be ready. February bled into March with the slow, inexorable crawl of a glacier. Harry threw himself into his training with an intensity that worried even Fleur. Every morning before classes, he practiced the mental exercises Alexandru had taught him, clearing his mind, building walls, learning to exist in the empty space between thoughts. Every evening after dinner, he returned to his room and opened the door in his mind just a crack, peering into Voldemort's darkness before slamming it shut again. The visions came more frequently now. Harry saw meetings in shadowed halls, Death Eaters kneeling before an empty throne. He saw rituals being performed, blood being spilled, dark magic being woven into something terrible and powerful. He saw a body, not yet fully formed, but growing, taking shape in a cauldron of swirling green potion. And always, always, he felt Voldemort's presence. A weight at the edge of his consciousness, waiting, watching, hungry. Fleur watched him fade with helpless anguish. The circles under his eyes deepened. His already thin frame grew thinner. He smiled less, laughed not at all. Even Camille noticed, her constant chatter faltering when she looked at him, her eyes filling with concern she didn't know how to express. "You're killing yourself," Fleur said one night, her voice raw. "Harry, look at me. You're killing yourself." Harry looked at her, at the tears tracking down her cheeks, at the way her hands trembled as she reached for him, and felt something crack inside his chest. "I have to," he whispered. "If I stop, if I let the walls down for even a moment, he'll find me. He'll see everything, you, Draco, Madame Maxime, everyone I love. I can't let that happen. You can't keep going like this either." Fleur's voice broke. "I'm losing you, Harry. Not to Voldemort, to exhaustion, to obsession, to the darkness you're trying so hard to fight. You're disappearing right in front of me." The words landed like stones. Harry stared at her, at the pain in her eyes, at the love that kept her here despite everything. "I don't know how to stop," he admitted. "I don't know how to be anything but this." Fleur pulled him into her arms, holding him so tightly he could feel her heart beating against his chest. "Then let me help you. Let me remind you. You're not just the boy with the scar, Harry. You're not just the one fighting Voldemort. You're you. The boy who laughs at my terrible jokes. The boy who feeds Hedwig scraps from breakfast when he thinks no one's watching. The boy who held my hand by the lake and told me he loved me. That boy is still in there. I need you to find him again." Harry buried his face in her shoulder and cried. He cried for his parents, lost before he could know them. He cried for Draco, hidden somewhere in France, alone and afraid. He cried for the childhood he never had, the normal life that was never possible. And he cried for Fleur, for the weight he'd made her carry, for the love that kept her tethered to a boy who was slowly drowning in darkness. When the tears finally stopped, he felt lighter. Not free, the weight was still there, would always be there, but lighter. As if sharing the burden had made it fractionally more bearable. "Thank you," he whispered. "For not giving up on me." Fleur kissed his forehead, his cheeks, the corner of his mouth. "Never, never." The next day, Harry made a decision. He couldn't stop the training, the walls were too important, the connection too dangerous to ignore. But he could balance it. He could make time for life, for joy, for the simple moments that made the fight worth fighting. He started small. A walk by the lake with Fleur, just watching the water. A game of exploding snap with Camille and some other first years. An extra hour of sleep, letting Hedwig wake him instead of the alarm. The dreams didn't stop, the visions continued, but somehow, they felt less overwhelming, less consuming, as if by reclaiming small pieces of his life, Harry had taken back some of his power. "You're different," Professor Fontaine observed during charms. "More present, less distracted. Whatever changed, keep doing it." Harry smiled, a real smile, the first in weeks. "I will." The Serpent Owl returned on March 15th. Harry was in his room, practicing occlumency, when the familiar tapping came at his window. He let the bird in with trembling hands, recognizing the urgency in its yellow eyes. The parchment was shorter than usual, written in Draco's cramped hand but with none of his characteristic care. "Harry, they found us. The safe house," someone talked. "Father's men are coming. Mother is getting me out, but I don't know if we'll make it. I just wanted you to know, you were right. Choosing yourself, choosing love, choosing to be more than what they want, it's worth it. Even if this is the end, it was worth it. Thank you for everything. If I don't survive, tell my mother I loved her. Tell her I understood why she did what she did. Your friend always, Draco." Harry read the letter 3 times, his heart pounding, his mind racing. Draco was in danger. Death Eaters were coming, and there was nothing Harry could do. He was in France, hundreds of miles away, with no way to help. But maybe there was. He grabbed the mirror from his pocket, Appeline's mirror, the one that connected them across any distance. He pressed his finger to its surface and whispered her name. The glass shimmered, and Appeline's face appeared, instantly alert. "Harry, what's wrong?" "It's Draco. He's in danger. Death Eaters found their safe house. His mother is getting him out, but I don't know if they'll make it." Harry's voice cracked. "I don't know what to do. I can't reach him. I can't help him." Appeline's expression hardened. "Where is the safe house?" "I don't know exactly. Somewhere in the south of France." That's all he said. "That's enough." Appeline was already moving, her image shifting as she gathered things off screen. "I have contacts in the south. Friends who owe me favors. I'll find him, Harry. I'll do everything I can. Thank you." Harry's voice was barely a whisper. "Thank you. Stay by the mirror. I'll contact you as soon as I know anything." Appeline's face softened, just for a moment. "And Harry, whatever happens, you did the right thing. Telling me, reaching out, not trying to carry this alone. Remember that." The mirror went dark. Harry sat on his bed, clutching it, waiting. Fleur arrived minutes later. She always knew when something was wrong, and sat beside him, holding his hand, saying nothing. The hours crawled past. The mirror glowed again at midnight. Harry grabbed it so fast he nearly dropped it. Appeline's face appeared, exhausted but triumphant. "We found them," she said. "Barely. The Death Eaters were minutes behind. But we got there first. Draco and Narcissa are safe." Harry's knees gave way. He sank onto the bed, tears streaming down his face. Fleur wrapped her arms around him, crying too. "Where are they now?" Harry managed. "With me. In my home. It's heavily warded, no one can get in without my permission. They'll stay here until we figure out next steps." Appeline's voice was gentle. "Draco wants to talk to you. Are you up for it?" Harry nodded, wiping his eyes. The mirror shifted, and Draco's face appeared, pale, exhausted, but alive. His gray eyes were red-rimmed, and there was a bruise darkening on his cheek, but he was smiling. A real smile, not the careful mask he usually wore. "Harry," he breathed, "you saved us. I didn't do anything. Your mother, Appeline. You called her. You reached out. If you hadn't, we'd be dead." Draco's voice cracked. "Thank you. I don't know how to say it enough. Thank you." Harry stared at his friend, his only true friend besides Fleur, and felt something heal inside him. The guilt, the fear, the helplessness, all of it eased, just slightly. "You're alive," he said. "That's all that matters." Draco nodded, swiping at his eyes. "Mother wants to go into hiding. Really hide, this time. Somewhere no one can find us. She knows people, old family connections, people who owe her favors. We'll be safe, but I won't be able to reach you. Not for a while. But when this is over, when Voldemort is gone, when we're free, we'll find each other again. I promise." Harry nodded, holding onto the promise like a lifeline. "Stay alive, Draco. Whatever happens, stay alive. You too." Draco's smile was watery but real. "I'll see you on the other side." The mirror went dark. Harry sat in the silence, Fleur's arms around him, and let himself feel it all. The relief, the grief, the love, the fear. They were all part of him now, woven into the fabric of who he was. And for the first time, he didn't try to push them away. The weeks that followed were quieter, but no less intense. Harry continued his training, but with a new focus. The connection to Voldemort wasn't just a weakness, it was also a weapon. A way to gather intelligence, to anticipate moves, to know the enemy from the inside. He practiced opening the door in his mind for longer periods, learning to observe without being observed. He saw Voldemort's plans taking shape, the ritual almost complete, the followers gathering, the moment of return approaching like a storm on the horizon. And he saw something else. Something that made his blood run cold. A name, a place, a target, Hogwarts. Voldemort was planning to strike at the heart of the British wizarding world. Not immediately, first he needed to consolidate power, gather followers, build his army. But eventually, inevitably, he would come for the school that had rejected him, the headmaster who had defeated him, the children who represented everything he hated. Harry sat with this knowledge for 3 days before deciding what to do. He couldn't tell Dumbledore directly, that would mean revealing the connection, opening himself to manipulation. But he couldn't let Hogwarts be caught unprepared either. Innocent children would die, so he wrote a letter. Anonymous, vague, but specific enough to be taken seriously. He sent it by ordinary owl, with no return address, addressed simply to the headmaster, Hogwarts School. There is a storm coming. It will hit Hogwarts. Not tomorrow, not next month, but soon. Prepare your defenses. Trust no one fully. The enemy is closer than you think. It wasn't much, but it was something. April arrived with a warmth that felt like hope. Harry turned 12 on the last day of July, a quiet celebration with Fleur and Camille and a cake from the house elves. No word from Draco, but Apolline sent assurances that they were safe, hidden, waiting. The dreams continued, but Harry had learned to control them now. He could enter Voldemort's mind at will, observe his plans, then withdraw without leaving a trace. It was dangerous, one slip, one moment of carelessness, and he'd be trapped forever. But so far, he'd managed. Fleur watched him with pride and fear in equal measure. "You're becoming something new," she said one night, as they sat by the lake watching the sunset. "Something powerful. It scares me sometimes." Harry looked at her, at the girl who had stayed when everyone else would have run. "It scares me too. But I'm still me. Still Harry. That doesn't change." "I know." She leaned against him. "I just worry. About losing you to the darkness. About the connection pulling you in so deep you can't find your way back." Harry thought about it, about the red eyes, the hunger, the cold that lived in his scar. It was always there, always waiting. But so was Fleur. So was love. And love, he was learning, was stronger than any darkness. "You won't lose me," he said. "I won't let that happen." Fleur smiled and kissed him softly. "Good. Because I'm not going anywhere." August brought news. The Daily Prophet arrived at Beauxbatons with a shrieking headline. "Dark Lord returns. Ministry confirms Voldemort's resurrection, mass panic ensues." Harry read the article with cold calm. He'd known it was coming. Felt it in his dreams, in his scar, in the weight that had been pressing on his consciousness for months. Voldemort was back. Fully, physically, terrifyingly back. And now the real war would begin. Madame Maxime summoned Harry to her office that afternoon. Her face was grave, but her eyes were steady. "You knew," she said. "It wasn't a question. I've been seeing it for months. In dreams, in visions. The connection." Harry touched his scar. "He's back. And he'll come for me eventually. Then we prepare." Madame Maxime's voice was firm. "Beauxbatons will not fall. We'll strengthen our wards, train our students, build our defenses. And when he comes, if he comes, we'll be ready." Harry nodded slowly. "There's something else. He's planning to attack Hogwarts. Not immediately, but eventually. It's his ultimate target, the school that rejected him, Dumbledore, everything it represents." Madame Maxime was silent for a long moment. Then she said, "We need to warn them. I already did. Months ago. Anonymous letter. I don't know if they took it seriously. We'll send another. Officially, from Beauxbatons. A warning of imminent threat." Madame Maxime's eyes met his. "And Harry, when the time comes, when the war reaches its peak, you may have to choose. Fight or hide. Stand or run. What will you choose?" Harry thought about it. About the prophecy, the connection, the fragment of Voldemort's soul in his scar. About Fleur, and Draco, and everyone he loved. About the childhood he never had and the future he was determined to build. "I'll fight," he said quietly. "Not because the prophecy says I have to. Not because Dumbledore wants me to. Because it's right. Because the people I love deserve to live in a world without fear. Because I can." Madame Maxime smiled. a rare, genuine smile that transformed her severe features. Good. That's the right reason. The days that followed were a blur of preparation. Beauxbatons transformed into a fortress. Wards were strengthened, new enchantments laid, defensive measures put in place. Older students were trained in basic combat magic. Younger students were drilled in emergency procedures. The joyful, graceful atmosphere of the school shifted into something harder, more serious. Harry trained harder than anyone, pushing himself to master spells far beyond his years. He learned defensive magic that would have made a seventh year proud. He practiced offensive spells, hating them but knowing they might be necessary. And every night, he entered Voldemort's mind, gathering intelligence, watching the darkness spread. The visions showed him everything. Death Eater meetings, attacks on Muggle villages, the slow, creeping spread of fear across Britain. They showed him names and faces, Lucius Malfoy, Bellatrix Lestrange, a dozen others whose faces he came to know as well as his own. And they showed him the Dark Lord himself, sitting on a throne of shadow, planning, waiting, hungering. For Harry. Always for Harry. September brought a letter that changed everything. It arrived by official Ministry Owl, bearing the seal of the British Department of Magical Education. Madame Maxime opened it in front of Harry, her expression shifting from curiosity to shock to something like fear. "What is it?" Harry asked. Madame Maxime handed him the letter without speaking. Harry read, "To Madame Maxime, Headmistress of Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. By order of the British Ministry of Magic and the Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, we hereby request the transfer of student Harry James Potter to Hogwarts School for the duration of the current conflict. It has been determined that Beauxbatons, while a fine institution, lacks the specific defenses and resources necessary to protect Mr. Potter from the threats now facing him. Hogwarts, with its ancient magic and strategic location, is better equipped to ensure his safety. Mr. Potter's presence at Hogwarts is considered a matter of international magical security. We trust you will comply with this request without delay. Signed, Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic. Albus Dumbledore, Chief Warlock." Harry stared at the words, his blood running cold. They were trying to force him. To take him from the only home he'd ever known and drag him back to the place he'd run from. "No," he whispered. They can't do this." Madame Maxime's face was carved from stone. "They can try. But they haven't accounted for one thing." "What?" "This is France, Harry. Not Britain. The British ministry has no authority here. And I will not surrender one of my students to anyone, for any reason, without that student's consent." She looked at him, her dark eyes burning. "The choice is yours. Always yours. What do you choose?" Harry thought about it. About Hogwarts, with its moving staircases and enchanted ceiling and Dumbledore's watching eyes. About Beauxbatons, with its marble halls and frozen lake and Fleur's hand in his. About the life he'd built here, the love he'd found, the person he'd become. "I choose to stay," he said. "I choose Beauxbatons. I choose Fleur. I choose myself." Madame Maxime smiled. "Then that's what we'll tell them." The response she sent was brief and devastating. "To the British Ministry of Magic and the Headmaster of Hogwarts School. Harry Potter is a student of Beauxbatons Academy. He has chosen to remain here. His choice is final. Beauxbatons has its own defenses, its own resources, its own ancient magic. We are more than capable of protecting our students. Any attempt to remove Mr. Potter against his will be considered an act of aggression against the French magical community and will be met with appropriate force. Madame Maxime, Headmistress, Beauxbatons Academy of Magic." Harry read the letter before it was sent, his heart swelling with gratitude. She was willing to defy the British ministry, to stand against Dumbledore himself, for him. "Thank you," he said, his voice thick. "For everything." Madame Maxime reached out and touched his shoulder, a rare gesture of warmth. "You're worth fighting for, Harry. Never doubt that." The weeks that followed were tense. British ministry officials arrived at Beauxbatons, demanding meetings, making threats. Madame Maxime refused them all. Dumbledore wrote letters, long, persuasive, reasonable, trying to convince Harry to change his mind. Harry burned them unread. The only letter he kept was one that arrived by Serpent Owl, months after Draco had disappeared. It was short, written in Narcissa's elegant hand. "Harry, we are safe, hidden, waiting. I heard about the ministry's demand. I know you refused. You were right too. Dumbledore's interest in you is not what it seems. Trust your instincts. Trust the people who love you. They will never steer you wrong. When the time comes, and it will come, you'll know what to do. Until then, stay strong. Stay you. N. Harry tucked the letter into the drawer with Andromeda's journal and his mother's photograph. Evidence. Reminders. Truth. December arrived, cold and clear. The war raged in Britain, attacks, disappearances, fear spreading like plague. But Beauxbatons remained untouched, a fortress of light in a darkening world. Harry trained. He grew stronger, faster, more skilled. He learned to walk the edge between his mind and Voldemort's, gathering intelligence, anticipating moves. He became the weapon Dumbledore had always wanted, but on his own terms, for his own reasons. Fleur stayed beside him, her love a constant warmth in the cold. They grew closer with each passing month, their bond deepening into something that felt unbreakable. And in the quiet moments, when the training was done and the darkness receded, Harry allowed himself to hope. Not for an end to the war, that was too distant, too uncertain. But for moments of peace. For stolen hours by the lake. For Fleur's hand in his and her smile lighting up the darkness. For the simple, precious gift of being alive. The red eyes still watched. The connection still pulsed. The prophecy still hung over him like a sword. But Harry was no longer afraid. He was ready. And when Voldemort finally came, when the darkness reached its peak and the final battle began, Harry Potter would be waiting. On his own terms, with the people he loved beside him. And nothing, not prophecy, not destiny, not the darkest wizard in history, would take that from him. The attack came on Christmas Eve. Harry should have known. The signs were there, the increased activity in his visions, the restless energy in Voldemort's mind, the way the Death Eaters spoke of the French school, with contempt and hunger. But he was 12, and it was Christmas, and for one precious evening he had allowed himself to forget. Fleur had decorated his room with enchanted garlands that sparkled like frost. A small tree stood in the corner, adorned with silver stars and tiny glowing candles. Hedwig wore a red bow around her neck and hooted with offended dignity. They had planned to spend the evening by the fire, exchanging small gifts, pretending the world outside wasn't burning. The explosion shattered everything. Harry was thrown from his chair, the force of the blast slamming him against the wall. Fleur screamed. Hedwig shrieked. For a terrible moment, there was only chaos, dust and smoke and the ringing in his ears. Then the second blast came, closer, and Harry understood. They were under attack. Fleur. He crawled through the debris, his heart pounding, his mind screaming. He found her huddled behind the overturned bed, bleeding from a cut on her forehead but alive. "Are you hurt? Can you move?" "I'm fine." Her voice was steady despite the blood. "What's happening?" "Death Eaters. They've found us." Harry grabbed his wand, helped her to her feet. "We need to get to Madame Maxime. Now." They stumbled into the corridor. It was chaos, students running, screaming, teachers shouting orders. Through the shattered windows, Harry could see figures in black robes advancing across the grounds, their wands spitting curses. The protective wards were failing, flickering, dying. "Harry." Madame Maxime's voice cut through the noise. She stood at the end of the corridor, her wand raised, her eyes blazing. "To me. Both of you." They ran to her, and she wrapped them in a protective shield just as another curse slammed into the wall behind them. "The wards are collapsing," Madame Maxime said, her voice grim. "Someone on the inside brought them down. We have traitors in the school." Harry's blood ran cold. Traitors. Someone had let them in. "Where do we go?" Fleur asked. "The safe room. Sub-basement level 3. It's warded with ancient magic, they can't breach it." Madame Maxime pushed them towards the stairwell. "Go. Now. I'll hold them here." "Madame Maxime." "Go, Harry." "That's an order." Fleur grabbed his hand and pulled him towards the stairs. They ran, their footsteps echoing in the sudden silence of the empty corridor. Behind them, they heard Madame Maxime's voice rising in a spell, heard the crash of magic against magic, heard screams that might have been enemies or friends. The stairwell was dark, the torches extinguished by the attacks. Harry lit his wand, casting flickering shadows on the stone walls. They descended past the first sub-basement, the second, then the third, a level Harry hadn't even known existed. The door to the safe room was iron, ancient, covered in runes that glowed with power. Fleur pressed her hand to it, and the runes flared, recognizing her Delacour blood. The door swung open. Inside, they found chaos. Dozens of students huddled together, some crying, some praying, some simply staring in shock. Teachers moved among them, tending wounds, casting calming charms. Professor Fontaine spotted them immediately and rushed over. Harry, Fleur, thank the gods. She pulled them inside, and the door swung shut behind them, sealing with a sound like thunder. Are you hurt? Just cuts and bruises. Fleur's voice was steady, but her hand trembled in Harry's. What happened? How did they get in? Fontaine's face darkened. We don't know yet. Someone sabotaged the wards, took them down from the inside. Madame Maxime is holding the entrance hall, but there are dozens of them. Maybe more. Harry's mind raced. Inside. Someone inside Beauxbatons had betrayed them. Someone they knew, trusted, passed in the corridors every day. Who? He asked. Who would do this? Fontaine shook her head. We don't know. But when we find out, she stopped, her jaw tightening. Stay here. Both of you. Don't open the door for anyone except Madame Maxime or myself. She moved away, attending to other students. Harry and Fleur found a corner and sat, huddled together, listening to the distant sounds of battle. The hours crawled past. The attack lasted until dawn. Harry sat in the safe room, Fleur's hand in his, and felt every curse through the connection. Voldemort wasn't there. He was too cautious, too strategic to risk himself on a raid, but his followers were, and their hatred burned through Harry's mind like fire. He saw through their eyes, briefly, involuntarily. The entrance hall of Beauxbatons, transformed into a battlefield. Madame Maxime fighting like a demon, her wand a blur of light. Older students standing with their teachers, defending their home. Bodies on the marble floor, some in black robes, some in blue. When the vision cleared, Harry was shaking, soaked in sweat. What did you see? Fleur whispered. Fighting. Dying. Madame Maxime, she's still alive. She's holding them. Harry pressed his hands to his face. But there are casualties. Students. I saw. He stopped, unable to continue. Fleur pulled him close, holding him against her. Don't think about it. Don't go back there. Stay here, with me. He tried so hard. But the connection pulsed, and the visions kept coming, and by the time the all-clear finally sounded, Harry had seen more death than any 12-year-old should ever witness. The door opened at dawn. Madame Maxime stood there, her robes torn, her face streaked with soot and blood, but alive. Behind her, Harry could see teachers and older students moving through the corridors, tending to the wounded, assessing the damage. It's over, she said, her voice heavy with exhaustion. They've retreated. For now. The students erupted, some crying with relief, some cheering, most simply collapsing into each other's arms. Harry and Fleur rose and made their way to Madame Maxime. How many? Harry asked quietly. Madame Maxime's eyes met his. 12 students. 3 teachers. Too many. The numbers hit him like physical blows. 12 students. Kids his age, younger, older. Gone. Who? Fleur's voice was barely a whisper. Who did we lose? Madame Maxime told them. Names Harry knew, a shy first year from Portugal, a boisterous third year who always smiled, a quiet sixth year who helped him with potions. Teachers he'd learned from, laughed with, respected. And Camille. Harry's knees buckled. Fleur caught him, held him, but he barely felt it. Camille. His first friend at Beauxbatons. The girl who had talked endlessly, asked too many questions, never quite understood when to stop. She was gone. No, he whispered. No, not her. She was in the entrance hall, Madame Maxime said softly. She tried to help, tried to fight. She was very brave. Harry thought about Camille's laugh, her curiosity, her determination to befriend him no matter how many times he pushed her away. She had seen him as a person, not a symbol. She had been his friend. And now she was dead. The days that followed were a blur of grief and fury. Funerals. Memorials. Parents arriving to collect their children, their faces masks of shock and grief. The injured filling the infirmary. The dead being prepared for burial. Harry moved through it all like a ghost, his mind numb, his heart a block of ice. He attended Camille's funeral, a small service by the lake, her family huddled together, her mother's sobs cutting through the cold air like knives. He stood at the back, Fleur beside him, and said nothing. What was there to say? The traitor was found 3 days later. A 7th-year student named Etienne Moreau, from an old French family with Death Eater connections. He had been paid in gold, paid in promises, to lower the wards at the appointed time. He had watched his classmates die and felt nothing. When they dragged him before Madame Maxime, his face was blank, empty, as if the evil inside him had consumed everything else. Why? Harry asked. He had pushed his way into the room, ignoring the teachers who tried to stop him. Why did you do it? Etienne looked at him, looked through him, and smiled. A cold, empty smile that made Harry's blood freeze. Because the Dark Lord will win, he said. And when he does, those who served him will be rewarded. Your friends, your teachers, your precious school, none of it matters. The darkness is coming, Harry Potter. And you can't stop it. Harry's wand was in his hand before he knew he'd moved. A curse rose to his lips, a dark curse, a killing curse, something he'd never learned but somehow knew. Fleur's hand on his arm stopped him. Don't, she whispered. Don't become him. Harry looked at Etienne, at the emptiness behind his eyes, at the evil that had chosen to destroy instead of build. If he killed him now, in anger, in vengeance, what would that make him? He lowered his wand. Take him away, Madame Maxime said quietly. He'll face justice. Proper justice. As they led Etienne past, he looked at Harry one last time. You're weaker than I thought, Potter. Too soft to do what needs to be done. The Dark Lord will eat you alive. Harry met his eyes and said nothing. But inside, something was changing. The ice in his heart was cracking, and beneath it, something hot and terrible was stirring. The school reopened in January, but nothing was the same. Half the students had been withdrawn by terrified parents. The remaining halls felt empty, hollow, haunted by the ghosts of those who had fallen. Teachers walked the corridors with wands always in hand. Protective wards were checked hourly, strengthened daily, tested weekly. Harry trained harder than ever. He rose before dawn and practiced until his body gave out. He learned spells that weren't in any textbook, dark, dangerous magic that he would never have touched before Camille's death. He stopped sleeping, stopped eating properly, stopped doing anything except train. Fleur watched him spiral with helpless anguish. Harry, please. She caught him one night in the empty training room, his face streaked with sweat and tears he hadn't noticed shedding. Please stop. You're destroying yourself. He looked at her, at the girl who loved him, who had stayed when everyone else would have run, and felt the ice crack a little more. I can't, he whispered. Every time I close my eyes, I see her. Camille. Laughing, talking, being alive. And then I see her dead, and I think, if I'd been stronger, faster, better, maybe I could have saved her. Fleur crossed the room and took his face in her hands. You were 12 years old, Harry. You were in a safe room, protected, because that's where you were supposed to be. Camille's death is not your fault. It's the fault of the monsters who attacked us. The fault of Voldemort and his followers. Not yours. But I could have. You could have died too. Fleur's voice broke. And then I would have lost you. Do you understand that? I would have lost you, and I don't know if I could survive that. Harry stared at her, at the tears tracking down her cheeks, at the fear in her eyes, at the love that kept her here despite everything, and felt something shatter inside him. Not the ice. Something deeper. Something that had been frozen since the attack, since Camille's death, since the moment he'd realized the world was darker than he'd ever imagined. He pulled her into his arms and held her, shaking, crying, finally feeling. I'm sorry, he whispered into her hair. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to push you away. I didn't mean to. Shish. Fleur held him tighter. I know. Just, come back to me. Please, come back. They stood in the empty training room, holding each other, and slowly, gradually, Harry felt himself return. The rage didn't disappear, it was still there, burning hot in his chest. But it was tempered now. Controlled. Channeled. He would avenge Camille. He would stop Voldemort. But he would do it without losing himself. Fleur wouldn't let him. The months that followed were a new kind of training. Harry still pushed himself, still learned, still grew stronger. But now he balanced it with life, with walks by the lake, with meals shared with friends, with quiet evenings by the fire. He laughed again, slowly at first, then more easily. He slept better. He ate more. The connection still pulsed, the visions still came. But Harry controlled them now, used them, turned them to his advantage. He learned Voldemort's plans before they unfolded, anticipated his moves, fed information to Madame Maxime and threw her to the resistance. He became, without meaning to, one of the most valuable intelligence assets in the war. And through it all, Fleur stayed beside him. His anchor, his heart, his home. Spring arrived, and with it, news. The resistance was growing. Dumbledore had rallied the Order of the Phoenix, gathering fighters from across Britain. The ministry was finally taking the threat seriously, mobilizing oars, strengthening defenses. And in France, Beauxbatons had become a symbol, a school that had survived an attack, that had stood firm, that had refused to fall. Harry received a letter in late April, delivered by a familiar serpent owl. Harry, we're still alive, still hidden, still waiting. Mother says the war is reaching its peak. The Dark Lord is planning something big. She doesn't know what, but she can feel it. We all can. I think about you often. About that night by the lake, when we first really talked. About the letters we exchanged. About the friendship that shouldn't have been possible but somehow was. Whatever happens next, I want you to know, you changed me. You made me believe I could be more than my father's son. You gave me hope. When this is over, if we both survive, I want to meet you again. Properly. As friends. As the people we chose to become. Until then, stay alive. Stay you. Draco. Harry read the letter 3 times, then tucked it into the drawer with the others. Draco was alive. Still fighting, still hoping, still waiting. They would meet again. Harry was sure of it. May brought the news they'd been dreading. Voldemort was moving. His forces were gathering in Britain, preparing for a final assault. The target, as Harry had always known, was Hogwarts. He saw it in his visions, the planning, the strategy, the cold satisfaction in Voldemort's mind as he prepared to destroy the school that had rejected him. He saw the Death Eaters massing, the giants being recruited, the Dementors being summoned. And he saw something else. Something that made his blood run cold. Voldemort knew about him, knew he was at Beauxbatons. Knew about the connection, the visions, the intelligence he'd been feeding to the resistance. And he was planning to come for him, not after Hogwarts but before. To eliminate the threat, to sever the connection, to take Harry's power for himself. The vision came in mid-May, clear as crystal, Voldemort, standing in a dark hall, addressing his followers. The boy is the key. He sees what I see, knows what I know. As long as he lives, our plans are exposed. But when I take him, when I absorb his power into my own, I will be unstoppable. The prophecy will be fulfilled. And the world will be mine. Harry slammed the door shut, gasping, shaking. Fleur was there instantly, her arms around him. What did you see? He's coming for me. Before Hogwarts. He's going to attack Beauxbatons again, but this time, he'll lead it himself. Harry's voice was steady, but his hands trembled. He wants to take my power. Absorb it. Make it his. Fleur's face went pale, but her eyes were fierce. Then we prepare. We fight. We don't let him. Harry looked at her, at the love in her eyes, the determination, the absolute refusal to give up, and felt something settle in his chest. Not peace. Not acceptance. But resolve. Yes, he said. We fight. The next weeks were a blur of preparation. Beauxbatons became a fortress. Every student who could hold a wand was trained in defensive magic. Wards were layered upon wards, protections upon protections. Madame Maxime sent urgent messages to the French ministry, to Dumbledore, to every ally she had. Help came. Not enough, but some. Orders arrived from Paris. Volunteers came from across France. A small contingent from the British Order of the Phoenix appeared one night, led by a grim-faced witch named Minerva McGonagall. Professor Dumbledore sends his regards, she said to Harry, her Scottish accent sharp as a blade. He also sends a warning. The Dark Lord will not be easy to stop. But we'll do everything we can. Harry nodded, saying nothing. He still didn't trust Dumbledore. But he trusted McGonagall, her no-nonsense manner, her obvious competence, the way she looked at him like a person rather than a symbol. Thank you for coming, he said. We need all the help we can get. McGonagall's eyes softened, just slightly. You're very young to be carrying all this, Mr. Potter. But you're doing well. Your parents would be proud. Harry's throat tightened. He nodded, unable to speak. The attack came on June 1st. Harry felt it through the connection. The moment Voldemort gave the order, the surge of dark magic as hundreds of Death Eaters apparated to the edge of the school's grounds. He was in the training room with Fleur when the wards screamed their warning. They're here, he said. Now. Fleur grabbed his hand. Together, they ran. The entrance hall was already a battlefield. Death Eaters poured through the broken doors, their masks gleaming in the light of defensive spells. Teachers and older students met them, wands flashing. The air was thick with curses and screams. Madame Maxime stood at the center, a towering figure of fury, her wand a blur of light. Beside her, McGonagall fought with cold precision, each spell finding its mark. Harry and Fleur joined the defense, casting shield charms, deflecting curses, protecting those who couldn't protect themselves. Harry's training took over, his wand moved before he thought, his body reacting to threats he sensed before they came. And through it all, he felt Voldemort. Approaching. Hungering. Coming for him. Come then, Harry thought, his anger rising. Come and face me. The doors exploded inward. Voldemort stood in the entrance, his red eyes gleaming, his snake-like face twisted in a smile. Behind him, the Death Eaters parted, bowing, worshipping. Harry Potter, Voldemort hissed, his voice carrying through the sudden silence. We meet at last. The fighters on both sides froze, staring. Harry stepped forward, Fleur's hand still in his. Let her go, Voldemort said, almost gently. This is between us. No one else needs to die today. Harry looked at Fleur, at the terror in her eyes, at the love that kept her beside him despite everything. He squeezed her hand once, then released it. Stay back, he whispered. Please. Fleur shook her head, tears streaming down her face. Harry, please. I can't fight him and worry about you. Stay back. Trust me. For a long moment, she stared at him. Then, slowly, she stepped back, joining Madame Maxime and McGonagall. Harry turned to face Voldemort. The Dark Lord smiled, and it was the most terrible thing Harry had ever seen. So brave, Voldemort murmured. So foolish. The prophecy says you have power I know not. But I think, he raised his wand, that power is nothing against true darkness. He cast the killing curse. Green light filled the hall. And Harry Potter, who had survived this curse once before, raised his wand and did the only thing he could think of. He opened the door in his mind. All the way. And let Voldemort in. The green light never reached him. Instead, Harry felt Voldemort's consciousness slam into his own like a tidal wave against a seawall. For one terrible moment, they existed in the same space, two minds, two souls, two wills colliding in the infinite darkness between thoughts. Harry had prepared for this. Months of training with Alexandru, of building walls and learning to control the connection, had prepared him for this exact moment. He didn't fight Voldemort's invasion, he welcomed it, guided it, shaped it, and then he showed Voldemort exactly what he wanted him to see. The visions flooded through the connection, not real memories, but carefully constructed illusions. Harry showed Voldemort a school in chaos, defenders fleeing, wards crumbling. He showed him a path through the defenses, weaknesses in the battlements, opportunities for slaughter. He showed him everything he wanted to believe. But beneath the illusions, hidden in the spaces between the lies, Harry was watching. Learning. Feeling. Voldemort's mind was a landscape of horrors. Harry saw the murders, the torture, the endless hunger for power. He saw the childhood in an orphanage, the rejection, the rage that had festered into something inhuman. He saw the making of a monster, not born, but forged through pain and choice and the deliberate rejection of everything good. And at the center of it all, he saw fear. Voldemort was afraid. Not of death, he had conquered that, in his way. Not of failure, he couldn't conceive of it. But of something deeper. Something he'd spent his entire life running from. He was afraid of being ordinary. The realization hit Harry like a physical blow. All of this, the murders, the war, the quest for immortality, all of it came from a single, simple terror, that beneath the power and the titles and the fear he inspired, he was just a boy from an orphanage who had never been loved. In that moment of understanding, Harry felt something unexpected. Pity. And Voldemort, feeling that pity through the connection, screamed. The Dark Lord's consciousness ripped itself from Harry's mind, leaving behind a trail of psychic agony. In the entrance hall of Beauxbatons, Voldemort stumbled backward, his red eyes wide with shock and fury. What have you done? He hissed. Harry stood tall, his wand still raised, his mind still ringing with the echoes of their contact. I showed you the truth. You're afraid. Under all that power, all that darkness, you're just a scared boy who never learned to love. The words hit Voldemort like curses. His face twisted, the snake-like features contorting with rage. You know nothing, Potter. Nothing. I know you're afraid of being ordinary. I know you've spent your whole life running from that fear. And I know," Harry's voice hardened, "that's why you'll never win. Because love is stronger than fear. Always." For a long, terrible moment, Voldemort stared at him. The hall was silent, everyone frozen, watching. Then Voldemort raised his wand. But before he could cast, Madame Maxime stepped forward, her voice thundering through the hall. "Enough. You will not harm another student in my school." McGonagall moved to flank her, her wand steady. Other defenders stepped up, teachers, older students, Aurors from Paris. A wall of resistance formed between Harry and the Dark Lord. Voldemort looked at them, then back at Harry. His red eyes narrowed. "This isn't over, Potter," he hissed. "The prophecy will be fulfilled. One of us will kill the other. And when that day comes, then let it come." Harry's voice was calm, steady. "But it won't be today. And it won't be on your terms." For a moment, Harry thought Voldemort would attack anyway. The Dark Lord's wand hand trembled with the effort of restraint. But then, slowly, he lowered it. "Retreat," he commanded. His Death Eaters stared in shock. "I said retreat." They fled, through the broken doors, into the night, disappearing into darkness. Within minutes, the hall was empty of enemies. The defenders stood frozen, unable to believe what had just happened. Then, slowly, cheers began to rise. Weak at first, then stronger. They had won. They had actually won. Harry didn't cheer. He stood in the center of the hall, Fleur's arms wrapping around him, and felt the full weight of what he'd just done settle onto his shoulders. He had looked into Voldemort's mind. He had seen his fear, his weakness, his humanity. And in doing so, he had changed something fundamental in their connection. The door in his mind was still open. But now, it opened both ways. The aftermath of the battle was chaos. The wounded were carried to the infirmary. The dead, there were dead, always dead, were laid out in the chapel for identification. The damage to the chateau was assessed, catalogued, mourned. Harry moved through it all like a ghost, his mind still reeling from the contact. Fleur stayed beside him, never letting go of his hand. She had seen him face the Dark Lord, seen him do something no one else had ever done, and she looked at him now with a mixture of awe and fear. "What happened in there?" she asked quietly, when they finally found a moment alone. "In your mind. What did you do?" Harry tried to explain. The illusions, the revelations, the moment of pity that had made Voldemort retreat. But words failed him. How could he describe the landscape of a monster's mind? How could he convey the horror of seeing the humanity in evil? "I saw him," he said finally. "Really saw him. And he's just a person. A twisted, broken person who made terrible choices. But still a person." Fleur's eyes widened. "You pity him." "I don't know. Maybe. That's what made him retreat, feeling my pity through the connection. It was like he couldn't bear it." Harry shook his head. "I don't understand it. But it changed something. Between us." "Changed it how?" Harry touched his scar. It was warm, pulsing with a strange energy. "The door's still open. But now I think I can close it whenever I want. And maybe open it whenever I need to. It's mine now, not his." Fleur pulled him into a hug, holding him tight. "You're amazing, you know that. You faced the darkest wizard in history and made him run." Harry held her back, burying his face in her hair. "I didn't make him run. He chose to. I don't know why. Does it matter? He's gone. We're alive. That's enough for today." Harry nodded, letting himself believe it. Just for today. The days that followed were a strange mix of grief and celebration. Funerals for the dead, awards for the living. Madame Maxime was hailed as a hero across Europe. McGonagall returned to Britain with news of Voldemort's defeat, temporary though it was, and the resistance celebrated. Harry was the center of attention, whether he wanted it or not. Everyone wanted to know how he had faced the Dark Lord, what he had done, how he had survived. He deflected as best he could, retreating into Fleur's presence whenever the questions became too much. But some questions couldn't be deflected. McGonagall found him 3 days after the battle, sitting by the lake with Fleur. She approached slowly, giving them time to notice her, and sat on a nearby rock with a sigh that spoke of centuries of weariness. "You did something remarkable, Mr. Potter," she said quietly. "Something no one else has ever done. You looked into the mind of Tom Riddle and lived to tell about it." Harry shrugged. "I had help. Training. Alexandru taught me well. Alexandru. McGonagall's eyebrows rose. Theron Alexandru. I thought he was dead. Retired. In the mountains of Greece. He taught me occlumency, real occlumency, not the basic version. How to control the connection, not just block it. McGonagall was silent for a long moment, processing this. Then she nodded slowly. Dumbledore will want to know about this. About your training, your abilities, everything. I'm sure he will. Harry's voice was flat. But I'm not going to Hogwarts. I've made that clear. And you have. But Harry, McGonagall's voice softened, just slightly. Dumbledore is not your enemy. I know you don't trust him. I know you believe he's manipulated you. But he's also the only one who can defeat Voldemort in the end. You may need him, whether you want or not. Harry looked at her, at the genuine concern in her eyes, the decades of loyalty to a man she clearly respected, and felt something shift. Not trust. Not yet. But maybe, openness. I'll consider it, he said. But I'm not making any promises. McGonagall nodded. That's all anyone can ask. Summer arrived, bringing with it a fragile peace. Voldemort had retreated, licking his wounds, rebuilding his forces. The attacks in Britain slowed, then stopped. The Daily Prophet declared victory, though those in the know understood it was only a temporary reprieve. Harry spent the summer at Beauxbatons, as always. Fleur stayed with him, her family visiting regularly. They trained together, laughed together, loved together. The darkness of the battle began to fade, replaced by the simple joys of being young and alive. And in the quiet moments, Harry practiced with the connection. He could open it now at will, slipping into Voldemort's mind like a ghost. He saw the Dark Lord's plans taking shape, his frustrations, his fears. He saw the Death Eaters regrouping, the alliances being forged, the slow, patient work of rebuilding an army. And he saw something else. Something that made his blood run cold. Voldemort was planning something new. Something different. He had realized that direct attacks wouldn't work. Harry was too well protected, too well trained, too connected. So he was changing tactics. He was going after Harry's loved ones. The vision came in August, clear as crystal, Death Eaters surrounding a small house in the French countryside. Apolline Delacour's house, where Narcissa and Draco were hiding. Harry slammed the door shut, his heart pounding. Fleur saw his face and knew immediately. What is it? He's found them. Draco. Narcissa. Your mother's house. Harry was already on his feet, grabbing his wand. We have to warn them. Now. Fleur didn't hesitate. They ran to Madame Maxime's office, bursting through the doors without knocking. The headmistress looked up, startled, then saw their faces and reached for her wand. What's happened? Voldemort knows where Draco is. He's sending Death Eaters to Apolline's house. We have to warn them, we have to help. Madame Maxime was already moving, activating the flow, sending urgent messages. But Harry knew it would take too long. The Death Eaters were already on their way. They needed something faster. The mirror. Apolline's mirror. He pulled it from his pocket and pressed his finger to the glass. Apolline. Apolline, answer me. The glass shimmered, and Apolline's face appeared, calm, smiling, unaware. Harry. What's? Death Eaters are coming. Now. Voldemort found you. Get out. Get Draco and Narcissa and get out. Apolline's face went white. She turned, shouting orders Harry couldn't hear. The mirror went dark. They waited. Minutes passed. Hours. The longest night of Harry's life. Dawn broke over Beauxbatons, painting the sky in shades of gold and pink. Harry sat by the window, Fleur beside him, the mirror clutched in his hands. It glowed. Apolline's face appeared, exhausted, bruised, but alive. We made it. Barely. They were minutes behind us, but we got out through the emergency portkey. We're safe. Everyone's safe. Harry's knees gave way. He slid to the floor, tears streaming down his face. Fleur collapsed beside him, crying with relief. Where are you now? Harry managed. A safe house. Old family connections. They don't know about it, no one does. Apolline's voice was gentle. We'll be fine, Harry. You saved us. Again. Harry shook his head. I just warned you. You did the rest. You saw it coming. You used the connection to save lives. That's not nothing. Apolline smiled, though tears tracked through the dust on her cheeks. You're becoming something remarkable, Harry Potter. Something the world has never seen. The mirror went dark. Harry and Fleur held each other on the floor of Madame Maxime's office, shaking with relief and exhaustion and love. They had won again. But the war wasn't over. It was just beginning. September brought a new term and new challenges. Beauxbatons had changed. The students who remained were harder, more serious, more aware of the danger that lurked beyond the wards. Training was mandatory now, basic defensive magic for everyone, advanced combat for those who showed aptitude. Harry was in a category of his own. He trained with the teachers, with visiting Aurors, with anyone who could teach him something new. His skills grew exponentially, his power deepening with each passing month. But the connection also grew. Voldemort's mind was always there now, a presence at the edge of his consciousness. Harry had learned to live with it, to use it, to control it. But he never forgot that it was a weapon that could cut both ways. Fleur stayed beside him through it all. Their love had deepened, matured, become something solid and unshakable. They talked about the future, about what they would do when the war was over, when they were free to live their own lives. A small house somewhere, Fleur said one night, lying beside him under the stars. By the sea, maybe. With a garden and room for Hedwig and maybe, she blushed, not finishing. Harry smiled, understanding. Maybe. Someday. When this is over. When this is over, she agreed. October brought news from Britain. Hogwarts had survived the year, despite attacks and threats. Dumbledore was still headmaster, still fighting, still planning. The Order of the Phoenix had grown, drawing in new members, new allies. And Draco Malfoy had resurfaced. The letter arrived by Serpent Owl, as always. Harry opened it with trembling hands. Harry, we're safe. Really safe this time. Mother found a place so hidden, so well protected, that even the Dark Lord can't find us. We'll stay here until the war ends, however that happens. I've been thinking about what you said, that night by the lake. About choosing yourself, choosing love, choosing to be more than what others expect. I've tried to do that. It's hard, every day, it's hard. But I'm trying. I don't know when we'll meet again. I don't know if we'll survive this war. But I want you to know, you changed my life. You gave me hope. Whatever happens next, I'm grateful. Stay alive, Harry. Stay you. Your friend always. Draco. Harry read the letter until the words blurred. Then he folded it carefully and tucked it into the drawer with all the others. Draco was alive, still fighting, still hoping, still choosing himself. They would meet again. Harry was sure of it. November brought the first snow and a visitor Harry hadn't expected. He was sitting by the lake, practicing a complex charm, when the air behind him shimmered and Albus Dumbledore stepped through. Harry's wand was in his hand before he thought, a shield charm springing up between them. Dumbledore raised his hands, palms out, in a gesture of peace. I come alone, Harry. Unarmed. I only want to talk. Harry didn't lower his wand. We have nothing to talk about. On the contrary, we have everything to talk about. Dumbledore moved slowly, carefully, to a nearby bench and sat, his blue eyes fixed on Harry's face. I know about the connection. I know you've learned to control it, to use it. I know you faced Voldemort and made him retreat. And I know, his voice softened, that you've found love. Real love. The kind that saves lives. Harry's jaw tightened. If you've come to take me to Hogwarts. I haven't. I've come to apologize. The words hung in the air, unexpected, disorienting. Harry stared at Dumbledore, searching for the lie, the manipulation. For once, he found none. I made mistakes, Dumbledore continued quietly. Terrible mistakes. I left you with people who hurt you because I believed it was necessary. I kept secrets from you because I thought you weren't ready. I tried to shape you into what I thought you needed to be, without ever asking what you wanted. He met Harry's eyes. I was wrong. About all of it. Harry didn't speak. Couldn't speak. I'm not asking for your forgiveness. I'm not asking for your trust. I'm simply telling you the truth. Finally. Dumbledore rose, his movements slow, aged. You've become something remarkable, Harry. Something I never could have created, no matter how I tried. You chose yourself. You chose love. You chose to be more than the prophecy, more than my plans, more than anyone's expectations. That took more courage than anything I've ever done. He turned to go, then paused. If you ever need me, if you ever need help, I'll be there. No strings. No conditions. Just help. Because that's what you deserve. The air shimmered, and he was gone. Harry sat by the lake for a long time, staring at the empty space where Dumbledore had stood. Fleur found him there, as she always did, and sat beside him without speaking. He apologized, Harry said finally. Really apologized. I think he meant it. Fleur took his hand. Do you believe him? Harry thought about it. About the years of manipulation, the secrets, the plans. But also about the exhaustion in Dumbledore's eyes, the genuine regret in his voice. I don't know, he admitted. But maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe what matters is that I get to choose. And I choose to move forward. Not forgetting the past, but not letting it control me either. Fleur smiled and leaned against him. That sounds like wisdom. Or exhaustion. Hard to tell. They laughed together, the sound carrying across the frozen lake, and for a moment, the world felt almost normal. December arrived, bringing with it the anniversary of the battle. Harry marked it quietly, by the lake, with Fleur beside him. They remembered Camille, and the others who had fallen, and promised to keep fighting so that their deaths wouldn't be in vain. The connection pulsed softly in the background, a constant presence Harry had learned to live with. Voldemort was planning, scheming, waiting. But Harry was planning too. Growing stronger, building alliances, preparing for the final confrontation that the prophecy demanded. He was 12 years old. He had already faced the darkest wizard in history and made him retreat. He had found love, friendship, and a home. And he had chosen himself, every single time. Whatever came next, Harry was ready. The snow fell gently over Beauxbatons, covering the scars of battle, softening the harsh edges of memory. Inside the chateau, students laughed and studied and lived, as students always had. Harry watched from his window, Fleur's hand in his, and felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. Peace. It wouldn't last. The war wasn't over. Voldemort was still out there, waiting, planning, hungering. The prophecy still demanded its price. But for now, in this moment, Harry allowed himself to simply be a boy, a student, a friend, a lover, not a symbol, not a weapon, not a savior, just Harry. And that, he realized, was enough. Winter settled over Beauxbatons like a held breath. The chateau gleamed beneath its blanket of snow, icicles hanging from every turret like crystalline teeth. Inside, fires crackled in every hearth, casting warm light across marble floors and stone walls that had witnessed centuries of magic. Students moved through the corridors in quiet clusters, their voices hushed, their laughter muted. Everyone could feel it, the pause, the waiting, the strange, suspended stillness that comes before a storm. Harry felt it more acutely than anyone. The connection pulsed beneath his consciousness like a second heartbeat, constant and familiar. But in recent weeks, it had changed. Voldemort's mind was quieter now, less active, as if he too was waiting. Planning, gathering strength for whatever came next. It should have been a relief. Instead, it made Harry's skin crawl. He's up to something, he told Fleur one evening, as they sat by the fire in his room. Hedwig dozed on her perch, her head tucked under her wing. I can feel it. He's not just waiting, he's preparing. For something big. Fleur leaned against him, her head on his shoulder. Can you see what? Harry shook his head. That's what scares me. He's blocking me somehow. Not completely, I can still feel his presence, his emotions, but the details are hidden. Like he knows I'm watching and is deliberately keeping me out. Is that possible? Can he tell you're there? I don't know. Alexandru said the connection was unique. No one really understands how it works. Harry stared into the fire, watching the flames dance. Maybe he's learned to shield himself. Maybe he's found a way to use the connection against me without my knowing. Fleur was silent for a moment. Then she said, quietly, or maybe he's planning something so terrible that even thinking about it would alert you. Maybe he's learned to hide his intentions from himself, to keep them buried until the moment they're needed. Harry looked at her, startled. Can someone do that? I don't know. But Voldemort is the greatest legilimens in the world. If anyone could learn to hide thoughts from his own mind, it would be him. She squeezed his hand. We need to be careful, Harry. More careful than ever. If he's planning something, we need to be ready. Harry nodded slowly, the weight of her words settling onto his shoulders. Ready. He was always ready, always training, always preparing. But ready for what? He didn't know. And that ignorance felt like a weakness. January brought a letter from an unexpected source. The owl was unfamiliar, a sleek, gray bird with intelligent golden eyes. It carried a parchment sealed with wax stamped with a crest Harry didn't recognize, a lion and an eagle, rampant, surrounding a large letter, H. Hogwarts. Harry broke the seal with trembling hands and read, "Dear Harry, I hope this letter finds you well. I know we've never met, but I've heard a great deal about you, from my grandmother, from the Daily Prophet, from the whispers that follow your name wherever it's spoken. My name is Neville Longbottom. I'm a student at Hogwarts, in my 3rd year. I'm also, according to some, the other boy the prophecy could have been about. The one born at the end of July, whose parents were Aurors, who defied Voldemort 3 times. I'm writing because I need to know the truth. About the prophecy. About what it means. About why Voldemort chose you instead of me. My parents are insane. Mungos, you see. They were tortured into madness by Death Eaters after Voldemort fell. I visit them every holiday, and every time, I look at their empty faces and wonder, what if it had been me? What if Voldemort had chosen my family instead of yours? Would my parents still be whole? Would I still have a family? I don't expect you to have answers. I don't expect anything, really. I just needed to reach out. To connect with someone who understands what it's like to carry this weight. If you ever want to talk, really talk, I'm here. Neville Longbottom." Harry read the letter twice, then a 3rd time. Neville Longbottom. The other possibility. The boy Voldemort could have chosen, whose parents had suffered anyway, in a different way. He thought about his own parents, about their faces in photographs, about the love he'd never known, about the hole they'd left in his life. Neville's parents were alive, but empty. Which was worse? Harry didn't know. He wrote back that night, his quill moving slowly, carefully, choosing each word with care. "Dear Neville, thank you for writing. I know how hard it is to reach out, to trust someone you've never met with the things that matter most. I don't have answers. I don't think anyone does. But I understand the weight you're carrying. I carry it too, every day. The prophecy says we have power Voldemort doesn't understand. I used to think that power was something magical, a spell, a talent, a hidden ability. But now I think it's something simpler. Something harder. Love. Voldemort can't love, can't understand it, can't feel it, can't fight it. And love, real love, the kind that makes you keep going when everything falls apart, is what saved me as a baby. It's what's saving me now. Your parents loved you, Neville. I know they did, and that love is still there, even if they can't show it. It's in the visits you make, the hope you carry, the person you're becoming. I don't know if that helps. I hope it does. If you ever want to talk, really talk, I'm here too. Harry." He sent the letter with Hedwig, watching her disappear into the gray January sky. Then he sat by the window, staring out at the snow, and wondered if Neville would understand. February brought an answer. "Harry, thank you. For writing. For understanding. For not pretending to have answers when there are none. I've thought a lot about what you said, about love being the power. At first, I didn't believe it. Love hasn't saved my parents. Love hasn't brought them back. But then I thought about my gran. About how she's raised me, loved me, never given up on me even when I was a clumsy, scared kid who couldn't do anything right. And I thought, maybe that's it. Maybe that's the power. Not in saving, but in staying. In never giving up. I don't know if we'll ever meet. Hogwarts and Beauxbatons are far apart, and the war makes travel dangerous. But I'm glad I wrote. I'm glad you wrote back. Stay safe, Harry. Stay loved. Neville." Harry tucked the letter into the drawer with the others, Andromeda's journal, his mother's photograph, Draco's messages. Evidence of connections. Proof that he wasn't alone. March brought a visitor. Harry was in the training room, practicing a particularly complex shielding charm, when the door opened and Apolline Delacour stepped through. She looked different, older, somehow, and wearier, but with the same warm smile that had welcomed him into her home years ago. "Apolline." Harry lowered his wand, surprised and delighted. "What are you doing here?" "I came to see you. And to bring news." She crossed the room and embraced him warmly, holding him tight. "You've grown. Taller. Stronger. I've had good teachers." Harry pulled back, studying her face. "What news? Is everything all right?" "Draco. Narcissa. Safe. Still hidden. Still waiting." Apolline's expression shifted, becoming more serious. "But there's something else. Something I needed to tell you in person." Harry's heart rate quickened. What? Appeline moved to a bench and sat, gesturing for him to join her. I've been in contact with the resistance. With people who know things, secrets, histories, truths that have been buried for decades. She paused, choosing her words carefully. They've found something, Harry. Something about your parents. About the night they died. Harry's blood ran cold. What? A letter. From your mother to her best friend, written days before the attack. It was hidden, preserved, kept safe all these years. Appeline reached into her robes and produced a folded parchment, yellowed with age. I thought you should have it. Should read it. Should know. Harry took the letter with trembling hands. The handwriting was elegant, feminine, full of loops and curves that seemed to dance across the page. His mother's handwriting. The last words she ever wrote. He unfolded it carefully, reverently, and read. My dearest Alice, I'm scared. I don't say that often. You know me, always brave, always strong. But tonight, sitting here in the dark while James sleeps, I can't pretend anymore. They're coming. I don't know when, but I can feel it. The Dark Lord won't stop until he finds us. Until he finds Harry. Our little boy. Our miracle. He's so perfect, Alice. 10 months old and already so full of life, so full of love. He has James's hair in my eyes, and when he smiles, the whole world lights up. I can't bear the thought of anything happening to him. But if it does, if the worst happens, I need you to know something. I need you to tell Harry, when he's old enough to understand. I chose this. James and I, we chose to fight, to risk everything, to stand against the darkness. Not because we were brave, though we tried to be, but because we loved. We loved each other. We loved Harry. We loved the world enough to want it to be better. If we don't survive, tell Harry that. Tell him we chose him. Every day, every moment, we chose him. And tell him to choose love too. Always. No matter what. Love is the only thing that matters, Alice. The only thing that lasts. Keep Neville safe. Keep him loved. And know that whatever happens, you're the best friend I ever had. Lily. Harry read the letter until the words blurred with tears. His mother had written this. His mother, scared and brave and full of love, had written these words days before she died. He thought about her choice, to fight, to risk everything, to stand against darkness because she loved. He thought about his own choices, to run from Hogwarts, to choose Beauxbatons, to love Fleur despite the danger. They were the same choice, really. The choice to love, no matter the cost. She was remarkable, Appeline said softly. Your mother. Everyone who knew her says the same. Harry nodded, unable to speak. He folded the letter carefully and pressed it to his chest, over his heart. Thank you, he managed. For bringing this. For everything. Appeline smiled and pulled him into another hug. You're welcome, Harry. You're so welcome. April arrived with the first hints of spring. The snow melted, revealing green grass and the first brave flowers. Students ventured outside again, their laughter returning to the grounds. The chateau felt less like a fortress, more like a home. Harry carried his mother's letter everywhere, reading it when he needed strength, when the darkness pressed too close. Her words became a mantra, a prayer, a promise. Choose love. Always. He tried. Every day, he tried. With Fleur, he chose love, holding her close, laughing with her, building a future in his mind despite the uncertainty. With his friends, he chose love, writing to Draco, to Neville, maintaining the connections that made him human. With himself, he chose love, accepting his fears, his weaknesses, his strengths, and refusing to let the darkness define him. It wasn't always easy. Some days, the connection pulsed with Voldemort's rage, and Harry wanted to give in, to let the darkness take him, to stop fighting. But then he'd touch his mother's letter, or feel Fleur's hand in his, and he'd remember. Love was the power. Love was the choice. Love was the only thing that mattered. May brought news that shattered the peace. The Daily Prophet arrived with a shrieking headline. Hogwarts under siege. Death Eaters attack school. Dumbledore missing. Harry read the article with growing horror. The attack had come without warning, hundreds of Death Eaters, giants, Dementors, all descending on the school. The battle had raged for hours. Casualties were high. And at the end, when the defenders finally drove the attackers back, Albus Dumbledore was nowhere to be found. Missing. Presumed dead. The greatest wizard of the age, gone. Harry sat with the newspaper in his hands, his mind reeling. He didn't trust Dumbledore. Had never trusted him. But the thought of him gone, of the resistance losing its leader, of the world becoming even darker. What does this mean? Fleur asked, her voice hushed. Harry shook his head. I don't know. But I need to find out. He reached for the connection, opening the door in his mind wider than he ever had before. Voldemort's consciousness flooded in, triumphant, exultant, gloating. Dumbledore is gone. The old fool finally fell. And now nothing stands between me and the boy. Harry slammed the door shut, gasping. Fleur caught him, held him. What did you see? He's celebrating. Dumbledore's really gone. And now, Harry's voice shook. Now he's coming for me. For real this time. Fleur's face went pale, but her eyes were fierce. Then we fight. We've done it before. We'll do it again. Harry looked at her, at the love in her eyes, the determination, the absolute refusal to give up, and felt something settle in his chest. Not peace. Not acceptance. But resolve. Yes, he said. We fight. The next weeks were a blur of preparation. Madame Maxime doubled the wards, tripled the patrols, mobilized every resource at her disposal. Messages flew back and forth across Europe, begging for help, for reinforcements, for anything. Help came. Not enough, but some. Orders from France, volunteers from other schools, even a small contingent from the British Order of the Phoenix, led by a grim-faced Kingsley Shacklebolt. The situation is dire, Shacklebolt told Harry, his deep voice heavy with exhaustion. Without Dumbledore, the resistance is fractured. People are scared. They're hiding, waiting, hoping someone else will fight. And will they? Harry asked. Will anyone fight? Shacklebolt looked at him, really looked, seeing past the scar to the person beneath. You did. At 12 years old, you faced the Dark Lord and made him retreat. That's more than most adults have done. He paused. If you fight again, others will follow. You've become a symbol, Harry. Whether you wanted it or not. Harry thought about that. A symbol. The thing he'd run from, the thing he'd tried so hard to avoid. But maybe symbols weren't always bad. Maybe they could be beacons. Lights in the darkness. I never wanted to be a symbol, he said quietly. But if being one helps people fight, helps them hope, maybe that's okay. Shacklebolt nodded slowly. That's wisdom, Harry. Real wisdom. June arrived, bringing with it the longest day of the year. And on that day, Voldemort came. Harry felt him approaching through the connection, the rage, the hunger, the absolute certainty of victory. He stood in the entrance hall of Beauxbatons, Fleur beside him, Madame Maxime and Shacklebolt and 100 others arrayed behind them. The doors exploded inward. Voldemort stood in the opening, his red eyes gleaming, his snake-like face twisted in a smile. Behind him, Death Eaters filled the grounds, hundreds of them, their wands raised, their masks gleaming. Harry Potter, Voldemort hissed. We meet again. Harry stepped forward, his wand steady, his heart pounding but calm. We do. You've grown since last time. Stronger. More confident. Voldemort's smile widened. But not strong enough. Dumbledore is gone. Your allies are scattered. No one is coming to save you. I don't need saving. Harry's voice carried across the hall, clear and steady. I never did. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. Brave words. But words won't save you. Neither will curses. Harry raised his wand. The prophecy says one of us has to kill the other. But it doesn't say when. It doesn't say where. And it doesn't say, he met Voldemort's red eyes, that I have to do it alone. Behind him, 100 wands rose. In front of him, 1,000 waited. The battle for Beauxbatons had begun. The hall erupted into chaos. Harry had imagined this moment 1,000 times, the final confrontation, the clash of armies, the fate of the world hanging in the balance. But imagination was nothing compared to reality. Reality was noise and terror and the constant, visceral awareness that any second could be your last. Curses flew past him like deadly rain. He deflected 1, 2, 3, his wand moving faster than thought, his body reacting to threats he sensed before they came. The connection pulsed wildly, Voldemort's emotions flooding through him, rage, hunger, and beneath it all, a cold satisfaction that made Harry's blood run cold. He wants this, Harry realized. He's been planning this for months. Years, maybe. This isn't just an attack, it's a trap. But there was no time to think. A Death Eater broke through the defensive line, his wand aimed directly at Fleur. Harry moved without thinking, interposing himself between them, his shield charm flaring as the curse shattered against it. Behind me, he shouted. Stay behind me. Fleur's eyes were wide, but she nodded, pressing her back to his. Together they fought, a small island of resistance in the sea of chaos. Madame Maxime towered above the battle, her wand a blur of light. She moved with a grace that belied her size, felling Death Eaters with every spell. Beside her, Kingsley Shacklebolt fought with cold precision, his deep voice cutting through the noise as he issued orders. Coordinated defenses kept the line from breaking. But there were too many. For every Death Eater that fell, 2 more took their place. The defenders were pushed back, step by step, losing ground, losing hope. Harry felt it through the connection, the despair, the fear, the creeping certainty that they couldn't win. Voldemort was feeding on it, drawing strength from their weakness, growing more powerful with every moment of doubt. No. Harry pushed back against the despair, against the fear, against the darkness that threatened to consume him. I won't let him win. I won't. He reached deep inside himself, to the place where his mother's letter lived, where Fleur's love burned bright, where all the connections that made him human resided. And he pushed. Light exploded from him, not a spell, not anything he'd learned, but something deeper, older, more powerful. It washed across the hall like a wave, pushing back the darkness, shattering curses, sending Death Eaters stumbling backward. For one eternal moment, everything was still. Then Voldemort laughed. Impressive, the Dark Lord hissed, his red eyes gleaming. Very impressive. But power without control is nothing. And you, Harry Potter, have no idea what you're doing. He raised his wand, and the darkness returned, thicker than before, more oppressive, pressing against Harry's light like a physical weight. The 2 forces met in the center of the hall, crackling and sparking, neither gaining ground. Around them, the battle resumed. Defenders and attackers clashed, curses flew, people died. But Harry barely noticed. All his attention was focused on Voldemort, on the connection that bound them, on the battle within the battle. You can't win, Voldemort's voice echoed in his mind. You're just a child. A frightened, lonely child who never had a chance. I'm not alone. Harry pushed back with everything he had. I have people who love me. People who believe in me. That's more than you've ever had. Voldemort's eyes flashed with rage. The pressure increased, driving Harry to his knees. He felt the light flickering, dimming, threatening to go out. Then Fleur was beside him, her hand on his shoulder, her voice in his ear. I'm here, Harry. I'm here. You're not alone. Her love flowed into him like warmth, like light, like life itself. The flickering flame in his chest blazed brighter, stronger, fed by something Voldemort could never understand. Harry rose to his feet. The light exploded outward again, stronger than before, and this time it didn't stop. It pushed through the hall, through the doors, through the grounds, driving back the darkness, the Death Eaters, the fear itself. Voldemort screamed, a sound of pure, undiluted fury. His form flickered, wavered, threatened to dissolve. For a terrible moment, Harry saw him as he really was, a broken, twisted thing, held together by rage and will and nothing else. Then he was gone, disappeared, fled. The Death Eaters followed, retreating into the night, leaving behind their dead and wounded and the echoes of their master's scream. The battle was over. Harry stood in the center of the hall, trembling, exhausted, barely able to stay upright. Fleur held him, her arms wrapped around him, her tears soaking into his robes. You did it, she whispered. You did it. Harry shook his head. We did it. All of us. Around them, the defenders were emerging from cover, tending to the wounded, counting the dead. The cost of victory was written on every face, in the grief, the exhaustion, the haunted look in eyes that had seen too much. Madame Maxime approached, her face streaked with soot and blood. She looked at Harry with an expression he couldn't read. You saved us, she said quietly. All of us. Harry shook his head again. I did what I had to do. No. Madame Maxime's voice was firm. You did what no one else could. You faced the Dark Lord and drove him back. Twice now. That's not nothing, Harry. That's everything. She pulled him into an embrace, surprising him with its warmth. Rest now. There will be time for everything else later. For now, just rest. Harry nodded, too exhausted to argue. Fleur led him away from the hall, away from the chaos, to his room. She helped him out of his robes, into bed, and lay beside him, holding him as he finally slept. He dreamed of darkness. Not Voldemort's darkness, something older, deeper, more ancient. He stood in a vast, empty space, surrounded by nothing but stars and silence. And in the center of that space, a figure waited. Not Voldemort. Not anyone Harry recognized. A woman, tall and graceful, with silver hair that flowed like water and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. "Harry Potter," she said, her voice echoing through the void. "We need to talk." Harry's dream self stood frozen, unable to speak or move. "You carry a piece of him," the woman continued. "A fragment of his soul, lodged in your scar. It's been there since the night he tried to kill you. It's the source of your connection. And it's killing you. Killing him." The words echoed through the void, terrible and final. "The fragment is dark magic," the woman explained. "It feeds on your life force, your emotions, your very self. Every time you use the connection, it grows stronger. Every time you fight him, it pulls you closer to him. Eventually, if nothing changes, you will become him. Or he will become you. There will be no difference." Harry struggled to speak, to ask the questions that burned in his mind. Finally, he managed, "Who are you?" The woman smiled, and it was like watching the sun rise. "I am what's left of the magic that created this world. Some call me fate. Others call me destiny. I am the force that weaves the threads of life into patterns too vast for mortal minds to comprehend." "That's not helpful." The woman laughed, a sound like wind chimes. "No, I suppose it's not. But here's what is helpful, Harry Potter, the fragment can be removed. Not easily. Not safely. But it can be done." "How?" "There is a ritual. Ancient, dangerous, requiring sacrifice. But it would sever the connection completely. You would be free of him forever." Harry's heart, if he had a heart in this dream, pounded with hope. "Tell me, please." The woman shook her head slowly. "Not yet. You're not ready. The ritual requires something you don't yet have. Something you must find on your own." "What? What do I need?" But the woman was fading, the void dissolving around her. Her voice echoed one last time. "Yourself, Harry Potter. You need to know who you really are. Not who they want you to be. Not who the prophecy says you are. You. When you find that, you'll be ready." Harry woke with a gasp, sitting bolt upright, his heart pounding. Fleur stirred beside him, mumbling in her sleep. He stared at the ceiling, the woman's words echoing in his mind. "You need to know who you really are." Who was he, really? The boy who lived. The weapon Dumbledore wanted. The symbol the Resistance needed. Fleur's love. His mother's son. All of them. None of them. Something more. He lay back down, curling against Fleur's warmth, and tried to find his way back to sleep. But the question stayed with him, burning in the darkness. Who am I? The days after the battle were a blur of recovery and mourning. 23 defenders had died. Among them, faces Harry knew, a 7th year who had helped him with transfiguration, a 5th year who always smiled in the corridors, a teacher who had taught him the proper way to brew a sleeping potion. Each loss was a wound, a hole in the fabric of the community. The funerals were held by the lake, under gray skies that seemed to mourn with them. Harry stood at the back, Fleur beside him, and watched as friends and families said goodbye. He didn't speak. He couldn't. The words were too big, too heavy, too impossible. After the last ceremony, he walked alone to the edge of the water and stood staring at his reflection. The face that looked back was older than 12. Older than it should be. The eyes held shadows that hadn't been there a year ago. "You're thinking too hard." Harry turned. Apolline stood behind him, her expression gentle. "There's a lot to think about." "There is." She moved to stand beside him, looking out at the lake. "I heard about your dream. About the woman, the ritual, the question she left you." Harry nodded. "I don't know how to answer it. Who am I? I've spent my whole life being defined by other people. The Dursleys said I was a freak. Dumbledore said I was a weapon. The prophecy says I'm a savior. But who am I really?" Apolline was silent for a long moment. Then she said, quietly, "When I was young, I asked my mother the same question. Who am I? She told me to look in a mirror and describe what I saw. So I did. I saw brown hair and brown eyes and a face that looked like everyone else's. And she said," Apolline smiled at the memory, "That's not who you are. That's just the package you came in. Who you are is what's inside. The choices you make. The people you love. The way you treat others when no one's watching. That's who you are." Harry thought about that. The choices he'd made, to run from Hogwarts, to stay at Beauxbatons, to fight Voldemort, to love Fleur. The people he loved, Fleur, Draco, Apolline, Madame Maxime, even Neville, whom he'd never met. The way he treated others, with kindness, mostly, unless they threatened the people he cared about. Maybe that was who he was. A boy who chose love, again and again, no matter the cost. "Thank you," he said softly. "That helps." Apolline smiled and squeezed his hand. "You're welcome, Harry. Now come inside. There's soup and bread and people who love you. That's what matters right now." Harry nodded and followed her back to the chateau, the question still burning but the answer a little clearer. July arrived, bringing with it Harry's 13th birthday. It was a quiet celebration: Fleur, Apolline, Madame Maxime, and a few close friends. The house elves outdid themselves with a cake that sparkled with edible stars. Hedwig wore a tiny birthday hat and looked offended. Harry opened his presents with genuine pleasure. A book on advanced defensive magic from Madame Maxime. A hand-knitted scarf from one of the house elves who had adopted him. A letter from Draco, smuggled through dangerous channels, containing only a few words: "Happy birthday, Harry. Stay alive. Stay you." And from Fleur, a small box wrapped in silver paper. Inside, on a delicate chain, hung a tiny crystal star. "It's enchanted," she explained, her cheeks flushing. "If you're ever in trouble, if you need me, hold it and think of me. I'll feel it. I'll come. No matter where I am." Harry's throat tightened. He pulled her into a hug, holding her tight. "It's perfect. You're perfect." She laughed, the sound warm and bright. "I'm really not. But I love you. That's perfect enough." He kissed her, there in front of everyone, not caring who saw. It was his birthday. He could do what he wanted. August brought news from Britain. The resistance was regrouping, finding new leaders, new strategies. Without Dumbledore, they were fractured, but not broken. McGonagall had stepped into the breach, her stern determination holding the order together. Shacklebolt had returned to London, his presence at the ministry giving hope to those who still believed in justice. And Voldemort was quiet, too quiet. Harry felt it through the connection, the waiting, the planning, the hunger barely contained. The Dark Lord was licking his wounds, rebuilding his forces, preparing for the next move. And that move, Harry knew, would be devastating. "He's not done," he told Fleur one evening, as they sat by the lake watching the sunset. "This was just the beginning. The real war hasn't started yet." Fleur leaned against him, her head on his shoulder. "Then we'll be ready. We'll keep training, keep fighting, keep loving. Whatever comes, we face together." Harry nodded, holding her close. The future was uncertain, dangerous, terrifying. But he wasn't facing it alone. That made all the difference. September brought a new term and new students. Beauxbatons had changed. The joyous, carefree atmosphere of Harry's first year was gone, replaced by something harder, more serious. But life continued. Classes were taught. Spells were learned. Friendships were formed. Harry was no longer just a student. He was a symbol, a leader, an example. Younger students looked up to him, asked his advice, wanted to be like him. He hated it, the attention, the expectations, the weight of being someone other than himself. But he accepted it, because if being a symbol gave others hope, if it helped them fight, if it made even one person believe they could survive, then it was worth it. Fleur helped him navigate the attention, running. Interference when it became too much, reminding him that underneath the symbol, he was still just Harry. The boy who laughed at her jokes. The boy who fed Hedwig scraps from breakfast. The boy who loved her. "Don't lose yourself," she reminded him often. "That's the most important thing. Don't let them turn you into something you're not." Harry held onto her words like a lifeline. October brought a visitor Harry never expected. He was in the library, studying for an exam, when the door opened and Minerva McGonagall walked in. She looked older than he remembered, tireder, grayer, but her eyes were as sharp as ever. "Mr. Potter," she said, her Scottish accent cutting through the library silence. "May I have a word?" Harry nodded, setting down his book. They found a private corner, away from curious eyes. "I've come with news," McGonagall said quietly. "And a request." "What kind of news?" "The kind that changes everything." She paused, choosing her words carefully. "Dumbledore is alive." Harry stared at her, shock rippling through him. "What?" "But the prophet said," everyone said. "The prophet was wrong. Deliberately, I suspect." McGonagall's voice was grim. "Dumbledore went into hiding after the attack on Hogwarts. He's been working in the shadows, gathering intelligence, building alliances. He's alive, Harry. And he wants to meet with you. Harry's mind reeled. Dumbledore, alive. All this time, hiding, working, planning. And now he wanted to meet. Why? Harry asked. Why now? McGonagall met his eyes. Because he's found something. Something about the prophecy. About the connection. About the fragment of Voldemort's soul in your scar. He thinks he knows how to remove it. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. Remove it. The fragment. The connection. The thing that had haunted him since he was a baby. How? He demanded. How does he know? He's been researching. For years, decades, maybe. The ritual exists, Harry. It's dangerous, terribly dangerous, but it's real. And Dumbledore believes he can perform it. Harry's heart pounded. Freedom. Real freedom, for the first time in his life. No connection, no visions, no constant pull towards darkness. Just himself. But doubt crept in. Dumbledore had lied before, manipulated before. Could he be trusted now? Why should I believe him? Harry asked. After everything. McGonagall's expression softened. Because I believe him. Because I've known him for 50 years, and I've never seen him so certain. Because, she paused. Because he loves you, Harry. In his own flawed, complicated way. He always has. Harry thought about that. About Dumbledore's apology by the lake. About the exhaustion in his eyes, the genuine regret in his voice. Maybe people could change. Maybe trust could be rebuilt. When? He asked. Now. Tonight. He's waiting in the mountains, not far from where Alexandru lives. He'll explain everything. Harry looked towards the window, at the darkening sky. Somewhere out there, in the cold mountains, Albus Dumbledore waited with answers. Can Fleur come? McGonagall nodded. He expected as much. Bring whoever you need. Harry rose, his decision made. Then let's go. They found Dumbledore in a small cave, high in the mountains, lit by a single floating candle. He looked older than Harry remembered, frailer, more human, but his blue eyes held the same piercing intelligence. Harry, he said softly. Thank you for coming. Harry didn't approach. He stood with Fleur beside him, his wand in his hand. McGonagall says you know how to remove the fragment. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I believe so. There's a ritual, ancient, dangerous, requiring great sacrifice. But yes, I believe it can be done. What sacrifice? Of me. Dumbledore's voice was calm, matter of fact. The ritual requires a life for a life. A soul for a soul. To remove the fragment of Voldemort's soul from you, someone must offer their own soul in exchange. A willing sacrifice. A conscious choice. Harry stared at him, shock and disbelief warring in his chest. You're saying, you want to die. For me, I'm saying I'm old, Harry. I've lived a long life, made mistakes, caused harm, tried to atone. This is my chance to do something truly good. To give you the freedom you deserve. Dumbledore smiled, and it was genuine, no manipulation, no hidden agenda, just warmth. Let me do this. Let me save you, the way I should have saved you all those years ago. Harry's throat tightened. He thought about all the pain Dumbledore had caused, all the manipulation, all the secrets. But he also thought about the apology by the lake, the genuine regret, the exhaustion in those ancient eyes. I don't know, he whispered. I don't know if I can let you. It's not your choice to make, Harry. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. It's mine. I've made it. All I need is your consent. Your willingness to be free. Harry looked at Fleur. She squeezed his hand, her eyes bright with tears. It's your choice, she whispered. Whatever you decide, I'm with you. Harry stood in the cave, surrounded by mountains and silence and the weight of a decision that would change everything. Freedom. Real freedom. No more connection, no more visions, no more pull towards darkness. Just himself, for the first time in his life. But at what cost? He looked at Dumbledore, at the man who had been his enemy, his manipulator, his would-be savior, and made his choice. The cave was silent except for the distant whisper of wind and the soft crackle of the floating candle. Harry stood frozen, Dumbledore's words echoing in his mind. A life for a life. A soul for a soul. You can't, Harry said finally. I won't let you. Dumbledore smiled gently. It's not your choice to make, Harry. It's mine. I've lived a long life, longer than most. I've made mistakes, terrible mistakes, and I've spent decades trying to atone. This is my chance to do something truly right. To give you the freedom you deserve. Freedom. Harry's voice cracked. How is that freedom? How am I supposed to be free knowing you died for me? Knowing I let you. The same way you've carried everything else, Harry. With love. With the people who love you beside you. Dumbledore's blue eyes were soft, warm, utterly unlike the calculating gaze Harry remembered. You won't be alone. You've never been alone, even when you thought you were. And after this, you'll be free of him, free of the connection, the visions, the darkness that's been pulling at you since you were a baby. That's worth any price. Harry shook his head, stepping back. No, there has to be another way. There has to be. Fleur moved closer, her hand finding his. Harry, maybe. Don't. His voice was sharp, desperate. Don't tell me to accept this. I can't. I won't. Dumbledore watched him with something like pride in his eyes. You've grown so much, Harry. So much more than I ever could have hoped. You chose yourself, chose love, chose to be more than the prophecy or my plans or anyone's expectations. That took more courage than anything I've ever done. He paused, his voice softening further. Let me give you this. Let me finish what I started, all those years ago when I left you on that doorstep. Let me make it right. Harry's eyes burned with tears he refused to shed. You can't make it right by dying. You can't. Then let me make it possible for you to live. Dumbledore reached into his robes and produced a small, worn book. The ritual is here. Everything you need to know. It requires 3 things. A willing sacrifice, a circle of protection, and, he hesitated, a witness. Someone who loves you, who will hold the space, who will remind you why you're fighting. Fleur stepped forward. I'll do it. I'll be the witness. Harry grabbed her arm. Fleur, no. Yes. Her voice was steady, her eyes fierce. If this is what it takes to free you, I'll do it. I'll be there. I'll hold the space. I'll remind you every second why you're fighting. She cupped his face in her hands. I love you, Harry. I will always love you. And I will not let you carry this alone. Harry stared at her, the tears finally falling. I can't lose you. Either of you. I can't. You won't lose me. Fleur kissed him softly. I'm not going anywhere. And Dumbledore, she looked at the old wizard. He's made his choice. All we can do is honor it. Dumbledore nodded slowly. The ritual must be performed at midnight, under the open sky. We have 3 hours. Use them however you need. The next 3 hours were the longest of Harry's life. He and Fleur sat outside the cave, wrapped in each other's arms, watching the stars wheel overhead. They didn't speak much, there was nothing left to say that hadn't been said 1,000 times. They just held each other, breathing together, being together. Harry thought about his life. The cupboard under the stairs. The first letter from Hogwarts. The phone call to Beauxbatons. The moment he'd met Fleur. The battles, the losses, the love. It had all led here, to this moment, to this choice. What if I'm not strong enough? He whispered. What if I can't do this? Fleur pulled back just enough to look at him. You're the strongest person I know, Harry. You've faced Voldemort twice and made him run. You've carried the weight of a prophecy since you were a baby. You've chosen love over and over, even when it was hard, even when it hurt. You're strong enough. You've always been strong enough. But this is different. This is, he stopped, unable to find words. This is love too. Fleur's voice was soft. Dumbledore loves you, in his way. He's making this choice because of that love. And you accepting it, that's love too. Letting someone give you something precious, something they chose to give. That's love, Harry. That's what it looks like. Harry thought about his mother's letter. Choose love, always. She'd written those words knowing she might die, knowing her choice might cost her everything. And she'd made it anyway. Maybe this was the same. Maybe letting Dumbledore make this choice was its own kind of love. I don't want him to die, Harry whispered. I know. Fleur held him tighter. I know. Midnight approached. They returned to the cave, where Dumbledore waited. He had prepared a circle of stones, each one carved with ancient runes that glowed faintly in the darkness. In the center of the circle, a small fire burned, casting dancing shadows on the walls. Are you ready? Dumbledore asked. Harry shook his head. I'll never be ready for this. Dumbledore smiled. No, I don't suppose you will. But ready or not, the time has come. He stepped into the circle and gestured for Harry to join him. Come, sit beside me. This won't take long. Harry entered the circle, his heart pounding. Fleur stood just outside, her hand pressed to the boundary of the runes, her eyes fixed on him. The ritual requires physical contact, Dumbledore explained. I need to touch the scar. To reach the fragment through you. Harry nodded, unable to speak. Dumbledore reached out, his ancient hand trembling slightly. His fingers touched the lightning bolt scar on Harry's forehead. And everything changed. The world dissolved. Harry found himself standing in a vast, empty space, the same void he'd visited in his dreams, but different now. Darker. Colder. At its center, a pulsing mass of shadow writhed and twisted, reaching out. With tendrils of pure darkness. The fragment. Voldemort's soul. And beside it, glowing with soft, warm light, stood Dumbledore. Hello, Tom, Dumbledore said quietly. It's been a long time. The shadow screamed, a sound of pure, undiluted rage. You dare. I dare because I must. Dumbledore's voice was calm, steady. You've haunted this boy long enough. It's time to let him go. He is mine. The shadow surged forward, tendrils reaching for Harry. Marked by me. Bound to me. He will never be free. He already is free. Dumbledore stepped between Harry and the shadow, his light flaring brighter. He chose himself. He chose love. He chose to be more than your mark, more than your prophecy, more than your darkness. And now, he raised his hands. I choose to give him the final gift. The light exploded outward, enveloping the shadow, surrounding it, consuming it. The shadow screamed and fought, but the light was stronger, warm and bright and full of something the darkness could never understand. Love. Harry watched, frozen, as Dumbledore's light wrapped around the fragment, pulling it away from him, drawing it into itself. The old wizard's form began to fade, to dissolve, to become light itself. Remember, Dumbledore's voice echoed, softer now, distant. Remember that you are loved. Remember that you are free. Remember that the choices you make matter, more than prophecy, more than destiny, more than anything. Choose love, Harry. Always choose love. The light flared one last time, blinding and beautiful. Then it was gone. And so was Dumbledore. Harry opened his eyes. He was lying on the cold stone floor of the cave, Fleur's arms around him, her tears falling on his face. The circle of stones was dark, the fire dead, the runes faded to nothing. Is it done? He whispered. Fleur nodded, unable to speak. Harry reached up and touched his scar. It was still there, the mark would never fade, but beneath his fingers, it felt different. Cooler, quieter, empty. The connection was gone. For the first time in his life, Harry was alone in his own mind. He should have felt relieved, free, victorious. Instead, he felt hollow, empty, as if something essential had been torn away, leaving only absence. Dumbledore, he asked, though he already knew the answer. Fleur shook her head, fresh tears falling. He's gone, Harry. He gave everything. Harry closed his eyes and let himself grieve. They buried Dumbledore on the mountainside, beneath a simple cairn of stones. No marker, no name, no ceremony. Just the mountain and the sky and the wind that whispered through the pines. McGonagall had arrived that morning, alerted by some magic Harry didn't understand. She stood beside the cairn, her face carved from stone, her eyes bright with unshed tears. He would have wanted this, she said quietly. Simple, quiet, no fuss. Harry nodded, though he didn't know what Dumbledore would have wanted. He'd never really known the man at all. He loved you, Harry. McGonagall's voice was rough, in his way, complicated and flawed and sometimes wrong. But he loved you. Harry looked at the cairn, at the stones that marked the final resting place of the most powerful wizard of the age. I know. I think I finally understand that. McGonagall nodded once, then turned away. Come, there's nothing more here. They left the mountain, Dumbledore's body, and the fragment of Voldemort's soul behind. The weeks that followed were strange and difficult. Harry was free, truly free, for the first time in his life. No connection, no visions, no constant pull towards darkness. His mind was his own, quiet and empty and peaceful. But peace felt strange, foreign. He kept waiting for the other shoe to drop, for the visions to return, for the darkness to find him again. It never did. Fleur stayed beside him through it all, her love a constant warmth in the strange new cold of his freedom. She didn't try to fill the silence with meaningless chatter. She simply stayed, present, steady, real. You're grieving, she said one night, as they sat by the lake watching the stars. Not just Dumbledore. The connection too. Even though it was dark and dangerous, it was part of you. Losing it is like losing a piece of yourself. Harry thought about that. She was right, as always. The connection had been with him since he was a baby, as much a part of him as his scar. Now it was gone, and the absence ached. Will it always feel like this? He asked. Empty. Fleur shook her head. No. The emptiness will fill, over time. With other things. With love, with joy, with life. You just have to give it time. Harry leaned against her, letting her warmth seep into him. I'm glad you're here. Always, she whispered. Always. October brought news from Britain. Voldemort was in retreat. Without the connection, without the fragment of his soul to anchor him, he was weaker, more vulnerable. The resistance had seized the opportunity, launching attacks across the country, driving his forces back. Harry read the reports with mixed feelings. He was glad the darkness was receding, glad people were fighting back. But he couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't over. That Voldemort, weakened but not destroyed, would rise again. He will, McGonagall confirmed when Harry voiced this fear. She had become a regular visitor to Beauxbatons, a liaison between the British resistance and the French defenders. But when he does, you'll be ready. Stronger than before. Freer than before. That changes everything. Harry hoped she was right. November brought a letter from Draco. Harry, I heard what happened. About Dumbledore, about the ritual, about your freedom. I can't imagine what you're feeling, grief and relief and emptiness all at once. But I want you to know, I'm proud of you. You did something incredible. You chose yourself, and in doing so, you saved yourself. Mother says the war is turning. Voldemort is weaker, his followers uncertain. Some are already defecting, trying to make deals, save themselves. It's chaos, but it's hopeful chaos. We're still in hiding, still waiting, but for the first time, I think we might actually survive this. All of us. I think about you often. About that night by the lake. About the letters we exchanged. About the friendship that shouldn't have been possible but somehow was. When this is over, when we're both free, I want to meet you again. Properly. As the people we chose to become. Until then, stay alive. Stay you. Your friend always. Draco. Harry read the letter twice, then tucked it into the drawer with the others. Draco was still fighting, still hoping, still waiting. They would meet again. Harry was sure of it. December arrived, bringing with it the first anniversary of the battle. Harry marked it quietly, by the lake, with Fleur beside him. They remembered Camille, and the others who had fallen, and promised to keep living so that their deaths wouldn't be in vain. The connection was gone, but the memories remained. The love remained. The choices remained. Harry touched his scar, cool and quiet now, just a mark on his skin. He thought about Dumbledore, about his sacrifice, about the freedom he'd given. Thank you, he whispered to the wind. I'll try to be worthy of it. Fleur squeezed his hand. You already are. The new year brought new hope. Voldemort's forces continued to retreat, his grip on Britain loosening day by day. The resistance grew stronger, more organized, more confident. McGonagall reported that the Dark Lord had gone into hiding, licking his wounds, planning his next move. But Harry wasn't worried. Not anymore. He had faced Voldemort twice and made him run. He had broken the connection that bound them. He had chosen love, again and again, and love had saved him. Whatever came next, he was ready. January brought a visitor Harry never expected. He was in the training room, practicing a complex defensive charm, when the door opened and Narcissa Malfoy walked in. She looked different than he remembered, older, wearier, but also lighter, as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She smiled when she saw him, a genuine smile that transformed her elegant features. Harry, she said softly. It's good to see you. Harry lowered his wand, shock rippling through him. Narcissa. How? What are you doing here? The war is ending, Harry. Or at least, the worst of it is. Voldemort is in hiding, his followers scattered. It was safe enough to travel. She crossed the room and embraced him, surprising him with her warmth. I came to thank you. For everything. For saving Draco. For giving him hope. For being the friend he needed when he had no one else. Harry pulled back, studying her face. Is Draco okay? Is he safe? He's more than okay. He's free. Narcissa's eyes glistened. Lucius is in Azkaban, along with most of the other Death Eaters. Draco and I are starting over. New life, new name, new future. And it's because of you. Harry shook his head. I didn't do anything. Draco chose himself. That was all him. You showed him he could. Narcissa touched his cheek gently. You showed him that choice was possible. That's everything, Harry. Everything. They talked for hours, sitting by the lake, watching the winter sun set over the frozen water. Narcissa told him about their new life, a small cottage in the south of France, far from the politics and dangers of the wizarding world. Draco was thriving, she said, finally free to be himself. He wants to see you, she said. When you're ready. When this is all over. Harry nodded. Soon. I think soon. February brought the news they'd been waiting for. Voldemort was dead. The announcement came from the British Ministry, confirmed by McGonagall and the Order. The Dark Lord had been found in his hidden lair, weakened, alone, his magic failing. He had tried to fight, tried to flee, but there was nowhere left to run. In the end, he had simply faded. The last of his power gone, the last of his soul fragments dissolved, the last of his darkness extinguished. Harry read the announcement 3 times, waiting for the relief to come. When it did, it was quiet, not a flood, but a gentle easing, like a knot finally loosening. It was over. The war was over. He was free. Fleur found him by the lake, staring at the water, tears streaming down his face. It's over, he whispered. Really over. She sat beside him, taking his hand. I know. I heard. I don't know why I'm crying. I should be happy. Celebrating. But he stopped, unable to find words. Fleur pulled him into her arms, holding him tight. You're grieving. For all of it. For the childhood you never had, for the parents you lost, for Dumbledore, for Camille, for everyone who didn't make it. That's okay, Harry. That's allowed. Harry cried then, really cried, for the first time since he could remember. He cried for his mother and father, whose faces he knew only from photographs. He cried for Dumbledore, who had given everything to save him. He cried for Camille, who had been his first friend. He cried for himself, for the boy who had never gotten to be just a boy. Fleur held him through it all, her arms a shelter, her love a shield. When the tears finally stopped, Harry felt lighter than he had in years. The grief was still there, would always be there, but it was no longer a weight. It was just part of him, like his scar, like his memories, like his love. I'm okay, he said, and for the first time, he meant it. Fleur smiled and kissed him softly. I know. You always have been. March brought a letter from Draco. Harry. It's over. Really over. I still can't quite believe it. Mother and I are settling into our new life. It's strange, peaceful, quiet, ordinary. I never thought I'd want ordinary, but now I can't imagine anything else. I'm writing because I want to see you. Properly. Not in secret, not in fear, not in darkness. Just, as friends. As the people we chose to become. There's a cafe in Nice, near the sea. Mother says it's safe, neutral, beautiful. Meet me there, if you want. April 1st. Noon. No pressure. No expectations. Just a chance. Your friend always. Draco. Harry read the letter and smiled. Draco wanted to meet. In the light, in peace, as friends. He wrote back immediately, I'll be there. April 1st dawned clear and warm, the Mediterranean glittering under a sky of impossible blue. Harry arrived at the cafe early, nervous in a way he hadn't been since his first days at Beauxbatons. Fleur had offered to come, but he declined. This was something he needed to do alone. The cafe was small and charming, with tables spilling onto a terrace overlooking the sea. Harry chose a table near the railing, ordered a drink he didn't want, and waited. At exactly noon, Draco Malfoy walked through the door. He looked different than Harry remembered, taller, healthier, with a lightness in his step that hadn't been there before. His gray eyes found Harry immediately, and he smiled, a real smile, warm and open. Harry. He crossed the terrace and sat across from him. You came. I said I would. They looked at each other for a long moment, taking in the changes, the differences, the people they'd become. You look good, Draco said finally. Free. I am. Harry smiled. So do you. Draco nodded slowly. It's strange, isn't it? Being free. Not having to watch every word, every action, every thought. Just being. Very strange. Harry laughed softly. But good strange. I think. The best strange. They talked for hours, sitting on that terrace overlooking the sea. They talked about the war, about their families, about the choices they'd made and the people they'd become. They talked about fear and love and hope and everything in between. And when the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of gold and pink, Draco reached across the table and took Harry's hand. "Thank you," he said quietly. "For everything. For being my friend when I didn't deserve one. For showing me I could choose. For giving me hope." Harry squeezed his hand. "You did that yourself. I just was there. That's enough." Draco's eyes glistened. "That's more than enough." They sat like that as the sun set, two boys who had been marked by prophecy and war, now free to simply be. It was, Harry thought, the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. The cafe by the sea became a regular meeting place. Harry returned every month, sometimes with Fleur, sometimes alone, always finding Draco waiting at the same table overlooking the water. They talked about everything and nothing, their new lives, their old fears, their hopes for the future. The friendship that had begun in darkness and secrecy blossomed in the light, becoming something solid and real and precious. "He's good for you," Fleur observed one evening, after Draco had left and they sat watching the sunset. "You laugh more when he's around. Relax more." Harry smiled. He understands. The prophecy stuff, the weight, the feeling of being defined by something you never chose. It's nice to have someone who gets it. "Nice is good." Fleur leaned against him. "Nice is underrated." Harry kissed her temple. "You're underrated." She laughed, the sound bright and warm. "Smooth, Potter. Very smooth." May brought a letter from Neville Longbottom. "Harry, I don't know if you've heard, but they're having a memorial at Hogwarts. For Dumbledore. For everyone who died in the war. McGonagall, she's the headmistress now, asked me to write to you. She wants you to come. Says you deserve to be there. I know things between you and Hogwarts are complicated. I know you chose Beauxbatons, and that was the right choice for you. But this isn't about Hogwarts. It's about remembering. About honoring. About saying goodbye. I'll be there. I'd like to meet you, if you're willing. In person, not just by letter. Think about it. No pressure. Neville." Harry read the letter several times, his emotions swirling. Hogwarts. The place he'd run from, the place that represented everything he'd tried to escape. But also the place where his parents had met, fallen in love, fought and died. The place Dumbledore had called home for decades. "Do you want to go?" Fleur asked, reading over his shoulder. "I don't know." Harry set the letter down. "Part of me never wants to see that place. Part of me needs to. For closure, maybe. For my parents." Fleur took his hand. "Then go. I'll come with you, if you want. We'll face it together." Harry looked at her, at the love in her eyes, the steadiness, the absolute refusal to let him face anything alone, and felt his fear ease. Together, he agreed. They arrived at Hogwarts on a grey May morning, stepping through the flow into a cavernous entrance hall that made Harry's breath catch. It was beautiful, in its way. Ancient stone walls lined with torches. A sweeping marble staircase that seemed to move on its own. A ceiling so high it disappeared into shadow. And everywhere, portraits watching them with curious eyes. "Harry Potter," a voice whispered from a nearby frame. "At Hogwarts. After all these years." Harry ignored it, gripping Fleur's hand tighter. They were here. They were actually here. McGonagall met them at the foot of the stairs, her stern face softening slightly at the sight of them. "Mr. Potter. Mademoiselle Delacour. Welcome to Hogwarts. Thank you for inviting us, headmistress." McGonagall nodded, a flicker of something, grief, perhaps, crossing her features at the title. "The memorial is this afternoon, in the Great Hall. Until then, you're free to explore. I thought you might want to see," she hesitated, "certain places. Your parents' old haunts. The places they loved." Harry's throat tightened. "Thank you." McGonagall gestured to a passing ghost, a plump, friendly-looking figure in Renaissance clothing, and murmured instructions. The ghost bobbed in acknowledgement and floated towards them. "Harry Potter. My, what an honor." The ghost beamed. "I'm the Fat Friar, Hufflepuff House ghost. Professor McGonagall asked me to give you a tour. Shall we?" Harry nodded, and they followed the floating friar through corridors teeming with history. They saw the library, vast and towering, filled with books that had witnessed centuries of magic. They saw the kitchens, where house elves squeaked with excitement at the sight of Harry Potter, and pressed treats into his hands. They saw the Quidditch pitch, empty now but still echoing with the ghosts of matches past. And finally, they saw it. A large, empty frame on the 7th floor, surrounded by a small crowd of students and teachers. In the frame, instead of a portrait, there was simply a name engraved in gold. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Headmaster. 1881-1998. Harry stood before the empty frame, emotions churning. Dumbledore. The man who had manipulated him, left him, apologized to him, saved him. The man whose sacrifice had given Harry freedom. He should have a portrait, Harry said quietly. All headmasters do. McGonagall appeared beside him. He will. In time. But portraits take years to paint, and the artist must know the subject well. We're still processing, still grieving. Harry nodded, understanding. Some losses took time to honor properly. Thank you for bringing me here, he said. For letting me see this. McGonagall's hand rested briefly on his shoulder. You're part of his legacy, Harry. The best part. You deserved to know. The memorial was held in the Great Hall that afternoon. Hundreds of people filled the space, students, teachers, ministry officials, family members of the fallen. The enchanted ceiling reflected a gray, cloudy sky, as if the heavens themselves were mourning. Harry sat near the front, Fleur beside him, Draco on his other side. The Malfoy heir had arrived that morning, slipping into Hogwarts quietly, avoiding the stares and whispers that followed his name. But when he sat next to Harry, something shifted. People looked at them together, the boy who lived and the Death Eater's son, and saw something they hadn't expected. Friendship. Healing. Hope. McGonagall spoke first, her voice carrying through the hall without amplification. She spoke of the fallen, students, teachers, Aurors, ordinary witches and wizards who had stood against darkness. She spoke of courage and sacrifice and the importance of remembering. Then others spoke. Kingsley Shacklebolt, his deep voice rough with emotion. Molly Weasley, who had lost a son and gained a cause. And finally, a small, mousy woman with enormous glasses that magnified her eyes. Sybil Trelawney. I knew him, she said, her voice quavering. Professor Dumbledore. He believed in me when no one else did. He gave me a home, a purpose, a place to belong. And she stopped, tears streaming down her face. I made a prophecy once. About the boy who would defeat the Dark Lord. I never knew, when I spoke those words, that they would lead to so much. So much pain, so much loss, so much love. She looked directly at Harry. I'm sorry, she whispered. For the weight my words placed on you. For the destiny you never chose. If I could take it back, I would. But I can't. All I can do is thank you. For surviving, for fighting, for being more than the prophecy ever imagined. Harry's eyes burned. He nodded once, acknowledging her words, her pain, her apology. The ceremony ended with a moment of silence, so profound and complete that Harry could hear his own heartbeat. Then, slowly, people began to leave, returning to their lives, their grief, their healing. Harry stayed, watching the empty frame where Dumbledore's portrait would one day hang. Thank you, he whispered. For everything. Even the hard parts. Even the mistakes. Thank you for giving me the chance to choose. He turned and walked out of the Great Hall, Fleur and Draco beside him, ready to face whatever came next. The days after Hogwarts were strange and wonderful. Harry returned to Beauxbatons, but everything felt different. Lighter. The war was over. Voldemort was gone. The connection was severed. For the first time in his life, Harry had no prophecy hanging over him, no darkness pressing in, no destiny demanding his attention. He was just a boy. A boy who loved a girl. A boy who had friends. A boy who could finally just live. He threw himself into his studies with a new kind of focus, not desperate, not driven, but genuinely curious. He wanted to learn, to grow, to understand magic for its own sake, not just as a weapon. Professor Fontaine noticed the change and smiled. You're becoming a true wizard, Harry, she said. Not just a fighter. A scholar. A seeker of knowledge. That's a beautiful thing to witness. Harry blushed but didn't argue. She was right. He was becoming something new. Something he actually wanted to be. Summer arrived, bringing with it an invitation from Draco. My mother's cottage has a guest room. It's small, but comfortable, and the view of the sea is incredible. Come stay. As long as you want. Bring Fleur. Bring Hedwig. Bring whoever you need. It's time we lived, Harry. Really lived. Harry showed the letter to Fleur, who grinned. A summer by the sea. With you and Draco. Yes. Absolutely yes. They went. The cottage was exactly as Draco had described, small and comfortable, with whitewashed walls and blue shutters and a terrace overlooking the Mediterranean. Narcissa welcomed them with open arms, her elegance softened by genuine warmth. Welcome, children, she said, embracing each of them. Welcome home. The summer that followed was the best of Harry's life. He woke every morning to the sound of waves and the smell of salt air. He spent his days swimming in the sea, exploring the coastline, learning to cook from Narcissa, who was surprisingly patient with his disasters. He spent his evenings on the terrace, watching the sunset with Fleur and Draco, talking about everything and nothing. They laughed more than Harry had ever laughed. They argued about silly things, which ice cream flavor was best, whether swimming at night was a good idea, who had won at Exploding Snap. They built sandcastles and got sunburned and stayed up too late watching the stars. And through it all, Harry felt something he'd never felt before. Peace. Not the absence of fear or pain or grief. Those were still there, would always be there. But beneath them, solid and warm, was a foundation of peace. A sense that, no matter what happened next, he could handle it. He was strong enough, loved enough, free enough. One night, lying on the terrace with Fleur curled against him and Draco sprawled nearby, Harry looked up at the stars and smiled. What are you thinking? Fleur asked softly. That I'm happy. The words felt strange on his tongue, unfamiliar. Really, truly happy. For the first time in my life. Fleur lifted her head to look at him, her dark eyes soft. You deserve it, Harry. You deserve all of it. Draco snorted from his spot on the terrace. Don't get all mushy. You'll ruin my reputation. Harry laughed and threw a pillow at him. What reputation? The only reputation you have is, boy who burns toast every single morning. It's a complex art form. You wouldn't understand. They dissolved into laughter, the sound carrying across the water, mixing with the waves and the wind and the endless summer night. August brought a letter from Neville. Harry, I know we've only written, never met in person. But I was wondering, would you want to change that? Gran says I can travel now that the war's over. She thinks it would be good for me. See the world, meet new people, all that. I'd like to see you. Meet you. Thank you in person for the letters, for the hope, for everything. Let me know. Neville. Harry showed the letter to Fleur and Draco. What do you think? Fleur smiled. I think you should invite him here. The cottage is small, but we can make room. Draco nodded. Neville Longbottom. I've heard stories. His parents were tortured by, he stopped, glancing at Harry. By people my father knew. People I might have become, if not for you. Harry reached out and clasped his shoulder. You're not them. You never were. Draco's eyes glistened, but he smiled. I know. Thanks to you. Neville arrived on a warm September afternoon, stepping out of a portkey with a look of mild terror that quickly faded when he saw Harry waiting. Harry. He was shorter than Harry had imagined, with a round face and the kind of earnestness that radiated from every pore. It's really you. Harry laughed, and extended his hand. It's really me. Neville, right. Neville shook his hand vigorously, then surprised Harry by pulling him into a hug. Thank you, he whispered. For the letters. For understanding. For everything. Harry hugged him back, surprised but pleased. You're welcome. I'm glad you came. The days that followed were a whirlwind of introductions and adventures. Neville fit into their strange little family with surprising ease. He was nervous at first, especially around Draco. The Malfoy name carried heavy baggage, but Draco's genuine warmth and Harry's steady presence smoothed the way. Within a week, they were all arguing about toast and swimming at midnight and building the most elaborate sandcastles the coast had ever seen. Narcissa watched them with tears in her eyes. They're healing, she told Harry one evening, as the others laughed on the terrace. All of them. Because of you. Harry shook his head. Because of each other. Because they chose to be here, to try, to hope. Narcissa smiled and touched his cheek. You're too modest, Harry Potter. But I'll let you believe what you need to. September brought a decision. Harry sat on the terrace, watching the sunset, Fleur beside him. Draco and Neville were inside, engaged in a fierce game of wizard's chess that Neville was somehow winning. I've been thinking, Harry said quietly. About the future. Fleur turned to look at him. What about it? I don't know what I want to do. Where I want to go. Beauxbatons feels different now, good different, but different. Hogwarts is an option, but I don't know if that's right either. He paused, gathering his thoughts. I've spent my whole life being defined by other people's plans. I want to make my own. I just don't know what they are yet. Fleur was silent for a moment, then said, "You don't have to know right now. You're 13. You have time. Years and years of time. But the war is over. You're free. Really free." She took his hand. "You can take your time, Harry. Explore. Try things. Fail at things. Figure out who you are without anyone telling you. That's the whole point of freedom." Harry looked at her, at the love in her eyes, the patience, the absolute faith in him, and felt something loosen in his chest. "Yeah," he said slowly. "Yeah, I think you're right. Of course I'm right. I'm always right." He laughed and pulled her close. "Modest, too. Modesty is overrated." October brought a letter from McGonagall. "Harry, I'm writing with an offer, not a demand. You've had enough of those. Hogwarts would be honored to have you as a student. Any year, any house, any terms you choose. You could start tomorrow, or next year, or never. The choice is yours. But I'm also writing to offer something else. A position, of sorts. Not a job, you're too young for that. But an opportunity. The war changed a lot of things. One of them is how we think about the connection between schools. Beauxbatons, Durmstrang, Hogwarts, we've been separate for too long. Divided. Distrustful. The war showed us that we're stronger together. I'd like you to be part of building that connection. A liaison, of sorts. Someone who understands all three cultures, who can move between them, who can help us build bridges instead of walls. Think about it. No pressure, no expectations. Just an idea. Minerva McGonagall." Harry read the letter several times, his mind spinning. A liaison. A bridge builder. A chance to use his experiences, his connections, his unique perspective to help others. It was perfect. He showed the letter to Fleur, who read it with growing excitement. "Harry, this is amazing. You'd be brilliant at this." "You think so? I know so." She hugged him tight. "You've spent your whole life building connections, with me, with Draco, with Neville, with everyone. This is just formalizing it. Making it official." Harry smiled, the idea taking root. "I'll have to talk to Madame Maxime. And McGonagall. And probably a lot of other people. Then talk to them. That's what you're good at." The next months were a whirlwind of meetings and planning. Harry traveled between Beauxbatons, Hogwarts, and Durmstrang, meeting with headmistresses and headmasters, discussing possibilities, building relationships. He was young, only 13, but his name carried weight, and his experiences gave him credibility that no amount of training could match. Madame Maxime was supportive. McGonagall was enthusiastic. Even the headmaster of Durmstrang, a gruff old wizard named Karkaroff who had once been a Death Eater, grudgingly admitted that the idea had merit. "Someone who understands all sides," he muttered. "Someone who's not tied to any one school. It could work. Possibly." Harry took that as a victory. Spring arrived, bringing with it the first official meeting of the Inter-School Liaison Committee. It was a small gathering: McGonagall, Madame Maxime, Karkaroff, a few other officials, and Harry. They met in neutral territory, a small castle in the Swiss Alps, and spent 3 days discussing everything from curriculum to cultural exchange to joint defense strategies. Harry spoke little, listening more than talking, absorbing the dynamics, the tensions, the possibilities. When he did speak, people listened. Not because of his name, but because of what he represented: a new generation, unburdened by old grudges, ready to build something better. By the end of the third day, they had a framework. A plan. A future. And Harry had a purpose. He returned to Beauxbatons in a daze, still processing everything that had happened. Fleur met him at the flow, pulling him into a tight hug. "Well," Harry smiled, exhausted but happy. "It's happening. Really happening." Fleur's face lit up. "I knew it. I knew you could do it. I didn't do anything. They did all the work. I just was there. You were the catalyst, Harry. The one who made them believe it was possible." She kissed him softly. "That's everything." Summer returned, bringing with it another season at the cottage. Draco was there, as always, along with Neville, who had become a regular visitor. Narcissa welcomed them all with open arms, her quiet elegance the perfect counterpoint to their youthful energy. They swam and laughed and argued about toast. They watched sunsets and told stories and built futures in their minds. And one night, Lying on the terrace under a blanket of stars, Harry looked at the people he loved and felt something he'd never felt before. Complete. Not because his life was perfect, it wasn't. Not because he had no fears or doubts, he did. But because, for the first time, he was exactly where he wanted to be. With exactly who he wanted to be with. Living exactly the life he'd chosen. Fleur stirred beside him. What are you thinking? That I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. She smiled and kissed his cheek. Me too. Draco snorted from his spot nearby. You two are disgustingly adorable. Neville laughed. Leave them alone. They're in love. Still disgusting. Harry threw a pillow at him, and they all dissolved into laughter, the sound carrying across the water, mixing with the waves and the wind and the endless summer night. It was, Harry thought, the most beautiful thing in the world. The next morning, a letter arrived. It was from McGonagall, short and to the point. Harry, the committee has its first official task. A dispute between Beauxbatons and Durmstrang over a shared magical artifact. Both sides claim ownership. Both sides are refusing to budge. They've asked for you to mediate, to listen, to help them find a solution. Are you willing? Harry read the letter, then looked at Fleur. She raised an eyebrow. Well, are you? Harry smiled. I guess I am. He wrote back immediately, I'll be there. The Swiss Alps rose around Harry like ancient sentinels, their peaks piercing a sky so blue it hurt to look at. He stood at the window of the small castle that served as neutral ground, watching clouds drift past, and tried to calm the flutter of nerves in his stomach. Mediator. The word felt too big, too important for someone who had just turned 14. But McGonagall had asked, and the committee had agreed, and here he was, waiting to facilitate a conversation between two headmasters who, by all accounts, despised each other. Fleur appeared beside him, her hand slipping into his. Nervous. Terrified. She smiled. Good. Means you care. The doors behind them opened, and Madame Maxime swept in, her expression unreadable. She was followed moments later by Igor Karkaroff, the Durmstrang headmaster, his cold eyes scanning the room as if expecting an ambush. Harry straightened, summoning every ounce of confidence he possessed. Thank you both for coming. Please, sit. They sat, at opposite ends of the long table, naturally, and looked at him expectantly. Harry took his place at the center, Fleur beside him as his official note-taker and moral support. The artifact in question, Harry began, consulting the notes McGonagall had provided, is a crystalline orb, approximately 20 centimeters in diameter, said to contain the preserved memory of the first meeting between the founders of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. Both schools claim it is part of their historical heritage. Both have documentation supporting their claim. Madame Maxime nodded gravely. The orb has been at Beauxbatons for 3 centuries. It was gifted to us by the Bulgarian ambassador in 1692. Karkaroff snorted. A lie. The orb was stolen from Durmstrang during the Grindelwald War and never returned. We have records. Your records are forgeries. Enough. Harry's voice cut through their argument, calm but firm. I didn't come here to listen to you fight. I came to help you find a solution. But I can't do that if you're not willing to listen. Silence. Madame Maxime looked mildly surprised. Karkaroff's eyes narrowed. Go on, the Durmstrang headmaster said slowly. Harry took a breath. The orb is important to both of you. I understand that, but fighting over it won't help anyone. So I have a proposal. He paused, making sure he had their attention. What if the orb wasn't owned by either school? What if it was shared? Housed in a neutral location, here, perhaps, and made available to both schools for study and display. Rotating exhibitions. Joint research projects. A symbol of cooperation rather than conflict. Madame Maxime's eyebrows rose. Karkaroff's face was unreadable. Neither of you loses the orb, Harry continued. Both of you gain access to it. And more importantly, you gain a reason to work together instead of against each other. The war showed us what happens when we're divided. This is a chance to do something different. The silence stretched. Harry's heart pounded. Finally, Madame Maxime spoke. It's an interesting proposal. Karkaroff nodded slowly. Unexpected, but not without merit. Harry held his breath. I would need to consult my board, Madame Maxime said. But I'm willing to consider it. As would I, Karkaroff added. If the terms are favorable. Harry let out the breath he'd been holding. That's all I ask. Consider it. Talk to your people. And when you're ready, we can meet again to discuss details. The two headmasters looked at each other, not with warmth, but but with something that might, eventually, become respect. Then they nodded, almost in unison, and rose to leave. After they'd gone, Harry collapsed into a chair, his legs weak. Fleur knelt beside him, grinning. "You did it. You actually did it. I have no idea what I just did." Harry's voice was shaky. "Did I sound like I knew what I was talking about?" "You sounded like a diplomat." It was impressive. She kissed his forehead. "I'm proud of you." Harry leaned into her, the adrenaline fading, leaving behind a warm glow of accomplishment. "We did it. Together. Always together." The months that followed were a blur of meetings and negotiations. The orb dispute was resolved more quickly than anyone expected. Both Madame Maxime and Karkaroff, after consulting their respective boards, agreed to Harry's proposal. The orb was moved to the Swiss castle, now officially designated as the Inter-School Cultural Exchange Center. A rotating schedule was established. Joint research projects were launched. It was a small victory, but it mattered. It proved that cooperation was possible. That old enemies could find common ground. That Harry's approach, listening, understanding, finding creative solutions, actually worked. Word spread. Other disputes were brought to Harry's attention. A disagreement between two families over a magical heirloom. A conflict between rival Quidditch teams. A misunderstanding between a wizard and a goblin that threatened to escalate into something worse. Harry mediated them all, learning with each case, growing more confident, more skilled. He discovered that he had a talent for this, for hearing what people really meant, for finding the hidden needs beneath their demands, for crafting solutions that gave everyone something to hold on to. "It's because you actually listen," Fleur observed one evening, as they walked through the grounds of Beauxbatons. "Most people hear what others say. You hear what they mean." Harry shrugged, embarrassed by the praise. I remember what it felt like to not be heard. To have people make decisions about my life without asking me. I don't want anyone else to feel that way." Fleur stopped, turning to face him. "That's why you're good at this, Harry. Not because you're clever or talented or any of that. Because you care. Because you remember. Because you refuse to let anyone else be invisible." Harry's throat tightened. He pulled her into a hug, holding her tight. "Thank you," he whispered. "For seeing that. For seeing me. Always," she whispered back. "Always." Winter arrived, bringing with it a new challenge. The letter came from McGonagall, urgent and brief. "Harry, there's been an incident at the Ministry. A faction is trying to pass legislation that would severely restrict Muggleborn rights. They're using the war as an excuse, claiming that Muggleborns are a security risk, that their magic is less stable, that they should be registered and monitored. It's pure prejudice, dressed up in fear. But it's gaining support. I need you. Not as a fighter, not this time. As a voice. Someone people will listen to. Someone who can speak for those who can't speak for themselves. Can you come?" Harry read the letter 3 times, his emotions churning. Muggleborns. People like his mother. People like, he realized with a start, Fleur's father, who was Muggleborn. People who had fought and died alongside everyone else in the war, now being told they didn't belong. "This is wrong," he said quietly, showing Fleur the letter. "This is so wrong." Fleur's face had gone pale. "My father. I know." Harry took her hand. "I'm going. Will you come with me?" She nodded, her jaw set. "Try to stop me." They arrived in London on a grey December morning, stepping through the Ministry flow into an atrium buzzing with tension. Witches and wizards hurried past, their faces drawn, their conversations hushed. The golden fountain at the center had been modified. The Muggle family that once stood in awe of the magical figures had been removed, replaced by a single, stern-faced wizard. Harry's stomach turned. This wasn't the Ministry he'd heard stories about. This was something darker. McGonagall met them at the entrance to the lifts, her expression grim. "Thank you for coming. The situation is worse than I feared." "How bad?" Harry asked. "The legislation has passed its first reading. It has surprising support. Not just from the usual pureblood fanatics, but from ordinary witches and wizards who are scared, who want someone to blame for the war." She led them into a lift, which clanked into motion. "The second reading is tomorrow. If it passes there, it goes to a final vote. And if it passes that, it becomes law." Harry's voice was flat. "And Muggleborns become second-class citizens." McGonagall nodded. "We have 1 day to stop it." The next 24 hours were a blur of strategy and desperation. Harry met with everyone who would see him, ministry officials, prominent families, ordinary witches and wizards on the street. He told them about his mother, about her bravery, her sacrifice. He told them about Fleur's father, a good man who had never harmed anyone. He told them about the Muggleborns he'd met at Beauxbatons, brilliant witches and wizards who had fought alongside him in the battle. Some listened, some didn't, some sneered, calling him a child who didn't understand the real world. But others, enough others, paused, thought, questioned the fear they'd been fed. By evening, Harry was exhausted, his voice hoarse, his eyes burning with unshed tears. Fleur held him in their small room at the Leaky Cauldron, saying nothing, just being there. "Did we do enough?" he whispered. "I don't know if we did enough." Fleur kissed his hair. "We did everything we could. That's all anyone can do." The second reading took place at noon. Harry sat in the public gallery, Fleur beside him, watching as which after which rose to speak. Some argued for the legislation, their words dripping with fear and prejudice. Others argued against, their voices passionate but desperate. When it was Harry's turn, the chamber fell silent. He walked to the central podium, his heart pounding, his palms sweating. He looked out at the faces, some hostile, some curious, some hopeful, and took a breath. "My name is Harry Potter," he began. "Some of you know my story. The boy who lived, the one who defeated Voldemort, twice. But that's not why I'm here." He paused, gathering his thoughts. "I'm here because my mother was Muggleborn. Lily Evans. A girl from a non-magical family who happened to be one of the most brilliant witches of her generation. She died protecting me from Voldemort. She died because she loved me, and because she believed in a world where people like her could live freely." His voice gained strength. "I'm here because Fleur's father is Muggleborn. A good man who opened his home to me, who fed me and loved me and treated me like family. He fought in the war, not with a wand, but with his heart, supporting those of us who did." He looked directly at the minister, who sat stone-faced in his high chair. "I'm here because every Muggleborn I've ever met, every single one, has been brave, brilliant, and utterly magical. They didn't choose to be born without magic in their families. They didn't choose to be different. They just are. And that difference is not a weakness. It's a gift that makes our world richer, stronger, more beautiful." His voice rang through the chamber. "The war is over. Voldemort is gone. But fear is still here. Fear is what's driving this legislation. Fear of difference, fear of change, fear of people who aren't exactly like you. And fear, if we let it, will destroy us just as surely as any dark wizard." He paused, letting his words sink in. "So I'm asking you, begging you, to choose something else. Choose courage. Choose love. Choose to see the people behind the labels, the hearts behind the fears. Choose to be the kind of world my mother died for. The kind of world worth living in." Silence. Then, slowly, someone began to clap. Then another. Then more. By the time Harry returned to his seat, the chamber was filled with applause. The legislation failed. Not by much, a handful of votes, but it failed. The second reading was rejected. The bill would not proceed. Harry sat in the gallery, watching the results come in, and felt tears streaming down his face. Fleur held him, crying too. Around them, Muggle-born witches and wizards were embracing, laughing, weeping with relief. They had done it. Together, they had done it. McGonagall found them afterward, her stern face soft with emotion. "You did well, Harry. Very well." Harry shook his head. "We did it. All of us." "Yes." McGonagall smiled, a rare, genuine smile. "All of us." They returned to France the next day, exhausted but happy. The cottage by the sea welcomed them with open arms. Draco and Neville were waiting, having followed the news with growing excitement. They swept Harry into a group hug that left him laughing and breathless. "You're a hero," Draco declared. "Again. I'm really not." "You are." Neville's voice was firm. "You stood up for people who couldn't stand up for themselves. That's what heroes do." Harry looked at his friends, his family, and felt warmth spread through his chest. "Thank you," he said quietly. "For being here. For believing in me." Fleur took his hand. "Always." The weeks that followed were peaceful. Harry returned to Beauxbatons, to his studies, to his life. But something had shifted. He was no longer just a student, just a survivor, just a symbol. He was something else now, something he was still discovering. The mediation work continued, growing more complex, more far-reaching. Harry found himself traveling across Europe, meeting with heads of schools, leaders of communities, ordinary people with extraordinary problems. He listened, learned, helped. And through it all, Fleur stayed beside him. His partner, his anchor, his love. Spring arrived, bringing with it a letter from an unexpected source. Harry, I've been watching your work. The mediation, the ministry speech, the way you bring people together. It's remarkable. You're remarkable. I'm writing because I have a proposal. Something I've been thinking about for a long time. The world is healing from the war, but healing takes more than time. It takes intention. It takes people willing to do the hard work of building bridges, mending fences, creating connections where there were only divisions. I think you're one of those people. I think you could be more, much more, than a mediator between schools. I think you could be a leader. A real leader. Not of armies or governments, but of hearts. A voice for those who can't speak. A bridge between worlds. If you're interested, come see me. We'll talk. Minerva McGonagall. Harry read the letter several times, his mind spinning. A leader. A voice. A bridge. He showed it to Fleur, who read it with growing excitement. Harry, this is everything you've been working toward. I don't know. He shook his head. I never wanted to be a leader. I never wanted to be anything. Maybe that's why you're good at it. Fleur took his hands. You don't do it for power or glory. You do it because it's right. Because you care. That's exactly the kind of leader the world needs. Harry looked at her, at the love in her eyes, the faith, the absolute certainty, and felt something settle in his chest. I'll talk to her, he said. See what she has in mind. He met McGonagall in the same Swiss castle where he'd mediated his first dispute. She was waiting in a small sitting room, tea already prepared, her stern face softened by the firelight. Harry, thank you for coming. He sat across from her, accepting a cup of tea he didn't really want. Your letter, it was unexpected. I imagined so. McGonagall set down her own cup. Let me explain what I have in mind. She spoke for nearly an hour, laying out a vision that was both ambitious and practical. A network of mediators, young people trained in conflict resolution, cultural understanding, the art of listening. A program that would send them to communities across Europe, helping to heal the wounds of war, prevent new conflicts, build lasting peace. And I want you to lead it, she finished. Not as a figurehead, as the real thing. You'll help select the mediators, train them, guide them. You'll be the heart of this organization, Harry. The soul. Harry sat in stunned silence. It was huge, overwhelming, impossible. And yet, I don't know if I can do that, he said honestly. I'm 14. I don't know anything. McGonagall smiled. You know more than most adults. You've lived through more, learned more, grown more. And more importantly, you care. You actually, genuinely care about people. That's rarer than you think. Harry thought about it. About the mediators he'd work with, the communities he'd help, the future he could build. It was terrifying. It was also, somehow, exactly right. I'll need help, he said. People I trust. Fleur, definitely. Draco, if he wants. Neville, maybe. McGonagall nodded. Choose whoever you need. Build whatever structure works. This is yours, Harry. Your vision, your leadership, your legacy. Harry took a deep breath. Then yes, I'll do it. The months that followed were a whirlwind of planning and preparation. Harry threw himself into the work with the same intensity he'd once reserved for training and battle. He met with potential mediators, interviewed candidates, designed training programs. Fleur worked beside him, her organizational skills and steady presence keeping everything on track. Draco joined them, surprisingly enthusiastic. I never thought I'd do something useful with my life, he admitted one evening. I was supposed to be a Death Eater, remember? This is better. Neville came too, his quiet determination and deep empathy making him a natural mediator. Gran thinks I'm crazy, he laughed. But she also thinks it's the best thing I've ever done. By autumn, the first group of mediators was ready. 15 young people from across Europe, trained in conflict resolution, cultural understanding, the art of listening. They gathered at the Swiss castle for their first official meeting, nervous and excited and full of hope. Harry stood before them, feeling impossibly young and impossibly old at the same time. Thank you for being here, he began. Thank you for choosing this. For choosing to build something instead of destroy something. He looked at their faces, eager, scared, determined, and felt his heart swell. The world is full of people who want to tear things down. It's easy to destroy. It's easy to hate. What's really hard, is to build. To listen. To understand. To choose love over fear, again and again, even when it's exhausting. He paused, gathering his thoughts. That's what we're doing here. We're choosing the hard thing. We're choosing to be builders instead of destroyers. And I can't promise it will be easy. I can't promise we'll always succeed. But I can promise this, we'll never stop trying. We'll never stop listening. We'll never stop choosing love. The room was silent for a moment. Then, slowly, applause began to build. Harry smiled, feeling Fleur's hand slip into his, feeling Draco's nod of approval from across the room, feeling Neville's quiet pride. They were building something. Something real. Something good. And it was only the beginning. Less than end of thinking greater than ### Chapter 23, The Weight of Words. The first year of the Mediators' Circle was a trial by fire. Harry learned quickly that building peace was nothing like fighting a war. In battle, the enemy was clear, the objective simple: survive, defeat, prevail. But mediation was messy, complicated, human. There were no clear enemies, no simple victories. Just people, flawed, frightened, furious people, and the slow, painstaking work of helping them see each other. The first crisis came in November. A village in the south of France, split by an old feud between two magical families. The feud had started generations ago, no one even remembered why, but it had festered, grown, poisoned everything it touched. Children weren't allowed to play together. Businesses refused to serve the other family. The village itself was dying, strangled by hatred. Harry arrived with two of his mediators, a quiet girl from Spain named Elena and a sharp-witted boy from Germany named Klaus. They spent the first week just listening, to the elders, the parents, the children caught in the middle. They heard stories of slights and betrayals, of love affairs forbidden, of funerals where half the village hadn't attended. It's like a wound that never healed, Elena observed one evening, her dark eyes troubled. Every generation picks at the scab instead of letting it heal. Harry nodded slowly. How do we make them stop? Klaus shrugged. We can't make them do anything. We can only help them want to. That was the hardest lesson. You couldn't force people to make peace. You could only create the conditions where peace became possible. They tried everything. Joint meetings where both families could speak. Separate meetings where they could vent without the other side hearing. A project, rebuilding the village square, that required cooperation. Small steps, carefully chosen, patiently executed. By Christmas, something had shifted. Not much, the feud wasn't over, but the first cracks had appeared in the wall of hatred. A shared meal. A cautious conversation. A child's birthday party attended by both families. It's a start, Harry told his team as they packed to leave. That's all we can ask for. The new year brought new challenges. A dispute between a magical creature sanctuary and the local wizard council over land rights. A conflict between rival Quidditch teams that had escalated into violence. A family torn apart by inheritance, each side convinced the other was trying to steal what was rightfully theirs. Harry moved from crisis to crisis, learning with each one, growing more skilled, more patient, more wise. Fleur stayed beside him, her presence a constant anchor in the chaos. Draco joined them when he could, his sharp mind and unexpected empathy making him a valuable mediator. Neville came too, his quiet steadiness calming even the most volatile situations. They became a team, a family, bound by purpose and love. Spring brought a letter that made Harry's blood run cold. It was from McGonagall, and it was brief. Harry, there's been an incident at the Ministry. Someone has leaked the names of every Muggle-born witch and wizard in Britain. The list is being circulated among pureblood families. Attacks have already begun. We need you. Not to fight, not yet. To speak. To remind people what's at stake. Please come. Harry read the letter aloud to the others. When he finished, silence filled the room. This is bad, Draco said quietly. Really bad. Harry nodded. They're being targeted. Because of who they are. Because of fear. We have to stop it. Fleur's voice was fierce. We have to do something. Harry looked at his team, his family, and felt the weight of the moment settle onto his shoulders. We go to Britain. We find the Muggle-borns who've been attacked. We help them. And we speak, loudly, publicly, to anyone who will listen. We remind people what happens when fear wins. They arrived in London to chaos. The ministry was in damage control mode, issuing statements, promising investigations, doing nothing effective. Attacks were happening nightly, homes firebombed, families cursed in the street, children targeted at school. The Muggle-born community was terrified, hiding, waiting for protection that wasn't coming. Harry went straight to the leaky cauldron, where a group of Muggle-born families had gathered, seeking safety in numbers. They looked at him with desperate hope. "You're Harry Potter," a woman said, her voice shaking. "You spoke for us before. You made them listen. Can you do it again?" Harry looked at her, at the fear in her eyes, the child clutching her hand, the husband with his wand raised, ready to defend his family, and felt something harden in his chest. "I'll try," he said. "I'll try everything." The next weeks were a blur of speeches and meetings and desperate pleas. Harry spoke at rallies, at ministry hearings, at any gathering that would have him. He reminded people of his mother, of Fleur's father, of every Muggle-born who had fought and died in the war. He asked them to remember, really remember, what they were fighting against. But the fear was deep, and the list of names was spreading. Every day brought new attacks, new victims, new grief. "It's not enough," Harry told Fleur one night, exhausted and defeated. "Words aren't enough." Fleur held him close. "Words matter, Harry. You matter. But you're right, words alone won't stop this. We need something else." "What?" She was quiet for a moment, then said, "We need to show them. Not just tell them. Show them what they're doing. Who they're hurting." Harry thought about that. Show them. Make the fear real. Make the consequences visible. How? Fleur met his eyes. "We bring the victims to them. We make them tell their own stories. People can ignore speeches. They can't ignore faces." The next rally was different. Instead of Harry speaking alone, he stood with a dozen Muggle-born witches and wizards, people who had been attacked, threatened, driven from their homes. One by one, they told their stories. A grandmother who had raised 3 children and lost her home to fire. A teenager who had been cursed on his way to school, his face still scarred. A young couple, expecting their first child, who had fled in the night with nothing but the clothes on their backs. The crowd listened in silence. Some wept. Some looked away. But no one left. When the last speaker finished, Harry stepped forward. "This is what fear does," he said quietly. "This is what happens when we let it control us. These are our neighbors, our friends, our family. And they're hurting. Because of us." He paused, letting his words sink in. "We can do better. We have to do better. Not because it's easy, it's not. But because it's right. Because that's who we are. That's who we choose to be." The silence stretched. Then, slowly, someone in the crowd began to clap. Then another. Then more. It wasn't victory. It wasn't even close. But it was a start. The attacks didn't stop overnight. But they slowed. The list of names, once circulated freely, became harder to find. People who had supported the leaks began to distance themselves, ashamed of what they'd helped create. Harry stayed in Britain for months, working with the Muggle-born community, helping them rebuild, helping them heal. Fleur stayed with him, her love a constant warmth. Draco and Neville joined when they could, their presence a reminder that they were all in this together. By summer, the crisis had passed. Not ended, the fear was still there, the prejudice still festering, but past. The immediate danger was over. Harry stood at the window of their small London flat, watching the sun set over the city, and felt something he couldn't name. Fleur appeared beside him. "What are you thinking? That it's never going to be over. The fear, the hate, the prejudice. It's always going to be there, waiting for the next excuse to surface." Fleur was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Maybe. But so are we. So is love. So is hope. And those are stronger. They have to be." Harry turned to look at her, at the woman who had stayed through everything, who loved him without reservation, who made him believe that the world could be better. "I love you," he said. "I don't say it enough. But I love you. More than anything." Fleur smiled, her eyes glistening. "I know. I love you too. Always." They returned to France in August, exhausted but hopeful. The cottage by the sea welcomed them back with open arms. Draco and Neville were already there, along with Narcissa, who had prepared a feast in their honor. "You did well," Narcissa said quietly, pulling Harry aside after dinner. "All of you. The world is better because of what you did." Harry shook his head. We just helped. A little. Sometimes a little is enough. Narcissa's eyes were soft. You gave people hope, Harry. That's everything. The mediators' circle grew over the next year. More young people joined, drawn by the work and the vision. More conflicts were resolved, more wounds healed, more bridges built. Harry found himself leading not just a team, but a movement, small still, but growing, spreading across Europe like ripples in a pond. He turned 15, then 16. Fleur was there for both birthdays, as she was for everything. Draco and Neville became constants in his life, their friendship deepening into something unshakable. And through it all, Harry carried the memory of his mother's words, choose love. Always. He tried. Every day, he tried. The crisis that changed everything came without warning. It was a cold November evening when the message arrived, a Patronus, silver and urgent, from McGonagall. Harry. It's happening again. A new faction, more organized than before. They're calling themselves the Pure Blood Alliance. They've already taken control of the ministry. Arrests have begun. Muggle-borns are being rounded up, detained, disappeared. We need you. Now. Harry stared at the fading light of the Patronus, his blood running cold. Another war. Another darkness. Another fight. Fleur was beside him instantly. What is it? He told her. When he finished, she was already packing. We leave tonight. Harry nodded, his heart heavy. He'd hoped, foolishly, perhaps, that the fighting was over. That he could finally just leave. But the darkness, it seemed, was never truly gone. It just waited, patient and hungry, for the next opportunity. They arrived in Britain to find chaos. The ministry had fallen without a fight, infiltrated from within, its defenses useless against enemies who had spent years planning. Muggle-borns were being rounded up in the streets, dragged from their homes, taken to unknown locations. Pureblood families who refused to cooperate were targeted too. No one was safe. Harry went straight to the leaky cauldron, now a hub of resistance activity. McGonagall was there, along with Shacklebolt and a dozen others, their faces grim. The alliance is well organized, McGonagall reported. They have supporters throughout the ministry, throughout the country. We don't know who to trust. Harry nodded slowly. Then we trust no one. We build our own network, underground, invisible. We find the Muggle-borns, protect them, hide them. And we fight. Shacklebolt raised an eyebrow. Fight how? We're outnumbered, outgunned, outorganized. We fight the way we always have. Harry's voice was steady. With courage, with love, with hope, and with the truth. The months that followed were the hardest of Harry's life. They worked in shadows, moving constantly, never staying in one place too long. They rescued Muggle-born families from certain capture, hid them in safe houses across the country, built an underground railroad that stretched from Scotland to the coast. Harry rarely slept. When he did, he dreamed of his mother, her face, her smile, her words. Choose love. Always. He tried. Every day, he tried. Fleur stayed beside him through it all, her love a constant flame in the darkness. Draco joined them when he could, using his family connections to gather intelligence, to warn of raids, to save lives. Neville became a leader in his own right, his quiet courage inspiring others to fight. They lost people. Good people. Brave people. Each loss was a wound that never fully healed. But they kept fighting. Because what else could they do? The turning point came in March. Harry received word that a large group of Muggle-borns was being held in an old manor house, awaiting transport to an unknown destination. The Resistance had been planning a rescue, but the Alliance had gotten wind of it. The manor was heavily guarded, the prisoners about to be moved. We have to act now, Harry told his team. Tonight. No time for planning. They went in at midnight, a small group, heavily outnumbered, relying on surprise and courage. The battle was fierce, brutal, costly. But they succeeded. The prisoners were freed. The manor was destroyed. And for the first time, the Alliance suffered a real defeat. Word spread. The Resistance grew. People who had been too afraid to act found hope. Harry stood in the ruins of the manor, watching the freed prisoners embrace their rescuers, and felt something he hadn't felt in months. Hope. The war dragged on for another year. There were victories and defeats, joys and sorrows, moments of light and stretches of darkness. Harry lost count of the rescues, the battles, the friends who didn't make it. He learned to carry the grief, to let it make him stronger instead of breaking him. Fleur was his constant, his anchor, his home. When the darkness pressed too close, she was there. When the weight became unbearable, she helped him carry it. When he forgot why he was fighting, she reminded him. Love, she would whisper, holding him close. Always love. And he would remember. The alliance finally fell in the summer of Harry's 17th year. A coalition of resistance fighters, British, French, German, more, stormed the ministry and drove the Pure Blood Alliance from power. The leaders were arrested, their followers scattered, their ideology discredited. Harry stood in the atrium of the ministry, watching as the last of the dark wizards were led away in chains. Around him, people were celebrating, crying, laughing, embracing. The war was over. Really over, this time. McGonagall appeared beside him, her stern face softened by tears. We did it, Harry. We actually did it. Harry nodded slowly. We did. You were the heart of it. The soul. Without you. Without all of us. He turned to look at her. I couldn't have done any of it alone. None of us could. McGonagall smiled. A rare, genuine smile. That's wisdom, Harry. Real wisdom. They returned to France in the autumn, weary but hopeful. The cottage by the sea was waiting, as it always was. Draco and Neville were there, along with Narcissa, who had prepared a feast. Fleur's family came too, Apolline, her father, her little sister, and for one perfect evening, they were all together. Harry sat on the terrace, watching the sunset paint the water gold, and felt something he'd almost forgotten. Peace. Not the absence of pain or grief or fear. Those were still there, would always be there. But beneath them, solid and warm, was a foundation of peace. A sense that, no matter what came next, he could handle it. He was strong enough, loved enough, free enough. Fleur appeared beside him, settling into her usual spot against his shoulder. What are you thinking? That I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. With exactly who I'm supposed to be with. She smiled and kissed his cheek. Me too. They sat together, watching the sun sink below the horizon, the stars emerging one by one overhead. Behind them, laughter and music spilled from the cottage, their family, their friends, their home. Harry thought about his mother's letter. About her words. About the choice she'd made, the choice he'd made, the choice they all made. Choose love. Always. He had. Again and again, through darkness and light, through war and peace, through everything. He had chosen love. And love had chosen him back. The next morning, Harry woke to the sound of waves and the smell of salt air. Fleur was still asleep beside him, her hair spread across the pillow like dark silk. He watched her for a long moment, marveling at the simple miracle of her presence. Then he slipped out of bed and walked to the window. The sea stretched to the horizon, endless and beautiful. The sky was clear, the sun warm, the world full of possibility. Harry touched his scar, cool and quiet now, just a mark on his skin. He thought about Dumbledore, about his sacrifice, about the freedom he'd given. He thought about his parents, about their love, about the legacy they'd left. He thought about Fleur, about Draco, about Neville, about all the people who had become his family. And he smiled. The war was over. The darkness had receded. The future stretched before him, uncertain and bright. He was ready. And that is just the beginning of Harry's true destiny. If you want to see how far his power rises, or how the wizarding world reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now. Because I upload daily dark and powerful Harry Potter what if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. And I'll see you in the next magical chapter. Until then, stay legendary.